Check, 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 check. Hi, folks. We're going to start in just 1 minute, just gathering all of our stuff together. We've got some legislators online as well as here in the building. Lots going on today in this building in terms of public hearings. So folks will be in and out as per usual. It's just like old times. We'll be right back. All right. Recognizing that there is a lot going on today, and folks have, at least 3 overlapping meetings this morning, we're going to get started. Today is our first public hearing. It is February 26th of the Transportation Committee. We have a lot of Department of Motor Vehicle related bills on the agenda today. So it's good that we have our commissioner here to testify. Just want to say, everybody make note of the exits. Since the CAA is here today, maybe I'll do my exits there. And with that, I will turn it over to my co-chair for any opening remarks.
Just very quickly, I don't have much of a voice today. I apologize for that. So going to be very few questions. I'm sure everyone will be really happy about that. I just want to say this is the first of a few public hearings that we'll be having in transportation this year. It's really exciting to see everyone. Like I've been doing for the last number of years as chair of this committee, is highlighting that once again, Connecticut had one of the most tragic and deadly years on our roadways. The policies that we consider in this committee, both today and moving forward, all seek to address that reality that we're facing on our roadways. We have incredible state employees who work in the Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Transportation, Connecticut Airport Authority, and our Port Authority that we'll have an opportunity to talk to over the next month. But that's something that weighs heavily on our minds and hearts. I know my ranking member to my right here today may wish to recognize a situation that happened just 2 nights ago in our state. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over back over to my co-chair, or sorry, to my ranking member. And then this might be the last time I talk today. If you can't tell, my voice is not in a good spot. So with that, Representative, are you ready to go? Oh, sorry, Representative Kenney, are you ready? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that. And he's so right. You know, safety on our roadways is so incredible. As he alluded to, early Sunday morning, about 1:30, a wrong way driver on I-95 in West Haven, and 4 young adults were killed, ranging in age from 22 to 25. It's really, we all have kids. We know people that have kids. It just weighs so heavily on your heart. So my heart is feeling a little bit heavy. I did not know any of the drivers. 2 that are in very critical condition are not even from Connecticut, but my thoughts and prayers, and I hope that you'll keep them in your prayers. But safety is the utmost of this committee, and that is what we try to achieve to do. So we have a long agenda, or actually not too bad. Let's get started. And thank you all so very much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for mentioning that. It just sort of underscores the important work we have to do here on the Transportation Committee in coordination, certainly with our agencies and the executive branch. So with that, I see our Senate ranking member online. Senator Wong, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And indeed, it is one of the important roles that we have in transportation to ensure traffic safety. And I'm very proud to say that for us as a committee, it has been truly a bipartisan effort. With that being said, I'm looking forward to a committee meeting that will hear from the people that our legislative proposals will impact. What I see, there is not a lot of written testimony. So if I may, to the people that are in the audience or maybe viewing, that testimony can be submitted even after this public hearing, because we want to hear from you, and that this deliberation is important for us to kind of review and implement policy. So I look forward to this meeting, but also acknowledge that thank you for the hybrid meeting capacity that allows us to be engaged in the legislative process and be able to do it via Zoom. So thank you, Madam Chair, and truly my heartfelt condolences and thoughts to those families impacted by this terrible tragedy that occurred in West Haven.
Thank you, Senator. And with that, Commissioner, why don't you kick us off this morning? Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Great to be here in front of this committee. One of my favorite committees, obviously, as you all know. I'm here today to testify on a couple of bills. I will go through it fairly quickly because you have my testimony in front of you. And I will answer any questions that you may have pertaining to any of those bills also. First off is the agency bill. As you know, the DMV is here to support initiatives to help our constituents in the state of Connecticut. I just want to tell you that we have an outstanding, dedicated employees at our agency. We are so thrilled that our senior leadership team is in place this year, and we are relentless to focus on customer service. As we all know, especially in the Transportation Committee, that DMV is the front door to many of our constituents when they have transactions. So rather than me going through this bill line by line, I would like to open it up if you have any questions in regards to the agency bill, and then I will talk about the House Bill 5057, which is an act standardizing drive-only licenses. Or if you'd like, I can go right into that one too.
Why don't you go into that one, Commissioner, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Cohen. So just real quick, good morning, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Lopes, Representative Berger-Giravalo, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and the obviously distinguished members of this Transportation Committee. My name is Tony Guerrera, Commissioner of the Motor Vehicles. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 5057, an act standardizing drive-only licenses. As the DMV administrators drive-only credentials, I strongly support this policy change as proposed by Governor Lamont. As some of you may recall, and I'm looking at some of the members here that were with me way back when, Connecticut became one of the first states to offer drive-only licenses to residents unable to establish lawful presence in the U.S. Since then, 19 states and the District of Columbia has followed suit. Connecticut and Delaware are the only jurisdictions that have a DO that maintain a visual difference with other driving credentials. As proposed, after January 1st, 2025, Connecticut drive-only license would align with other driving credentials issued by DMV. This proposed credential would continue to state that it is not for federal identification. Existing requirements to apply for and receive a drive-only license would remain the same, and I would also note Connecticut's current drive-only license, as well as the proposed update, is not eligible for federal real ID compliance, which is scheduled, as we all know, in May of 2025. I support this important initiative because it provides access to transportation and mobility for thousands who meet the testing standards to operate a motor vehicle in Connecticut. Again, to operate a motor vehicle in the state of Connecticut. Neighboring jurisdictions like Mass, New York, and Rhode Island have moved to this reasonable direction, and I do believe it's time for us to update on behalf of 58,000 current drive-only holders and the future applicants. Thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions in regards to this or the agency bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I actually have some questions on other bills that are on the agenda today. I just
Sure.
wondered if you could, as the original proponent of school bus safety belts, I wonder if you might comment on the bill before us today, which would reinstate that program. We have been collecting dollars into an account for the purpose of providing some dollars to districts and school bus companies who would like to either, retrofit school buses with safety belts or install safety belts on new school buses. And I just wondered, in your experience, Commissioner, and this is sort of putting on your former legislative hat as well, but you do, as the agency of cognizance, oversee school buses in some regard. I just wondered if you could share some of your thoughts on that bill proposal before us today.
Sure, Senator Cohen, and thank you for that question. As some of us may know, that way back when, I believe that I proposed at one time, I was sitting in Representative Lamar's seat, that we had an incident that happened in my town, Rocky Hill, where an individual passed away due to a school bus accident. And obviously a lot of testimony came across and some bills came across about applying seatbelts in school buses. We had some healthy debates on the issue. It never did come to fruition at the time, but what we ended up doing with Senator DeFranco at the time, who was my co-chair, was to establish a fund that would allow certain school bus companies to use as a tax advantage. If they did put seatbelts in their school buses, they would get the tax break off of that. There was a fund provided for that. I don't know where that fund stands today, but when you look at the whole schematic of school buses and safety, my thought process is this: Transportation Committee, anytime that you can help save a life or provide safety for individuals is always a good thing. How we go about doing that is obviously, a coalition of getting together with the industry and us to make sure that it can work.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate those comments. I'm also going to ask you about another bill that's on the agenda today about gross vehicle weights.
Yes.
And this is sort of, again, this is one of those complicated things that is not only under the purview of DMV from a registration standpoint, but obviously impacts our Department of Transportation as well, in terms of roadways and bridge structure and rules set forth by OSTA as well. So I just want to ask you, from a Department of Motor Vehicle standpoint, there's a couple of questions I have. Trucks up to 8,500 pounds are allowed to be registered as a passenger vehicle. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Well, thank you for that question, Senator Cohen. But I believe, and again, I will look to my staff, I believe it's 7,500 for a passenger vehicle. Anything over that would be considered a combination due to the weight, or a so-called truck, or however way you want to put it. But if you're talking, are we talking about going on the Merritt Parkway?
I'm just talking, let's talk purely in terms of registration, because I know there is some peripheral issues with this, in terms of weight and registration types going on restricted roadways like the Merritt Parkway. But in terms of registration, there is a strict cutoff for the Department of Motor Vehicles. Is that correct? You're saying at 7,500 pounds?
Yes, it's 7,500 pounds.
So and again, these could be purely anecdotal, and I think perhaps the Department of Transportation testimony indicated that trucks up to 8,500 pounds are allowed to be registered as passenger. So there may be some confusion there, but I do know that there's certain SUVs that are in excess of 7,500 pounds. We're talking gross vehicle weight here,
Gross vehicle weight.
not curb weight, that are being registered as passenger passenger vehicles. For an example might be the Rivian SUV. Those are purely used for residential purposes. But I believe that those are being registered as residential. So I wonder if, there's some consideration given by the department if something is used purely for residential purposes and it's between 7,500 and 8,500 pounds. Is that ever done?
Yeah, I think, Senator Cohen, I think that based upon the technology that we're seeing today with these vehicles, right? With these batteries that are much heavier than some of the vehicles that are in the previous years, then maybe that we should look at, should we change the weight classifications? Because many of these vehicles might be over that 7,500 pounds, not by much, but let's just take, for instance, the Rivian, right? I think their gross vehicle weight is at 8,100, all right, compared to 7,500, and that's due to the size of the battery, probably with the weight of that. And I think, although we've talked over the years about, electric vehicles and so forth, I don't think we've sat back and really looked at the classification. Should we divvy it up in a different way now? And I think those conversations should be had.
Yeah, and I wonder, Commissioner, if we could share some knowledge from other state Department of Motor Vehicles and what they're doing in terms of adjusting for these higher weight vehicles. Certainly with electric vehicles, as you mentioned, they're becoming heavier. And so now as we have more of the SUVs and pickup trucks, these sort of medium duty vehicles coming out on the electric scene, are we going to have to adjust for that? So I appreciate your comments tremendously. Do you have any idea, Commissioner, and again, this may be slightly out of your wheelhouse, but do you have any idea if commercial plates and combination registrations are required to obtain commercial vehicle insurance?
To require, I'm sorry.
Or if they're required to obtain commercial vehicle insurance? Do you know the answer to that?
One would think probably if it's a commercial vehicle that's used for commercial use, so a commercial policy would be in place.
Okay.
Senator Cohen, I just want to touch upon about other motor vehicles and so forth. And you bring up a very good point. And I just want the committee to know this is new territory for many DMVs and many states out there because we're seeing a transition to more electric vehicles. Maybe as not as much as we would like to see. But again, in regards to the weight classes, that this is something I think they're all struggling with. And maybe that as an industry, that this is something that we're going to see some changes, probably not within the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm going to go to the other end of the spectrum now and talk about low speed vehicles, which probably have a much lighter weight, and composite vehicles. You do mention in your testimony that you'd be opposed to any changes there. I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit. And also if you could let the committee know perhaps how, in your mind, these might be different than, say, mopeds or scooters, which we allow to share the road, maybe not necessarily from a registration standpoint, because I don't believe certain mopeds or scooters need to be registered, but they do share the road. So I just thought maybe you could comment on that for us.
Sure. And thank you for that question. Again, when we talk about composite vehicles, when we talk about low speed vehicles, the first thing that comes to our mind is about safety, right? To make sure it's roadworthy, to be on our roads, all right? That you're traveling with other vehicles. Do they meet crash protections in regards to other vehicles? These are things that, we have to make sure that's very clear before we start putting any type of vehicle on our roadways. And I think that is why I oppose the agency opposes this, because anybody today can put a composite vehicle together, with all due respect. I mean, you could do a 3D printer and come up with a vehicle. Does that mean it's roadworthy? No, not in my book. And could it cause safety consequences, not only for that driver, but other people too? So I think if we're going to go down that path, there has to be some clear legislation or clear parameters to make sure that anything that travels on our roadways is up to have the most safety precautions in place before it hits our roads.
Appreciate that. And now I will turn it over to my co-chair.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Thank you, Commissioner, for your time today. Again, my voice is not there, so I'm going to be quick. We can cover some of the stuff
Sure.
offline later. I do appreciate the effort the agency is undertaking to define some of these vehicles that we're seeing on the roadways, like your approach towards composite vehicles, gray market vehicles, salvage vehicles, an attempt to get at emerging issues that we're confronting in the state with this type of cars. And I do appreciate that you're trying to bring them all under the umbrella for inspection purposes, ensuring their compliance with Connecticut statutes generally for normally manufactured cars. I think it's the right approach to take at this time. I know my members struggle with this. They get questions from their constituents with respect to kit cars and composite
Sure.
vehicles. And I think the approach that you're trying to take to bring these under the umbrella of Department of Motor Vehicles is the right approach. You and I may disagree on how we handle low speed vehicles, and I'll take your counsel on that. I do think there's a place in Connecticut for low speed vehicles or remarkably more efficient vehicles. And I think a lot of daily trips can be accomplished with them. And if we limit their use and application on some of our roadways, it may be appropriate. So I think there's a good conversation that we can have there about their role in Connecticut. But I do admire the approach that you're taking with respect to composite vehicles, gray market vehicles, and salvage vehicles. To your testimony with respect to drive-only licenses, could you kind of paint a picture of what the license looks like? I mean, everyone at this table and probably most people in this room have a traditional Connecticut license. They might not know what a Connecticut drive-only license looks like. And they might not understand the very visible differentiation that happens between these two licenses and the uncomfortable spot it may put some of our residents who are forced to produce a drive-only license. Could you just describe some of the
Sure.
physical attributes of these two licenses and why it is so different and why you're recommending and strongly favoring this change?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Lamar, and I'm hoping you feel better. And again, my prayers and thoughts are with you and your family right now. Representative Lamar, I think when we first started this drive-only program, there were some concerns, obviously, right? And we can hear those concerns and we can have a healthy debate, which this committee, I'm sure, will have. When it comes to voting, maybe, when it comes to whatever it may be. But the reality is a license is a driving credential. To vote, you don't even need a license. All right. And I think we have to understand that. All right. And what I find that when you mark a license to say that someone that may be undocumented with a DNO, already that person is behind the 8 ball. All right. Whether they get pulled over, whether they're looked at differently, whatever it is. We are better than that, Representative. All right. And I think everyone in this room knows that. We do good things for people in our state of Connecticut. But what's sad to me is that because I may come from a different country under circumstances that no one has walked in my shoes, and then to categorize me with a DNO is unfair. And then to drive under the worry that if I go to the state of Florida and because I have a DNO, I could lose my family, all right? And there's no time to even talk about it in the state of Florida. It's almost right then and there, you're done. 19 states have gone away from that. We are better than that. We need to move with the times. And again, there's always going to be a few incidents where something happens, whatever it may be, but why would we not do what's right for the people that are doing right things? And that's something to me that's why I strongly believe in this. The time has come. It's just going to look like a regular license. All right. It's not going to be the real ID. It's not for federal purposes. It's just a regular license. But when Roland Lamar is driving and should get pulled over, at least in my eyes, that he's treated the same way as anyone else would. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I think we were all very proud when we enacted one of the first in the country licenses that ensured that every member of our community who met the credentials necessary to drive on our roads was given that opportunity, could purchase insurance, made everyone safer, made it like insurance rates go down because of it. I think it was a bold statement that we made at that point in time. But clearly, it's in need of some reform. Like I don't think anyone envisioned it being operationalized against those very same members of our Connecticut community in other states. And so I think this is the right path forward, and I appreciate your leadership on it, both then and now.
Well, thank you, thank you, Representative Lamar. I was going to call you by the first name because I know you personally, but again, Representative, and to this committee that does such great work, and I mean that sincerely because I was in your shoes and now I'm standing back, and the support that you've given this agency and what we've done over the years is because of all of you. And I'm saying that when we did this legislation, people were driving without licenses. They were scared. Accidents were occurring. There was no insurance. We heard testimonies, many. I think it was, I think Representative O'Day was with me at the time that we were in here almost like till I think it was 8 or 9 o'clock at night, starting at 10 a.m. or whatever it was during the public hearing. Next morning, I'm glad you know that, Representative O'Day. I'm glad you're on the ball here. That's good. But again, this is what it's all about. Do you know what I'm saying? And 19 states have moved away from this. And I want to be clear to this committee, this very important committee here, is that this is a driving credential. That's all it is. It's not used for anything else. If somebody wants to finagle the system to try to vote, they're not going to use their license. They could do it in other ways. And if someone does want to vote, there's ways of doing it, which I'm not the expert in that. I'm sure the Secretary of State can add more knowledge than I can, but obviously provide 2 sources of mail, whatever it is, and that's how it's done. This is just making sure that people are treated fairly. We are the state of Connecticut. We do great things, and the time is now to make sure that we rearrange this license for our constituents.
Thank you again. And on behalf of so many members of my caucus, and I think the General Assembly as a whole, we again commend your leadership, the work and time that your staff puts into improving constituent services across the state of Connecticut. We often talk about how it wasn't that long ago that the #1 concern legislators would receive is problems with the DMV. And again, I think the 4th year in a row, I get to tell you and the former commissioner, we don't hear those complaints nearly as frequently anymore. Customer satisfaction, as you know, is way up with the Department of Motor Vehicles. Your movement and embracement of technology and moving things online has been terrific. There's some hiccups occasionally. I experienced one myself. But generally, the overall perception of the Department of Motor Vehicles, and therefore the #1 way that people interact with the state of Connecticut, has greatly improved under your leadership and your predecessor's leadership, and you are to be commended. And I want to commend your staff for the advancements and changes and challenges that they've embraced as employees of the state of Connecticut. It really has made a dramatic improvement in the quality of life for Connecticut residents. So thank you again.
And thank you for those kind words, Representative Lamar. And again, and I mean this sincerely, I want to thank this agency for your support, the governor for his support. We have moved this agency by leaps and bounds. Over 1 million transactions we have done online. We are now providing a mobile unit that goes out to senior centers, to libraries, to help seniors get their IDs. Rather than them coming to us, we're going out to them. We are thinking outside the box. We have an extraordinary team. We have an extraordinary leadership team. These are things that we're doing to make sure that we are not stagnant, not now and in the future, to provide customer service to get that person up and rolling. That is what our job is. And I take that very seriously. And so does our employees and our leadership team. And working together with this committee and the governor's office and appropriations, we will do that. And we are doing that.
We will go next, I see, to our Senate Vice Chair, has his hand raised, Senator Lopes, and then we will go to the Senate Ranking Member, Senator Wong.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner.
How are you, Senator?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks. Thanks. I just wanted to briefly talk about some of the things you said about vehicle weight, and especially, how the public generally misconstrues how gross vehicle weight is expressed on how it affects the roads. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to go on a couple assumptions here that, in general, over the last decade or two, vehicles have become heavier and heavier across the board, regardless of whether they're electric or not. That's generally correct.
We have definitely, there's special permits, as you know, Senator Lopes, that you can apply for trucks to have additional weight put onto your trucks. Sure. Yeah, I would say it's absolutely.
Yeah. It's my experience, and it's a culmination of a lot of different factors. A lot of them are safety factors put into vehicles these days. The average sedan, although we have the images in our head from the 60s and 70s of these monstrous sedans that were heavy, the current sedans that are smaller are just as heavy, and they're growing in weight every year. And when I want to talk mostly about gross vehicle weight, and I think what confuses a lot of people is a lot of these new vehicles, SUVs, let's say like the Cadillac Escalade, the Suburban, et cetera, they're getting really close to the weight levels of what we would call our quasi-commercial trucks, your F-250s, your F-350s. And that's where we are.
Oh,
Senator Lopes, we will come back to you. It seems you have frozen. Senator Wong. Unless Commissioner, you think you could discern what Senator Lopes was getting at, but I think we'll come back to him
Yeah.
so he can finish his thought and move on to Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a new version of Frozen, I guess. Thank you, Commissioner. It is important for all of us to acknowledge your leadership and your accessibility. And it shows that your experience as the former chair of this committee and as a legislator has been invaluable in developing the relationship and the responsiveness that you have given to all of us. This goes not only to you, but to your entire staff, your government affairs, your deputy commissioners. They deserve tremendous credit for always being accessible and responsive. I think what's important is to also acknowledge that you have transitioned the experience of visiting DMV from a positive one to one that people used to just dread. It's a continual work in progress, and I compliment you for that aspiration. Specific to the department bill, you talk about section 1 and 2 about streamlining and creating efficiencies related to title registration from third party. Can you talk a little bit about what that entails?
in regards to what section? I'm sorry.
Section 1 and 2 that would kind of enhance application requirements for third parties in regards to title and registration transactions.
Yes. Thank you, Senator, and good to see you, even though it's on Zoom there. Yeah, these are just third parties. As many of you may remember, during COVID, our buildings were shut down and so forth, and we had third parties called ex-licensing groups that were able to register vehicles and so forth. And that's what we're doing today. This is something that we're going to be looking at language to try to streamline that and open it back up so we can allow other individuals with companies to make sure that they're bonded and so forth, to allow some type of registration or license, not licenses, but license plates to be distributed.
And that's obviously taken a lot of pressure off of the appointments and wait time of the consumer that visit your department. How much in regards to volume have you seen that has occurred from third-party dealers to be able to do this electronically, that saves time and effort and convenience for consumers that do need the appointments to go to the DMV?
Thank you for that question, Senator. I don't know how much in regards to numbers, Senator, but I will say this, that they played a huge role during COVID, as you know, to make sure that people needed to get their cars registered, to get their cars on the road, to travel to work, and to make sure that they could provide for their families. And after COVID hit, we went to the online system, which many appointments through the whole new appointment system. But we also learned that maybe still having this can rely on individuals rather than coming to the DMV to do their transactions in a fairly quick way, in a more convenient way.
And I guess my question leading to it, there's another bill on this public hearing in regards to automobile dealer conveyance fees. Obviously, that's a big part in regards to what we're looking at legislatively. And a part of that conveyance is these kind of commercial registration. What if dealers decide, with the capping and restriction in regards to conveyance fees, decide not to do this and redistribute that responsibility to the consumer? How much would that impact your increased volume and increased kind of work for your department if dealers decide not to do this from a licensing fee for their consumers as part of that conveyance package?
Sure, sure. And thank you again for that question, Senator. I think obviously it would have an impact, right? I mean, most people, with all due respect, even though we have changed, will try to avoid coming to DMV if they don't have to. So when they get a vehicle, they buy a new vehicle or buy a used vehicle, if they can get their transactions done at that dealership, it's just another way of providing quick service, not to come into a DMV and rolling off that lot with a new vehicle or a used vehicle. Would there be an impact? Probably. Do I know what that impact would be? I would have to research that out for you, Senator.
Thank you. I know we had the conveyance discussions in years past, and I do believe your department did offer some perspective in regards to increased volume and impact on your ability in DMV to serve their consumers. So thank you on that DMV bill. The other bill that I have has a question is you offer some commentary in regards to low speed vehicles. And I think one of the most important things, as all of us talked about in the beginning of this hearing, is road safety and ensuring the safety of not only the operator of these low speed vehicles, but also consumers. Can you offer from a DMV perspective your concerns via your testimony in regards to safety concerns and also some of the requirements, how they may differ from the requirements of operating a traditional vehicle?
Well, and thank you for that question. I think I tried to answer a little bit before with Representative Lamar, Senator, but let me say this, that safety has always been a concern of the Department of Motor Vehicles, just like it's a concern with this committee. And anything that's put on our roadways, we just have to make sure that it's conducive to those roadways and to the people that are in those vehicles. So again, there might be certain circumstances where low-speed vehicles, whether it's a beach community, whether it's something that doesn't go on a roadway more than 25 miles per hour, say, or 20 miles per hour. But these are all things we have to look at to make sure that, you know, we don't push the envelope so far that, you know, we cause ourselves more problems.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I did want to, I did hear that feedback to Chairman Lamar's questions, but I felt it was important to kind of reiterate. It's not an opposition to these low speed, because there's some really passionate advocates of it. But I think pursuing it legislatively is truly to look at safety of the passenger and the people out on the road. That's a consideration. I'll pivot to the last question I have, and thanks for the indulgence of the chair, is the House Bill 5057, the standardized drive only licenses. You're going to hear a lot of pushback in regards to different uses for it that may not be appropriate. You're going to hear about voter integrity and et cetera. I think you've answered it earlier. But couldn't you offer to me why this was necessary to begin with? I think we were part of the legislative debate in making, as Chairman Lamar talked about, first in the country. Can you kind of remind people why it was necessary to have such a licensure being implemented? Because I don't think people remember why it was necessary.
Sure. Thank you for that, Senator. And you bring up a very good point that this was all brought up because of back, I think it was in 2000, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say back in 2013, maybe it was, that when we did this, was that we had a public hearing as you remember, Senator, and many of these people on this committee remember, and the overwhelming support and the problems that our undocumented individuals have of getting from place to place because they were scared to drive and they were going to get pulled over, and whatever reasons may be, that they would never get insurance because of they felt as though they were undocumented and targeted. And we felt as though as a committee at that time that we would allow this drive-only license for undocumented individuals. We were one of the first, as you know, in the United States to do it. And today we're one of 20 basically that are out there doing this. And so we've come a long way. Our neighboring states all have it. New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, they all have it. It looks like a regular credential. Doesn't distinguish anything, any signs to show that they're undocumented or whatever it may be. And I think we're just moving with the times here.
And I think it's important to note, the reason I bring up the history of it is this licensure for undocumented has been in practice for over, I say 10 years. And I remember that debate distinctly, and a lot of the concerns and worries about abuse and potential bad intentions that could be have not realized. Would that be fair to say?
Absolutely, Senator. I couldn't agree with you more. It was something new. They talked about it. And there were some concerns. And as you've seen over the last, 10, 11 years now, really, there has been really none that I could think of that I could say that would want us to prohibit for not doing something like this.
Thank you. And I think that's important because we need to look at the facts. But would you be opposed to be able to put in some degree of a demarcation that that kind of reassures people that have concerns in regards to election concerns? I know, as you stated, that in the state of Connecticut, photo identification is not required. But I also know that in practice, many of our hardworking volunteers and election monitors do ask for a photo ID and to flash it to allow voting access. Is there a possibility of a compromise to be able to put in a demarcation that says this is not eligible to be used for voting? Any thoughts in relation to that?
Yeah.
That could appease some of the concerns in regards to opponents of this bill?
Senator, listen, this is the legislature. There's always, I think there's always talks, there's always compromises, there's always, debates on whether we should do A, B, or C. So that's on your side, not on my side anymore. But I will say this. I don't believe we need that. I really don't. I feel strongly that if somebody wants to try to manipulate the system, all right, they're going to do it in ways, not because they have a drive-only license. I don't see that, Senator, and I really truly believe that. I think, again, there's always going to be individuals that may want to try to do the wrong thing. But for the thousands that do the right thing, we should be doing the right thing.
I thank you for that commentary, and I do agree with you, Commissioner. As a legislator and as a commissioner, I think you've seen the gauntlet, and I do believe that if people with ill intent and malfeasance wants to bypass all the election safeguards, they're going to do it, and you're going to be violating the law and violating the public confidence in that. But what you're sharing is from a track record of past efforts in regards to licensure that had a purpose in regards to gaining opportunities and treatment, fair treatment, that we have not seen the malfeasance that have been purported. And you reiterated that this is another move forward to be able to give people opportunity and at the same time protect against malfeasance, because if people are going to do ill, this is not going to be something that's going to stop them or not stop them. So I want to thank you for that answer, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the allowance. And I'll close by saying this. I remember distinctly your leadership in regard to school buses and safety belts. And I remember the compromise that you reached to ensure safety of students on buses. And I'd be remiss in not giving a shout out to the former House Ranking Member David Scribner, who was instrumental in that effort as well. And it really shows, just as we continue to this day in the Transportation Committee, that it isn't about Democrat, Republican. It's about doing the right thing for the people that we represent. So again, Commissioner, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your tremendous leadership. And again, thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence and the time you gave me.
Thank you, Senator, for those nice words.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And I would just add, Commissioner, if you would just maybe outline, most people get the federal license, the little gold star. Folks in the undocumented category wouldn't necessarily have that gold star and would not, I believe we're eligible as citizens for automatic voter registration. Could you clarify that this license, even though we're removing that sort of red print at the top of the license would not qualify for automatic voter registration. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we'll go to Representative Carney, followed by Representative O'Day.
Good morning, Commissioner. It's always great to see you here. We had some good times on this committee together, and I'm certainly very honored to have you here and proud of everything you've accomplished post legislature. My only question is, when somebody goes to apply for a drive-only license, is there any I know we have the motor voter program. Is there any question asked about registering to vote to those individuals?
No, there's not.
Okay. Is there any, because one of the things that I guess kind of frustrated me the last time I was at the DMV was I was asked, and I said, no, I don't, I'm already registered. I don't need to change my party. And I was asked to sign an affidavit basically saying that I was asked and I said no.
Mhm.
So are folks who go to apply for drive-only licenses required to sign anything like that?
No, they are not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Good to see you.
Thank you, Representative Carney. And next time you're asked if you want to change your party, you're welcome. Also, I see Representative O'Day has some questions, followed by Representative Zawistowski.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Good to see you, Thomas.
It's always as you've got actually all the ranking members here since good Representative Scribner was here. And I was proud to be the ranking member when you were chair. You always handled this committee on a bipartisan basis and truly made me proud to be a representative with you. A couple things, and I want to echo also the comments. DMV now is the pride of the Connecticut agencies. And I think obviously the key to that is you. Your leadership has been amazing. You've gotten the employees to buy into customer service. As a private person from the private sector, you get it. And you've really changed the attitude at DMV. And for that, we are very thankful, Commissioner Guerrero. And my understanding is you have more in-person employees actually there than most other agencies. Isn't that true?
Well, thank you. First, let me just say thank you for those questions, Representative O'Day. And let me just, before I go into that, answering that question, I'm very proud of our employees. I'm very proud of our leadership team. Trust me when I tell you this, Representative O'Day, this cannot be done without all of them. And they really, really work hard, folks. It's amazing. It really is. And I say that because I really want people to understand what these people have gone through. And if I could do anything, I wish at that time, Representative O'Day, that maybe like somebody like yourself and myself, who was chair at the time, really walked through the process of DMV. But I want you all to imagine, right, going into work and seeing a line starting at the door, going in the parking lot, and it's 7:30, and it starts at 7:45, and already you've got hundreds of people waiting at the door. And then it's 4:30, and there's still hundreds of people. And you have to go take care of your children. You're going to miss a soccer game. You got elderly parents to take care of. You're not leaving at 6, 7 o'clock. Those people went through a lot. All right. And that's why I'm so proud of this team to what we've done, because we not only made our constituents happier, but we made our employees happier. Smiles on their face, the way they deal with the public is night and day. They're not, when they come in, it's like, good morning, great to see you. How's everything going? Not like already being overwhelmed by seeing that hundreds of people out there. So kudos to my team. It really is. And to all the employees at DMV. The question in regards to telework, I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, telecommuting,
We,
being in
we-
person.
We have people that do telework, but obviously we're a different agency, as you know, we're front facing, right? And all of them, all the branches are in. They're in every day. They're dealing with their customers. And our back office, I would say that for the most part, many of them are in. We do have some, telework with IT and some other divisions, but probably maybe not as much as other agencies.
Look, as somebody who believes we need to get our employees, state employees back as much as possible, and off Zoom and in face-to-face, I think we need to do that. And I do appreciate the fact that when I go to DMV, there's a live person there taking care of my issues and my concerns. So and again, the way you've handled it, the DMV has been phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick on, I don't know if you testified about the conveyance fees, 5203. That it can be up to 1% of the conveyance fee can be up to 1%.
Yeah, we have no position on that, Representative.
Okay, I would just say, I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. The conveyance fee should be the same or similar throughout the state. I think more of a registration type idea rather than up to 1%, because then if you can charge 1%, they will. And I think you're going to see increase in fees if you allow that. But I'll move on. I just want to set the record straight on the drive-only licenses. I vehemently disagree, with all due respect, to the idea that this drive-only license, the purpose of it was to make sure that our undocumented, and some call illegal, immigrants get insurance. And my understanding is, and I negotiated this, as you recall, this was a debate that went on to the next morning. And the leadership, we agreed to end the debate as long as there was a compromise. And the compromise was that this license could not be used for voter identification, and that had to be made clear on the back. And it had to be clear that it was a DO drive-only license. And I actually had, and not available for federal ID. Now, my wife, I have a STAR, which allows me to utilize this for getting onto a plane, federal ID. My wife did not go through the process of bringing in a passport. And so her license says right on it, not allowed to be used for, let me get the exact phrase. It says,
She can still use it, I think, Representative.
not for federal identification.
Yeah.
So I guess in the negotiations, the purpose was to allow them to the illegal undocumented to get insurance. And one of the deals in the compromise was to have that printed on the back, not available for voter identification, and to make it clear DO only. Now, and the compromise was made because we all wanted undocumented illegal immigrants to have insurance. We've been asking, and by we, I know Senator Sampson and a number of us in the House and the Senate have been asking for any studies on the number of DO individuals that got the DO license who actually got insurance and the decrease in insurance rates. We have yet to hear any study on that. Are you aware of any study that has documented the fact that the undocumented have increased their rate of insurance purchasing and the amount of people getting in accidents without insurance has decreased? Are you aware of any of that?
No, I am not.
And
And I haven't seen any of the documentation or any reports, Representative O'Day.
so we don't even know if this was supposed to be, the DO license was supposed to be kind of a, let's get it out there. Let's see if it works. And we still don't know if it actually has worked to get more people buying insurance. So I do a lot of motor vehicle accident defense work. And so everybody in this room has to have, with insurance, you have to have UM or UIM coverage. So in other words, if you get hit with somebody who doesn't have insurance, your insurance will cover you because you've got UM uninsured or underinsured coverage. And I'm still seeing a lot of UM, UIM cases where people are driving around without insurance. And, you know, this was back, I was there, I negotiated it. There was vigorous debate on this and we compromised, but the understanding that the promise was we would have not available for voter ID, DO on the front and not federal ID, and that we would do a study on proving that the license worked. More people got insured, and we haven't done that. The other thing I would want to point out, Commissioner, I just want to be clear, back in November of 2019, there was a massive fraud problem with the Connecticut drive-only licenses. And there was 87, there was a concern that there was somewhere between 30,000 and 9,000, wide spectrum, of fraudulent DO licenses. And this is an NBC article, Connecticut NBC, dated November 14, 2019, about the concern. The agency thought in an internal memo that as many as 30,000 people could be utilizing a fraudulent DO license. And you were quoted as saying that it's a potentially serious problem, but you didn't think it could be 30 to, but hopefully it's only around 9. It could be down to 1,000. There were 87 people as a result of the investigation from DMV that got caught utilizing false addresses. So I guess my question is, what's the latest statistics you have on, and how many people are investigating for these fraudulent addresses? If you know, and if you don't,
No.
I understand if you don't, but I don't mean to blindside you here, but I'm just
No.
wondering, this is a serious problem and it needs to be addressed. And I'm wondering if you still agree that it's a serious problem, like you said in 2019, and what, if anything, has been done to catch those people utilizing fraudulent addresses?
Thank you for those questions, Representative Day. And I do remember back when you negotiated, like any other bill, as we all know, to get a bill passed, sometimes you have to make concessions, right? And those concessions were to make this happen. I believe it was, let's put the DNO on it so we can get these people licensed and insured and get them on a roadway to a path where they get jobs, be part of the public, be part of our state, and to do the right thing. When you talk about that issue, that NBC report, that report, if I remember correctly, Representative Day, was that you had fraudulent schools basically threatening people who are undocumented, saying if you don't come through our school, whatever it is, that we would report you. That's what that was. And what I'm saying, I guess what I'm saying is that this is what I'm talking about. You take a certain individual or individuals because they're vulnerable and you try to capitalize on something that hurts them. That's what that was about. And I did speak on that. And that's what's happening here, Representative Day. Listen, Thomas, or Representative Day, I apologize.
It's
is
okay.
that
You-
You and I go way back.
Yes.
All right. And we've always had healthy debates and we talk about things. I want you to imagine yourself. All right. Understanding that you're coming to a country here, whether to try to get out of something that's so bad that you want to try to make a better life for your family or for your kids. And then you come here and then you try to get a license and they mark a DO, and everywhere you go, they look at you differently. You go to Florida and they pull you over from Governor DeSantis that because you have a DO, get off of our roadways. And if you don't get off, we're going to arrest you with your family, with your kids, whatever it is. That is not right. That is not right, Representative. And we are better than that. And that is why we're doing this. It's about leveling the playing field. I get that you're going to have those one-offs. And I really do, Thomas. I appreciate what we're talking about and really understanding to get the whole picture here. But what we're doing here is to making sure that we don't penalize people who are trying to do the right thing.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner. And you know, there's an Uber driver quoted in here who was undocumented, and Luis Ramirez in the article. So I'm not trying to out him, and I'm happy to help that person.
Sure.
He's trying to do the right thing. He's getting a job, driving Uber, and he used his true address. Okay, the people who are using fraudulent addresses and they're only facing a $175 fine if they try and renew, they should be arrested. If you try and perpetrate fraud in our state to obtain a DO license, you should be arrested. And so
And Representative Day, and not to cut you off, but I don't disagree with you. But I guess what I'm saying is that it's like me coming from a different country coming here, and I get approached from a driving school that says, you will never get a license unless you come through me, and we will use these certain areas as your address. You're stuck behind 8 ball. You don't know what to do.
well, in that scenario, that's a different scenario. The
Okay.
scenario I'm talking about is what was reported, that there are concerns that could be anywhere from 1,000 to 30,000 fraudulent DO obtained by people utilizing a fake address or a commercial address. That's wrong, and we need to address that. And I don't understand, we had negotiated after hours of debate that, yes, you can vote without your license,
Yes.
okay? But it makes it a lot easier to vote when you put your license. They said, every time I voted, I hand them my license that has my address on it, and they cross off my name. They look at the picture, they cross off my name and address across the way. So this makes it much easier to vote. When it has DO on it, the registrars know this can't be used to vote. Okay? So you can use a bill, you can use something else, you can use,
Yes.
and you can commit fraud that way.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't be enabling voter fraud by making it easier to vote with this.
And
The negotiation after hours of debate, and I guarantee you, if this bill comes like this on the floor, it'll be days of debate, because we need to have faith in our voting system. We need to know that my vote matters and it's not to be canceled out by someone who's not supposed to be voting. And
understood.
so I don't know the compromise yet. I'm pretty good at compromising, but I'm very angry about the idea that we spent hours, dozens of hours debating this. And the part of the agreement was it can't be used for voting. And now we're taking that off online. I can't remember the line. It's lines 93 to 97 of proposed bill 5057. And I'm outraged at that idea. And I want to know before we debate this again, I want to know how many people have been revoked for the fraudulent DO license since this 2019 article. There was 87 that had to pay a $175 fine. I want to know why they weren't arrested. And I want to know how many have been revoked since then. And I want to know the percentage of people that have proof of insurance. My understanding is in order to renew your license or renew your registration, you have to have proof of insurance
Yes.
for a vehicle. So there's got to be a way that we can confirm that this worked, that the DO license worked, and I want it to work. Okay, I really do. I helped fix it the next. We rushed it through and we utilized wrong language in the bill, and we fixed it later on. So I want it to work. I want people that are undocumented here illegally to be able to have a DO license. I don't want them to be able to obtain it fraudulently, and I don't want them to be able to use it for voting. And those two things I'm adamant about, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So
Understood.
I know I get heated. I got a little heated here today because I'm angry because I spent a lot of time on this and this compromise. And the fact that we're trying to rip this out now, it seems disingenuous to me. And I want to make sure we fix it
No,
the right way.
and Representative O'Day, again, you never get heated with me. Let's put it that way. Because,
No.
I mean, you and I go way back and we can have a healthy discussion. Again, when you talk about this is a driving credential. And I understand your concerns about going into a register of voters. But that name shouldn't be on that list if they show them that license. That name should not be on that list. That's what I'm saying here. So if it's, how did that name get on the list?
I
That's
get
what-
it.
So again, I just want to be clear, again, that you have some concerns and obviously you voiced them, and those are things that maybe we should look at or have the committee
The
through.
problem is same-day registration. All of a sudden, they utilize, we know that they can't utilize this for same-day registration now on a DO because it says can't be used for voting. But if you get rid of that, can it be used for same-day registration?
Same-day registration, you don't have to have the license. You give them 2 pieces of mail.
I know, but is the license a valid proof of residency?
It's, if you're trying to finagle the system, you will try every which way possible to do that. And I understand that.
And I want
The
to know,
issue is that, again, when you go into the register and you're showing them your license, if that name's on there, there's something wrong, correct?
correct.
And if you go in there same day, I'm obviously, if I'm undocumented, why would I show them my license? I give them 2 pieces of mail.
Well, listen, you and I, we have the utmost respect for one another. I don't want to make it easier for criminals and those perpetrating fraud. And what I read on lines 92 to 90 or 93 to 97, we are doing that. And I want to know that we're prosecuting these
Understood.
people that are committing fraud on our systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you.
Always
Commissioner.
good talking to you.
Always good seeing you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, Representative O'Day. Just for point of clarification, you referenced the 2019 article. That was not a case of rampant rampant fraud that was being undertaken by people who had a DNO license. That was fraud being perpetrated by a driving school, and they were victimizing thousands of people in the state of Connecticut. That was a one-way situation. It was not individuals trying to defraud the state of Connecticut. They were being defrauded.
That's
Point
not
of
what the article says,
clarification.
Mr. Chair.
And the second clarification, it may not have been in that article, but that is the underlying facts that have been brought to bear since then. The second thing, driver's license cannot be used as a means to register to vote or as a way to vote at the polls. And so I just want to clarify those two issues. We'll have a robust conversation on the floor of the House. In just a few months, we can clarify all of this in greater detail at that point in time. And with that, we'll move on to Representative Zawistowski to be followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Mr. Commissioner.
Nice to see you, Representative.
I will not be asking you the same questions as I asked you in the Appropriations Subcommittee last week.
Oh, that's right.
I'm taking a little different tact. I was looking at SB 184 and was looking at some of the written testimony that had been submitted for us to review. And I just wanted to verify something with you. The testimony that I looked at said that rental vehicles are not registered in the state of Connecticut. And I know this is not true because I live near Bradley Airport and I see the rental cars all the time. And yes, there may be a few that are registered out of state, but the vast majority seem to be registered in Connecticut. Can you tell me about how many rental cars might be registered in the state of Connecticut? That's a tough number to get off the top
Yeah.
of your head, but could you, just
What-
fill me in a little bit on that?
Yeah, what I could do, Representative, can research that number and get it over to you ASAP.
I do appreciate that. And also, I mean, if you are registered in the state of Connecticut, you are paying property taxes on those cars.
You
Is that-
should be.
Yes, And I just wanted to clarify that while you are here, that, you know, they are supposed to be registering in the state of Connecticut, and I would be really interested to find out what that number is.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And Commissioner, if you wouldn't mind sharing that information with the clerk so that leadership of the committee can sort of disseminate out to the group. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. I just want to clarify, I just want to know. So you mentioned that your staff, they're very happy and that things are going extremely well. The attitude is outstanding. Does it have anything to do with the cannolis that you bring to the office?
Oh, good to see you, Senator. Always good to see you. You know, there's a donut station down the street now, that tends to make people happy. How's that?
You always made our last day of public hearings or committee
That's
JF
right.
and day very pleasurable with all the goodies you brought in.
Senator Martin, if you don't mind me interjecting, he's made it harder for me because I feel like I have to live up to that
Yeah,
every year.
true.
So I don't know.
Come
let's
on, you
not
can
give him
step it
too-
up.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, regarding the seatbelt issues,
Yeah.
so you mentioned the grant programs that the schools or school districts can apply to. How many have utilized that program?
I don't know. I have to find out, but I know that there was. I don't think to be quite honest with you, Senator, I think from what I understand, many of them did not utilize it.
That's my understanding too. And why do you think that is?
You know, I don't know if it's informational or if it's something that they just feel as though they don't feel it's valid to put seatbelts in, or it's more of an expense that doesn't offset the cost of the tax incentives. I don't know.
Yeah, my recollection is the cost to renovate or to, I don't know what the right term is here, but to accommodate this mandate. Were you aware that the school buses are one of the safest vehicles on our roads according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration?
Yes, they are one of,
Yeah, children are traveling on our school
Yep.
buses rather than traveling in cars, are 70 times more likely to get to school successfully. So it doesn't seem like the data that I've quickly looked up here, it doesn't seem like there are a lot of accidents that occur where the bus is less than 1%. Less than 1% or even half of 1%, right? So why do we want to mandate this too on our school districts?
well, this is I guess you'd have to talk to the proponent of the bill.
Okay, so do you have an opinion on this?
I'm
Whether or
sorry?
not we should be doing this?
I,
Do you have an opinion on whether or
again,
not
as
we
I
should be doing?
stated, Senator Martin, I'm personally, I'm passionate about safety. I'm passionate about any type of safety mechanism that we can apply is a good thing. I'm going off a lot of my notes back in the day when we talked about this. So I don't know what has occurred, but I also believe that there's some, the National Traffic Association also stated that there seems to be more school bus accidents over the years compared to previous years. So I don't know what those true numbers look like. But again, this is, when you talk about safety, you know, to me, anytime that you can help save someone's life or prevent a serious injury is always a good thing.
And that's why we allow marijuana to be okay to smoke in a car. And, you know, I just look at things like that we've passed here in the building, and we allow those that partake in that use of marijuana to not be held accountable to some extent. You know, I
Well,
just don't get some
yeah.
of this.
You know,
decision.
Senator, I hope they are held accountable. I
Well-
hope they're not going out there getting so.
I think you
Right.
understand the point. Can I go, let's go on to the weight of the vehicles, right?
Yep.
Increasing that. So what would be the process of changing that classification? I know that they want to do it statutorily here,
Hmm.
but is there federal guidelines that we would need to adhere to in
I'm
order
sure
for that
that's-
process to take place?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I'm sure that we would have to talk to our federal delegation and the Highway Administration and DOT in regards to how this would all work on interstates, intrastates, and local roadways.
So do we have that ability as a state to change that?
I think we have the ability, sure.
So
I
in
think-
other
I
words,
think-
we don't have to go through the federal process.
I don't know if we have to go through the federal process, but I think we have the ability of talking with our federal delegation in regards to moving forward with something like this and how we go about doing this.
So it's an additional 2,000 pounds to a vehicle. So what do you think the impact of that extra weight is on our roads?
It's hard to say, Senator. I mean, I would probably ask DOT that question in regards to the wear and tear of the roadways. I would think, Senator Martin, that we've come a long way in materials too, right? I think asphalts are made stronger. I think that concrete is made stronger. I think what we apply today compared to 10, 20 years ago are much stronger. So maybe there's some leadway to look at because of those. Have we moved with the times in regards to the weight of the vehicles?
So it's fair enough regarding asking DOT, fair enough. I just want to say that adding a 1,500 extra pounds to a vehicle, the data suggests that the road damage in itself, because of the extra weight, you would think maybe it only goes up, 25%, 50%. But just by if you increase it just by twice the weight, right? It's really to the power of 4 as such as, so you increase it by 2,000 pounds. It's a multiplier effect at that point. And the damage, it's almost like 16 times as much road damage as compared to the lighter vehicle. So it's really something that we should be looking at. I know our roads have been constructed to meet certain weight capacity,
Sure.
but we're starting to add on weight onto a vehicle, regardless if it's lightweight, medium weight, or heavy weight. There are significant impacts on our roads, and I look forward to the discussion with the DOT regarding this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Madam
Martin.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin. And just a point of clarification, the school safety belt proposal before us, it does not mandate school bus safety belts. It actually just reinstates a program to provide dollars. While many states do mandate that, including Arkansas and Texas and Florida, New York, many others do mandate safety belts. We are not, the proposal does not request that we do that here in the state of Connecticut. Any other questions, comments from the committee? Oh, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. And I'm really disappointed that I missed the cannolis, but maybe I need to make it over the DMV to try some.
Absolutely.
I have a question actually about the DMV bill. So in section 1, I know Senator Wong touched on this a little bit, but this is talking about the registering of vehicles. So I just want to understand this a little bit. When you talk about third parties,
Mhm.
does that, I guess what I'm seeing and, some of the feedback I'm getting from in my district is Norwalk and Darien, is that when people are buying vehicles, third party, and they're wanting to come in and register them, they're having some issues online getting appointments. And it's, sometimes weeks and months ahead. But now there is a third party apparently out of Stamford that is buying up or, putting in appointments and they're charging fees for it. So is that the third party you're talking about? And are there ways within this bill that you are trying to prevent that so that there are certain amount of appointments that are available to the general public on a regular basis? Because I know that that is one of the issues that my constituents are seeing.
Sure. Thank you for that question. We have noticed, obviously, there was a point that some of the appointments were taken up and there were some wait times on that. We have went, with all due respect, Representative, we came up with another appointment system that's more in line to real time. And the wait times have dropped drastically in regards to the appointments and so forth at DMV now. Adding another category for registration of X licenses is called in regards to a third party. What that does is just basically allows that person to go and try to register through a third party, which has the authorization from us that meets the bond requirements, that meets all the criteria that we allow that individual to have to register their vehicles. But when it comes to the appointments at DMV, right now we are pretty much on schedule. Things are rolling great with this new appointment system. And I'm happy to say that, it's been working great.
Okay, great. So is that something that's been put into place, like in the Norwalk DMV particular, within like the past year? Because I know this was an issue, I think during last session or last year.
Yeah,
So
the new
and I-
appointment, it's funny you say that. The new appointment did go into Norwalk.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
You got it.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions, comments? Representative O'Day for the second time.
Thank you. Just for the second time, just briefly, Commissioner, just on the drive only, I see that we also are changing it from 3 to 6 to 8 years. What was the policy reason for that, if you know?
When you say 3 to 6, I'm sorry,
So Governor's 5057 line 81 through 84. The essentially the license, any motor vehicle operator's license issued or renewed under this section shall expire. It's being changed from 3 to 6 is being eliminated and says within a period not exceeding 8 years after the date of
yeah,
issuance.
it's just, I think, okay, thank you for that. Now I know what you're talking about. It's just, it matches what we have with the regular license now, Representative O'Day.
Because as I recall, the reason why we had it 3 to 6 was to give flexibility, but we also recognized that drive only, we're hoping that they actually try to get their immigration status legal. The whole goal is to get the immigration status. And unfortunately, the federal government, again, fails us miserably, as they have at every turn, just about. And so the idea was people should not have a DO license forever. We wanted to change their immigration status. And so my understanding is there was a compromise that said 3 to 6 so that they would make an effort. But
Yeah.
I guess we can talk about it later, but I just have a concern as to why we're changing it from 3 to 6 to 8. And then my last question for you is the weight of the vehicles. My understanding is DOT comes up with that. It's not DMV that measures the damage that's done on the roadways by vehicles and their weights.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Senator Martin, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So I think the weight question should be really addressed to DOT. Isn't that fair to say?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you,
But-
Commissioner,
but-
again.
But Representative Day, we can talk anytime you want. You
Appreciate
know
it.
that.
Yep.
And I
Thank you.
think those people that have those undocumented licenses would love to be a citizen.
I
sooner than
agree.
later.
The feds have got to fix that too.
So
Thank you.
you got it. Thank you, Representative Day.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Commissioner, for your time here today, an hour and a half. Really appreciate that, and you taking all these questions related to DMV. And again, want to just echo the comments of my colleagues here today on what an outstanding job you've been doing as Commissioner of that agency together with your deputies and other leadership, as you mentioned. So thank you for that. And with that, we will move on. Thank you.
And I just want to say one last comment. I want to truly thank the chairs and all the members here, even Representative O'Day, believe it or not. Do you know what I'm saying? Because this is a great committee. It really is near and dear to my heart. You got great people here. and we're all trying to do what's best for the people of the state of Connecticut. And again, I thank you for always supporting the DMV and making sure that we can get our constituents in and out without complaints to all of you. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And next we will go to Representative Perillo.
Senator Cohen, Representative Marr, Representative Kennedy, Senator Wong watching. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the House Republican Caucus on Bill 5057, the issue we've been discussing regarding driver's license. And I don't want to say any of the things that have been said before. I'm going to do my best not to do that. I'm certainly not going to read the testimony. You have it in front of you. But I think it's worthy of a reminder of what we did when we first passed this bill. I was here, some of you were here, and there was a reason for it. There was a good reason. We wanted people to be able to get car insurance, and that was going to protect everybody, and in many ways it has. But as has been said, there was a concern, a very legitimate concern, that the driver's licenses would be used for purposes beyond driving. Largely a concern about their use for voting. And the compromise that was reached was for that purpose. And the licenses were designed to be different from one another to serve that purpose. But Commissioner Guerrera even said in his own testimony, and I'll read it, it's just going to look like a regular driver's license. So we can say all we want, that it's going to be different. It's going to have the star. It's not going to have the star. The commissioner said it's just going to look like a regular driver's license. Now, the commissioner also mentioned that if somebody really wants to vote illegally, there are other ways to do it. I would agree. But I don't think that's a reason why we should extend them a mechanism by which they can vote illegally more easily. Just because there are other ways to commit the crime doesn't mean we can create another. That's not what we're all about. We're about taking opportunities to do bad things away from those who intend to do bad things, not to make it easier. And I don't remember who said it. It may have been Representative O'Day. I don't remember, but I know that when I go in to vote, the first question I'm asked is, what's your address? The second question is, can I see your driver's license? And we can say all we want, that that's not required. That is what happens in 95% of the 169 towns here in Connecticut. When you go in to vote, that is what you are asked to present to the volunteer at the desk. And when that volunteer, by the way, who's not trained to differentiate one license from another, who's not necessarily looking for that little gold star, by the way, which, as Representative O'Day mentioned, isn't on everyone's driver's license. When that volunteer looks at that license and it looks exactly the same as an individual who is appropriately able to vote, when they're the same, how are we supposed to differentiate? Remember, the original intent here was to ensure that the licenses looked different so that individuals couldn't easily vote using a driving only license. That was the intent. It has worked, generally speaking, yet here we are eliminating that differentiation. That's the intent here today, is to eliminate that differentiation. Chairs, I would argue that that's not the direction in which we should be going. We should be doing our best to preserve the sanctity of our voting, to ensure that those who are voting properly are not disenfranchised by those who vote improperly. That's what we should be doing. That's what we could do, but that's not what's here before us today. That's unfortunate. But I did want to voice those concerns on behalf of the caucus. I am happy to entertain any questions should anyone have them.
Thank you, Representative Perillo, on behalf of the House Republican Caucus. We appreciate you coming here
Thank you.
today and sharing that with you. There are a few questions, so don't go away. I just want to make it a point. You indicated that you think at 99% of the polling locations across the state of Connecticut, one of the first things that happens is someone is asked for their driver's license. And you said you recognize that that is not a requirement. I would suggest it's not a requirement and it's not even appropriate. Again, the regulation in the state of Connecticut is you do not ask someone to produce a driver's license. They do not need to produce a driver's license under any circumstance. When you arrive at a polling location, the poll worker can request identification. If you don't have a identification even on you at that point in time, you can sign an affidavit saying, I am who I say I am. And you never have to have, there's several options available for identification purposes that don't include a license. So I appreciate you don't think we should make the change, and I understand the merits of that. I actually think we can have a real conversation about what the appropriate demarcation could and should be on this. But I just want to make it clear for purposes of voter ID, and then this conversation is becoming more about voter ID than it is about appropriate credentialing of our drivers, which is the most important thing that we were considering at this time back in 2013 originally. And that is becoming about voter ID. The voter ID laws are very clear that a license cannot be required at any point in time, nor is someone limited just to that for purposes of voter identification. So if we're going to talk about voter ID, I want to make sure the rules and regulations about that are correct, and hopefully we get back to the credentialization process of a license more than anything else. With that, Representative O'Day.
Well, actually, Representative, I appreciate your comments,
Sure.
and you make a very good point that this has become more about voter ID than about appropriate credentialing of somebody's drivers. Because right now, we are appropriately credentialing drivers with the system we already have in place. It's becoming about voter ID, sir, because indeed, we are changing the mechanism by which that appropriate credentialing is presented. That's why it's become about voter ID, because concern is that the ID is going to be misused as someone intends to vote. And sir, I appreciate that that volunteers aren't supposed to ask for the driver's license. I get that, but they do. Every November, they do across the state of Connecticut. So to suggest that if we make this change, it shouldn't be that big a deal because volunteers aren't supposed to ask for it, let's just be realistic. It's what happens. It's what happens. So I appreciate your comments, but let's just be honest.
And again, I'd highlight that a number of frauds would have had to taken place before that moment, right? But like if someone, like the voter ID is only produced when someone proves that they're on the voting rolls. They've somehow ended up on the voting rolls in the first place. Then they produce an ID that matches the voter roll. So there's a series of frauds that have to take place for this worst case scenario to evidence itself. And in that circumstance, it's not even the license or a drive-only license that would be utilized in that moment, right? It could be anything that has the person's picture or name on it. If you wanted to commit fraud, there are numerous easier ways to do so. Numerous number of ways to do so other than going through this process. And in that this process is just about credentializing our drivers. What we're actually doing by directives from governors in other states is jeopardizing Connecticut residents who've made it clear that if they see a Connecticut resident driver license that has a DNO demarcation, that they want Connecticut residents to be arrested in their states on the spot. Those are official declarations from governors of our other states that they want our residents to be arrested on the spot if they produce a Connecticut DNO license. I would suggest that we can talk about voter ID separately, but right now the state of Connecticut is officially credentializing and giving someone a piece of documentation that will be utilized against them in another state. And I think that process at least allows us to have a robust conversation about what our credential system could entail that does not jeopardize our residents. You and I can probably have a good conversation about voter ID laws. I know right now in an agency that this committee has oversight over, we are producing a credential that jeopardizes their livelihood, and jeopardizes whether or not they get arrested or not. And I think that is it's a pertinent conversation for us to be having. I think it's a robust conversation that we're probably going to have. It sounds like for a few hours, Representative O'Day has suggested, on the floor of the House, a few dozen hours. But I just want to make it clear that the purpose of this is to ensure that when a governor of one of our states suggests that Connecticut residents should be arrested on the spot if they produce a Connecticut issued piece of documentation, we should look at amending that. And that's just my feelings in response, because I think you and I have had great conversations over the years. And I'm certain we'll have another great one about this. And we can hopefully get to the heart and the matter here and maybe try to address numerous issues. But we're not, no one in this chamber, no one in this room wants to make it easier to commit voter ID fraud. I would suggest this doesn't make it easier to commit voter ID fraud, that there are 100 other ways if you want to defraud the public, which evidence suggests doesn't really happen. But when it does, you'd utilize 100 different ways before you got to this. But what is happening is governors of our surrounding states saying that Connecticut ID that your state issues, that's grounds for arrest. And I think that's what we want to get to. So with that.
No, thank you, sir. And I appreciate that. Just a couple comments. You stated that in order for someone's name to get on that voter rolls, that other previous frauds would have to take place. I would tend to agree with that. But I think really what is at focus here is same-day registration. I remember Representative O'Day mentioned that as well. When you come in with a license that looks like you can vote with it, and then you can register to vote with that license, that's a problem. That is a voter ID issue, and it does disenfranchise those who did vote properly. And I also recognize, sir, your point about wanting to protect our residents who go to other states. I get it. Totally understand that. But I think what we have here is a situation whereby we have now over-rotated. We recognize there may be an issue. I get it. But there are ways to fix that without creating another problem in our voter ID system, which I believe is what happens right here. Because let's be honest, voter fraud has been a little bit of an issue here in Connecticut. And we can say it's not that big of an issue, but if you listen or watch TV or see smoke signals, you know that it's a little bit of a problem. So,
fair enough. I would contend that none of it is related to driver's licenses, though. With that, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your testimony, Representative Perillo. It sounds to me like we're trying to make a Connecticut DO license like a passport, that you can do anything you want anywhere in the country. Is your recollection the purpose of the DO license was so that undocumented illegal people in Connecticut could get car insurance? Is that your recollection?
well, yeah, at the time, Representative, as you recall, there was a legitimate concern that individuals are driving around without a license, therefore couldn't get insurance. People were getting in accidents, and that was causing problems. And that was the intent. Now, in solving that problem, the legislature recognized that it didn't want to create another problem. And that other problem was the risk of improperly using those licenses to vote. So at the time, we did what seemed to make sense, and what I would argue still makes sense. We created a different looking license. And by most people's measure, that has worked. And as you know, what we intend to do, what is intended to be done in this legislation is reverse that. And while addressing a problem, in terms of what happens in other states, we create another.
And it was brought up that multiple frauds have to be perpetrated before someone can utilize. For example, I pointed out my wife has got a license that is not authorized as a federal identification, so she can't utilize that to get on a plane. But we're trying to make DO licenses look like anybody else's license. And so I guess my question to you is, did the DO license initial purpose of getting more uninsured motorists off the roadway, did that work? If you know.
Sir, I have not seen any evidence of that. That's not to say it didn't work or did work. I just don't believe we've been presented with that information.
And that's my understanding as well. Been asking for it for over a decade, and we don't know if it worked. Now, I know there was some discussion about how there were some unscrupulous companies, third-party companies, taking advantage of the undocumented and that was the fraud that was being referenced. But the article literally says there were 87 drive-only license holders whose credentials were revoked because of the utilization of phony residences. Are you aware of how many other cases of fraud there were in getting a DO licenses?
I mean, I recall that, from what, 2017, 2018. I think DMV of its own admission said, was it 9,000 instances? And let's be clear, those situations whereby a school was involved in creating those situations, we should deal with that school. We should deal with those schools in order to solve that issue. You don't change everything else in order to make that issue go away. And I think that's sort of what we're doing here as well.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming in this morning.
Thank you, Representative. I'm glad you didn't yell at me like you did at the commissioner event.
Well, to the extent the public took me as yelling at my good friend, Commissioner Guerrero, that was not certainly the intent or a meaning. I have the utmost respect for the good commissioner and think very highly of him, and he's done an amazing job. We just disagree on the lines 93 to 97 on the House Bill 5057, and hopefully we can resolve that dispute. Thank you very much for your testimony here, Representative.
Thank you, sir.
No worries, Representative O'Day. He's made it sure that he did not take it personally. Make sure he thinks that. That's what he's. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So as we're digging into this a little bit more, I'm seeming to I'm understanding a little bit about what is behind changing this license over from the look of the drive only like it is now. And some of it seems to stem to Florida, which, I'm looking at now, and it says that the out-of-state license class for individuals that do not have proof of legal residence in the U.S. are not valid in Florida. So I guess my question is to you, do you think that changing the look of a license for someone who is undocumented and doesn't have a legal presence in the U.S. changes the laws in Florida?
Well, I mean, I don't think I know. When we can't change the laws in Florida, the laws are the laws. So that individual, is still subject to the laws of the state of Florida.
So even if our license looks like every license in Connecticut, that people that are obtaining the license here, as much as we want it to be a valid license here and we want them to be able to drive and get insurance and get around and be a part of our community, it may not affect their status in Florida.
Well, I mean, actually kind of funny the way you phrase that, because, you're kind of right. Essentially what this bill intends to do is to create a license that looks a certain way such that residents can dupe the state of Florida. And if you think that's what we should do, that's one thing, but let's just be honest. We want to create a lookalike license so that individuals can get around the laws in Florida. Right?
That's what it looks like to me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll let that go. Questions? Senator Wong, thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot to check my Zoom. Senator Wong.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome, Representative Perillo. As a House member, I always enjoy listening to your debates. They're thoughtful, they're well-reasoned. Thank you for your testimony. As I asked the commissioner, we now have the STAR for, travel and certification. He did not oppose, and he said it was up to the legislature. Is there a opportunity to be able to put not for voting use as a maybe a block or something, or a little differentiation, so that our poll workers can differentiate? I'm not looking at really singling it out, but obviously, as we heard, the purpose of this streamlining is to create efficiency for driving, and reciprocity through various states that have adopted it. But I don't see anything preventing to be able to denote, like we put a star for travel, to be able to say a star not for voting purposes. I know that the good chair of this committee had articulated that it is not a requirement, and it is prohibited per se, but nevertheless, there are many volunteer poll workers that use that as a gateway of entry, a convenience. What do you say to that about being able to say, streamline the licenses, but also be able to put a demarcation, just like we do right now for a star to travel, that denotes it's not for voting purposes?
Yes, Senator. I mean, I think that's a good question. I mean, I don't work for, I mean, obviously I don't work for DMV, but I mean, I'm looking at my license here. There's plenty of room to say not for voting purposes. And you could put not for voting purposes on this driver's license and still address the concerns of the underlying bill that go to whether or not it should state whether the driver could just drive and or you know or not. I mean, again, I wasn't planning to answer that question, but looks like you could.
Well, the commissioner did articulate it is the legislative role to make that determination. So I think the key is it's important to note that we're not looking to isolate or differentiate, because we already do in our licensure that if you get a transportation or a real ID, you get a star on there. What we're looking to do in this proposal is to streamline efficiencies of this licensure presentation. I don't see a problem being able to say, put a mark on there to say not for voting purposes or not for ID purposes. It's a legislative fiat, and I don't know why people would oppose it. And if they do, I'd be curious to see the reason why. But I raise that because as part of the representation and being part of this conversation, maybe that's the compromise we have moving forward on this proposal. Just a thought.
Yes, Senator. I mean, I think that's a good point. I mean, if it would seem that everybody's willing to state that you ought not be able to vote with this license, so why not say it on the license, right? I think that's a very good point, Senator.
Thank you, and I look forward to your input and the House caucus's, Republican caucus's input as we move forward. But thank you very much for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Morin Bello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Returning to the comments that were made about Florida, I believe the law in Florida also refers to not for federal identification. So Rep. O'Day's wife is not able to drive in Florida either. If you don't have the star on your license, it doesn't seem that you're able to drive in Florida. So I don't believe removing the designation would in any way help people with trying to dupe Florida.
And was that a question?
I don't think
just,
so.
just a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. That was my reading of it as well. I pulled it up at the same time. Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question was, issue was brought up with the good senator's comment about, so my wife is probably going to be angry with me for bringing up the fact that she has a license that literally says not for federal identification. You know, one compromise might be that not for federal identification or for proof of voting privileges on all of them. Now, that would disenfranchise potentially some voters, which I'm not in favor of. I want to make it easier for legal residents who are allowed to vote. But if we want to put on, and to the good senator's comment, I'm going to read it again, line 93 to 97, the law already says the back of such license shall contain language indicating that it cannot be used for voting purposes. For any such license issued prior to July 1, 2016, the language required by this subsection shall be added upon renewal of such license. The reason that last sentence was added was because we didn't want to incur a huge cost to DMV for bringing in licenses and having to redo them. Imagine what the cost of DMV is, and I meant to ask this of the good commissioner, in order to get rid of this, we're gonna have to change it again. So there is going to be a cost associated with reversing the current law that requires the back that has plenty of room where it says it can't be used for voting purposes to be on there. So, I mean, look, there is a potential for compromise, I believe. But the compromise can't be that we don't have some distinguishing marks on the license. And we can't turn this into a passport allowing people to travel throughout the United States. This is for Connecticut, Connecticut people living legally or illegally to make sure they get insurance, and we don't even know if it's worked. So thank you again for your testimony, Representative Perillo. I don't know if you have anything else to add to my winded
I'm
comment.
here as long as you all want.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I think we've reached the point where we can say goodbye for the afternoon. I'm certain we're going to have numerous conversations about this. It's a short session. We're not going to get to the bottom of this today, but I do think we have enough time to figure out if there's room for compromises, if there's room for consideration, and if generally there's a way to ensure Connecticut residents are protected in every aspect. Thank you, Representative Perillo, for your time today.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Mr. Dillon. Can't wait to hear what deeply controversial thing you're hoping to talk to us about the airports today.
Tough act to follow. Chair Lamar, Ranking Member Kennedy, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Dillon. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Airport Authority. I'm here testifying in support of House Bill 5202, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Airport Authority. The CAA recently completed 10 years of managing the state's airports. In that time, we've had a lot of success. Within the past year alone, we've achieved a number of successes at Bradley. We brought in $30 million worth of private investment in hangar facilities. We've introduced new services, including Clear. We relaunched Aer Lingus service. We're launching 2 major capital improvement programs at the terminal building that will cost in excess of $250 million. And we were recognized by Condé Nast as a top 10 airport for the 7th consecutive year. We also received a 2-notch rating agency increase for our debt on our ground transportation facility. And while we work back to the pre-pandemic passenger numbers, we continue to regularly add new routes, particularly through Breeze Airlines, which was a nice addition to the airport. And we are certainly increasing the parking revenues by the increased passenger traffic at the airport. We've also had a strong track record at our general aviation airports. We brought in millions of private dollars in investment at those airports. And we continue to enhance the infrastructure and service development across the entire system. Collectively, the CAA airports generate about $4 billion in total economic output, including the support of over 25,000 jobs. Now, the specifics of our legislative proposals for this year center around safety. Our proposals seek to prepare our state for the future of aviation and evolve the safety apparatus that we've fostered in Connecticut. I've submitted written testimony, so I'm not going to get into a lot of detail this morning. Hopefully, you've had the opportunity to see that testimony, but I'll try to summarize some of the highlights of the bill. Vertiports are facilities that can accommodate operations from vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It's anticipated that these facilities will become more common across the country in the near future, as they allow for the movement of passengers and cargo between areas that are not currently served well by existing transportation modes. The bill would apply requirements to vertiports that are already in place for heliports in the state, as they're very similar facilities. The bill also takes advantage of recent FAA guidance that has provided states with more leeway to regulate certain unmanned aircraft-related activities. The bill would first incorporate unmanned aircraft into existing statutes, for example, to provide for investigation of significant accidents and to prohibit reckless operation. Additionally, the bill incorporates new safety-related provisions that have successfully been enacted in other states. These sections, including prohibiting the weaponization of unmanned aircraft and restricting operations near critical infrastructure facilities, are important safety initiatives that will help to protect the general public as unmanned aircraft use continues to grow. We have discussed these proposals with the FAA, and it's important to note that they do not interfere with federal preemption. The FAA is on board with the direction that we're taking here in Connecticut. The bill also prohibits intentionally projecting a laser on or at an aircraft or the flight path of an aircraft. Laser strikes are a significant problem across the country, and they can incapacitate pilots if they reach the cockpit. This section would help provide deterrence against this dangerous activity. And the final provision included in the bill was requested by some of our concessionaires at Bradley Airport. They want to simply shift, not expand, the window of alcohol sales at the airport to better align with the flight activity at the airport. Certainly want to thank the committee for raising this bill, and look forward to any questions that you have.
Thank you, Kevin, for your Mr. Dillon, for your testimony today. And I greatly appreciate your leadership at your time at the helm of CAA has been extraordinary. Net benefit for the state is pronounced. We've talked about this numerous times. Like, I can't imagine a single person better equipped to have led the CAA from its infancy to this moment. You rebounded in a stellar form from COVID. I remember being up in Windsor Locks a few years ago, right after, I think it was the summer of 2020. And you were looking at a huge investment that you've made in Ground Transportation Center, deployments down 98%. And we were all wondering how we'd get to a point where the economic and traveling public of Connecticut would feel confident in being back on planes, utilizing that multi-million-dollar transport center, and whether or not we were going to have a really big problem. You showed great confidence in your team at the time. You positioned the airport to recover well, adding new service providers, new routes. It's been extraordinary to watch, and I know it's been a difficult time for the airline industry, but you've done a fantastic job. And I want to say thank you again on behalf of the state of Connecticut for the work that you've done in a very, very challenging time. And again, thank you for your legislative submission. Again, year after year, you guys provide so many details. It's a great, I encourage everyone to look at the testimony that's been submitted to this committee. It's expansive. It touches on every one of their requests. There's some things we'll probably quibble with over the next few weeks and months, but it is certainly very thorough and explains every one of your suggestions in great detail. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon, for being here, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo some of the comments of Representative Lamar, and certainly I had the opportunity to visit Bradley, and it was pretty impressive. I was very impressed with all of you doing your work there and trying to get us back. I think you are back to almost pre-COVID numbers at this point.
Just about.
Yeah, so that's wonderful. It's good to know. And I also applaud your efforts for continued safety for all passengers that are using Bradley International Airport. So just want to thank you and tell you how impressed I am with all the work that you do there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. Senator Wong, to be followed by Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I'm on. There you go. Mr. Dillon, thank you for your testimony. And I would echo the good chairman's compliment in a well-run organization. And obviously from an aviation side, you've done a wonderful job. And I know with your experience, having come from the New York area Port Authority, which combine the transportation and outside of just airports, other transit, and it's not related to the bill, but I'd be very curious to get your take on the proposal by the governor in regards to the Port Authority merger into the Airport Authority and what that would entail. I think you've made some public comments in regards to the unique challenges of what you have to do on airport and air transportation versus maritime and the Port Authority. It's not related to the bill. I actually have another question related to the bill, but I'd be very curious in the area of cognizance for this committee, what your thoughts on the proposal.
We were asked by OPM and the governor's office to take a look at the potential synergies that could exist between the airports and the Port Authority. We certainly have worked with OPM, and I think the legislation that's out there is a reflection of our cooperative efforts on that bill. We believe if the governor's office and the legislature think this is a good idea, the CAA thinks it's a good idea. I certainly believe that we can bring our management expertise and marketing expertise forward and utilize that for the port facilities as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate that your statement in regards to the legislative input in regards to that. So we look forward to being an active participant in reviewing that. The Port Authority has, I remember its origination, had tremendous ambitions and great ideas to promote our maritime, but obviously it's been struggling and mired in some of the controversies. And our hope is that we can right the ship, excusing the pun, in moving it forward. And perhaps that might be a solution that the governor's offering. But nevertheless, you raise some important considerations that we have to undertake. In relation to the bill under consideration, explain to me a little bit in regards to changing the alcohol consumption timing. It's moving from to 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., removing that language and moving it from 11 o'clock p.m. to 4 a.m. Could you talk a little bit in regards to, was there really that much of a need for vendors to be able to continue serving alcohol into the wee hours of the morning?
Well, currently, alcohol sales go from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. The concessionaires are looking to change that from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. And the reason for that change is that those hours better align with the flight activity at the airport. For example, we operate a club at the airport. A lot of people like to go for the early morning flight. They want their mimosa before they take off. So that's why we're doing it or requesting it. We're trying to align it with the actual flight activity.
I must say, I was a bit taken aback when I looked at the hours and was surprised that air travelers at such early time wanted their mimosa. But nevertheless, if you have the vendor and the demand of the constituency that travel that want to have a drink at 4 a.m, then God bless them. So, but nevertheless, I'm a bit taken back, and if possible, I love to be able to see some of the data points that utilizes that change and making alcohol so readily available so early to the consumer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Zawistowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Dillon. My question is related to the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which I think I like the fact that you're looking well into the future in this. What would a facility, presuming that they do not use runways, what would a facility like this appear to how much space would it take? You know, what would you envision for services, just whether it's at Bradley or a different airport?
I think they would be very similar to heliports that exist throughout the state right now. This is to accommodate different size aircraft that are vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. It's very early in the concept, so it's really difficult to say exactly what will be entailed. But I do envision services that are very similar to what you would find at airports, quite frankly. As you said, it is early in the concept, so we do want to get ahead of it. What we want to make sure is that these facilities just don't stop popping up across the state in an unregulated manner.
Yeah, and I do appreciate your forward thinking on this, because I think this is going to be an important part of the future, especially with electric aircraft. And I also want to just express my thanks here today for what you've done with Bradley Airport, being, you know, in my district now. The changes over the past 10 years have been absolutely amazing. And not only the growth of passengers, but the appearance of the airport, and also the economic impact that you've had on the north central area of Connecticut. And I want to thank you for your leadership of CAA, and thank you again for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Catherine Whalen from Reynolds Subaru. I think, Jeff, if you want to come up together with Catherine, I think that makes sense if we're all in agreement on that. All right, Mr. Iosa, I'm going to turn it over to you, but I just want to make sure, like, are you speaking on behalf of numerous entities, or are we just taking the? Oh, that's fine. Catherine is online, I believe. So I
Yeah,
just wanna
yeah.
make sure-
Can you hear me?
I can. Okay.
Okay,
So just so
great.
I know I have order of operations. Mr. Iosa is number 7 on the list, but it's closely related to the person who's number 4. They've agreed to share their time to make a presentation together so we can ask and answer questions in a more time efficient manner to benefit everyone else on the list. We do this quite common when the issue is similar and the proponents before the General Assembly have the same interests. So with that, Catherine, I'm going to turn it over to you and then
Great.
the time to Jeff Iosa.
Okay. Representative Lamar and members of the Transportation Committee, I thank you for your time today and listening to my testimony. My name is Catherine Wayland, and I proudly operate Reynolds Subaru in Lyme, Connecticut. For over 150 years, my family-run dealership has been serving our community and helping them with their transportation needs. We employ a workforce of about 50+ employees. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 5203, an act concerning automobile dealer conveyance fees. Connecticut's new car dealers utilize the dealer conveyance fee to recover costs with conveying a new vehicle to a new owner. The current state law requires that the fee be reasonable and applicable to actual costs incurred when processing a sale. The fee currently is negotiable, allowing consumers to shop for the best price for a vehicle. And we often do get people who negotiate the fee. Dealers like myself work very hard to keep costs down while complying with numerous laws and regulations that we are required to do with delivering a new vehicle to a consumer. Connecticut's existing conveyance law ensures transparency today with very clear notice requirements. The law requires that all new licensed dealers prominently display in their showroom the fee. It is very clearly marked on all of our documentation that we present at the time of writing up a purchase order with the consumer. And it is separately displayed on that purchase order so the consumer is aware of that fee. And in fact, Connecticut's laws are some of the most stringent in the nation today. Reasonable costs that would be included in the conveyance fee and processing applications, new titles, duplicate titles, doing payoffs on outstanding liens on vehicles traded in, preparing financing documents, lease documents. We're responsible for record retention, processing and submitting vehicle registrations, and all of this involves maintaining an infrastructure of software and educated employees to be able to handle all the processing to make sure that it's accurate and timely, and working along with the Department of Motor Vehicle. Current state statute provides that the Department of Motor Vehicle enforce or suspend or revoke a license if a dealer is charging unreasonable fees. Like many industries in Connecticut, auto retailing continues to experience some impacts from the pandemic, including but not limited to inventory challenges, supply chain disruptions. We continue to have problems with some parts and service, as far as like getting parts in time to do repairs. Dealers in Connecticut have put significant effort into expanding our state's EV charging network additionally, And we are proud to partner with the Department of Motor Vehicle, and we handle a lot of,
It's up, get 3-minute marker.
oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Catherine, we'll probably have some questions for you. We're going to move on to
Sure.
so next, and then we'll have questions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Jeff, if you could just turn on your microphone for us, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sorry, I thought it was on. Is that better? Good, okay. So good afternoon, Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, Senator Wang, Representative Kennedy, and the members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jeff Iosa. I'm the owner of the Mercedes-Benz dealership in New London, Connecticut. I'm also the chair of our legislative department for our state dealer association. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 5203, an act concerning auto dealer conveyance fees. All 50 states permit auto dealers to charge a conveyance fee that allows for recovery of reasonable costs associated with processing documentation and performing services related to conveying a motor vehicle to a consumer. Connecticut's conveyance laws are among the most transparent in the United States. The state statute requires dealers to display their fee clearly and conspicuously with a large sign in their sales areas. They must separately disclose the amount on the sales documents, and customers must be notified that the fee is negotiable. Additionally, the fee must be reasonable and attributable to actual costs incurred to process a transaction. The DMV has the authority to penalize dealers who charge unreasonable fees. Connecticut's new car dealers have numerous laws and regulations that they must comply with pursuant to state statutes and regulations. The conveyance fee assists with covering the costs associated with these compliances. Examples of these regulations include mandating enforcement and the collection of delinquent local property taxes and unpaid municipal and state traffic violation fines. Dealers also provide support to DMV by handling registrations on behalf of their customers. In fact, Connecticut dealers process over 70% of all registrations in the state. It is important to note that the conveyance fee is subject to a state sales tax, and elimination of the fee would result in significant reduction in revenue for the state. Excuse me. The auto retailing industry is experiencing the same challenges as all businesses in Connecticut. The pandemic presented a major challenge, and we are still recovering. We were deemed essential and never closed our doors. We provided support for first responders, and we assisted the state by registering non-customer cars while DMV was closed. We were flexible and we were able to meet the demands of our customers during that difficult time. To date, we still face supply chain disruptions, as Catherine noted, and struggle with low inventory. Inflation and increased labor and operational costs are a reality. Auto retailers operate within a unique industry model that relies significantly on our state dealer franchise laws that regulate the relationship between the dealers and the auto manufacturers. Within this framework, local dealers face challenges in operating their local businesses while meeting the demands of their manufacturers. It is crucial that dealers retain the option to assess the conveyance fee so we can continue to operate and maintain our workforce. Connecticut's 270 new car dealers employ over 14,000 people in our state and create over 25,000 jobs in our communities. I ask that you reject House Bill 5203 and support local business. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jeff and Catherine, for your testimony today. I really do appreciate the opportunity to ask a few questions. I know there's a few members of our committee who do so as well. I'm going to direct questions broadly to either of you. And if I know there's a bit of a disconnect here because Catherine, you can't see if Jeff intends to answer the question, and Jeff can't see if Catherine's intending to answer the question. So we'll try to figure out as we proceed. But we can see. So we'll try to parse out the questions so that you both get a chance to answer when appropriate. I just want to highlight the conveyance fee is not intended to be a dealership support fee or to support local business fee. It's like I just said, there's a statutory definition of what the conveyance fee is allowed to recover. And it's not a registration fee. It's not to recover costs associated with registration. There's a completely separate fee for the registration of vehicles. So people sometimes conflate that thinking, well, the dealership charged me $1,300 and conveyance fee, that's to cover registration. And no, it's not. The registration fee isn't assessed entirely separately. And so ultimately we come to this conversation about what a conveyance fee is, what it covers, how it's administered, and how does it relate to other states. You brought up that every state in the country allows dealers to assess conveyance fees. Overwhelmingly, though, they have caps. They have things in place that limit that total fee, far less than what we're seeing on bill of sales for Connecticut residents. I'd encourage people to go to a Reddit community of all places where people are posting their bill of sales with conveyance fees in excess of thousands of dollars. And I know generally that's not every dealership. I know it's not even most dealerships. I know there's a problem even with the used car dealerships in some cases are charging $800 conveyance fees, telling people that, oh, it's just our fee. It's pre-printed on the form. So people have the feeling that it's not even really negotiable because there it is pre-printed on the form. And I actually know that you guys are trying to regulate that internally too, that you guys are trying to be aggressive and talk to a number of dealers about what the law is. All this to being said, what's wrong with regulating it? If we know it's just a few bad apples who are engaging in most of this circumstance, what's wrong with regulating those bad apples? Putting what the law is that we think has gone too far, saying there has to be a limit to some extent. I've tried capping. You said, can't do that. Can't cap under any circumstance. You've tried the 1% fee. No, can't do that. Can't do that. It's just a few bad apples. At some point when we recognize that bad things are happening to Connecticut consumers, that people are posting bill of sales with extraordinary fees on here, there's got to be some form of regulation in place. And we're not asking for a lot. We want you to come to the table and tell us how we can do this. But we look at what other states are doing, and we know that there's a framework in place for ensuring that people are not being taken advantage of. Again, not by the bulk of dealerships, by a few small ones. So help me figure out how I regulate this industry, that folks who are doing the right thing don't have to carry the weight for those who are doing the wrong thing. How can I get to this issue if it isn't by a cap, if it isn't by a flat fee, if it isn't in some way defining more explicitly what dealerships are allowed to charge? Because I cannot go another year with being told this is bad for business, it's bad for dealers, but having more and more people post bill of sales with extraordinary fees on them and being told they didn't understand that they had a right to negotiate this. It's got to be something here. And I've worked with you on a number of issues. I know you care earnestly about protecting consumers. You want to make sure that your consumers continue to come to you year after year after year for all their children and their family members, right? Like you've been in this for a long time. You know what customer service means, and you're not trying to take advantage of every customer as they walk through your door. But some people are. And I've got to regulate that in some way. And so this is me begging for your help, frankly. I need help getting after what's happening to a number of residents in our state. It can't be, no, can't accept caps, can't accept fees, can't accept limits. There's got to be a yes, this is how we do it. And that's what I'm begging for.
Well, thank you very much for not only your question, Representative Lamar, but your passion and your plea. I very much appreciate that and respect it. And you mentioned that there are states that regulate, and you're correct, there are. There are 19 states that do. Relative to the ask, what would be the right thing to do or the appropriate thing to do to go forward? I've always concerned myself with if there's a statutory dollar amount that perhaps there would be a fee that would exceed what the expenses are because the statute allows for it. So by way of example, if the fee was set, and I'm just picking a number, at $500 and the store had a expense structure that was less than that, then perhaps the statute would allow for the dealership to not neutralize their expense, but perhaps exceed it. So that's a concern. As it relates to what we could do, I think we could enforce the statute. I think that there's in every industry bad actors. I think that there are outliers. I think that the majority of the dealerships are doing the right thing. And I believe that for the ones who are not, that DMV has cognizance over their licenses and perhaps should pay them a visit and have them ask what their structure is and to provide the documentation and the proof that their fee is reasonable. And that would be my ask, because I concern myself with the statutory requirement of a dollar amount being perhaps in a place where it either is above the expense that's required to neutralize the everything that goes into it, or perhaps not being high enough and then creating a hardship for the dealership, because clearly, as I said in my testimony, over 70% of the registrations are done by the dealers, and we wouldn't want to see that percentage go down. I don't know if Catherine has anything to add to that.
Well, I mean, I would agree that unfortunately there are, like in any industry, some people that probably push the envelope on it, and that's unfair, and it's certainly not fair to our community. And as it relates to what was discussed earlier in the day about us handling a lot of the Department of Motor Vehicle registrations, I will speak, our customers in our community are very thankful and appreciative that they can come to our store and we can help them and guide them and do that now instead of going to motor vehicle. And, you know, all of this stuff is complex. There's a lot of software associated with it. And I don't have like one great answer. I think you guys have a tough decision ahead of you. But I also think you need to know that I value safety, I value equity, I value transparency. And I haven't been in business for as long as we have for not valuing those three things. And so most automotive dealerships are trying to do the right thing, and I think are charging reasonable conveyance fees that equate to what their expenditures are.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to continue to work with your representation here in the building, and I'm hoping you'll have an open line of communication with me moving forward, because I think last year we frankly had the votes to do something. And I think this year we do as well. And I'm hoping that we can do the right thing. I want to make sure that we get to the top of this in a fully exhaustive and thoughtful way. And I can only really do that with the association at the table, helping me to understand what reasonable fees look like and how I can better recognize when an unreasonable fee is being charged. Because frankly, our DMV doesn't have the capacity to go into every dealership across the state and force on demand someone to justify a sales price or a conveyance fee price. They rely on customers bringing complaints to them. And frankly, like in most areas, customers don't know when they're being defrauded. They don't understand when they've been forced to pay a fee that wasn't mandatory or wasn't a condition of sale. And perhaps this is living in New Haven and having constituents reach out to me and saying like, hey, this situation happened. I thought, hey, can you help me out? I know you're chair of transportation. So people come to me with this issue a little bit more frequently than they might others. But it's sincere when they come to me and say like, I didn't realize I had a chance to negotiate that fee. It was pre-printed on the form they handed me. I thought that they told me it was the state fee. Look, you've been great, Jeff, Catherine, you've been great in helping me to understand this issue. I believe you earnestly that you want to help regulate this issue in an effective way. And I'm going to take advantage of that over the next few months and try to get there. I know there are other issues that you care about passionately too. We'll have you talk to us about some of those things as well as we move forward.
I would invite any of you two to come into my store and talk to me further, or go see the process if you want a better understanding of how it works as well.
Perfect. I appreciate that, Catherine.
Ditto.
Yeah.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you both for being here and for your thorough testimony and for working with us over the past couple of years as we work to address this issue. I will say, Jeff, I know you personally, I know what type of business you run, and I appreciate the type of business you run. You're honest and a straight shooter, and I think, you're genuine when you say you're not looking to sort of pull the wool over anybody's eyes in this regard. But the fact does remain that there are many other states that do have some sort of cap on these conveyance fees. Some of them significantly lower than we're charging here in the state of Connecticut. And I think the concern is that these fees can vary so much from dealership to dealership. I think the transparency varies significantly from dealership to dealership. And I think when we first set out, we had a bill proposal before us last session to completely eliminate the conveyance fee. And it was through our discussions with you and your organization that we determined as leadership of the committee maybe wasn't the way to go, because there are fees associated with these transactions that dealerships do need to legitimately recoup. So that's understood. Are the dealerships making money off of these conveyance fees?
No, that is not what the statute allows. It allows them to recover their expenses, but not to profit by it, no.
And so because of that, can you just explain a little bit why they would vary so much from dealership to dealership?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in my store, and I'm not a big store, I have 50 employees. I have a dedicated person who does this work. So obviously that's a wage. And there's, as Catherine testified, there's training, there's record keeping, there's all the things that we've provided you and talked about through the years. But then in other stores that have higher volume, obviously there are more than just what I have in my store. And it's complicated in as much as geography plays a role. I mean, the expense of doing business perhaps in New London could be somewhat different than doing it in Greenwich or some other part of the state. So I do think that there is a sliding scale, if you will, of expenses due to, as I mentioned, employee admin expense, perhaps even wages. Maybe wages in Southeast Connecticut in the Quiet Corner are a little bit different than Fairfield County.
Okay. Catherine, did you have anything on that or?
No, I mean, I share the same sentiment, and I'm more of a similar size store to Jeff, so I am a smaller, store in the grand scheme of things. And I will say in the last few years, our industry has definitely changed quite a bit, with the addition of being able to do some of the registrations here in-house. And it's a constant challenge to keep this person that's doing this on your store trained to make sure that they're doing everything, dotting all their I's and crossing their T's. And there's a lot of software kind of behind the scenes, and trying to make sure that that we're doing things like exactly as they need to be and helping the consumer. I think, to your point, I understand you guys understanding that somebody going in to do this that only purchases a car every so many years, and we do it every day. So we're sort of resident experts on it. And so I look at this person in the dealership that's responsible for all of this is sort of the resident expert and is really working on behalf of the consumer to be able to make sure that everything's done properly.
Okay, I appreciate that. I will say we recognized, a real disparity, I think, when we saw that there were used vehicles being, purchased for a much smaller amount of money than, say, a vehicle from your facility, Jeff. And their conveyance fee was significant. Let's say $600, $599. And so that really brings up a concern as well, recognizing my co-chair mentioned, a lot of folks don't recognize that in some cases, dealerships will allow the negotiation, allow some negotiation around these fees. And I do just want to reiterate that when we set out to do this last session, it was incredibly important to us as leadership of the committee that we get your feedback. We recognize that there could potentially be a consumer protection piece in this, in terms of transparency and those bad apples that we keep mentioning, but we really wanted you and sought your input, and we still do want and seek your input. Catherine, you mentioned we could visit. I have visited dealerships, on this particular topic. So I don't think that we've been sort of remiss or trying to steamroll dealerships in any way. I really think that we've tried to be fair in this regard. I think what the committee has before us right now in terms of the proposal with a percentage, you mentioned the sales tax in the state of Connecticut. The percentage not only gets at the regressivity of this conveyance fee, but also would probably allow some leveling of sales tax, because some of the dealers that have higher sticker vehicles that are being sold and conveyed may charge a bit of a higher price with a percentage, a 1% cap, say, versus some of these lower priced vehicles, maybe a used vehicle or a lower ticket item. So I think we may see higher charges for our luxury vehicles and lower charges for our used vehicles, perhaps a lower ticket item. So I did just want to state that for the record. Again, echoing what my co-chair mentioned, I think we'll continue to seek out your thoughts on how we can come at this. I am curious, and I'd love to hear from you, if the committee were to move forward, whether or not you prefer a straight cap, or a percentage for conveyance fees going forward. So I don't know if you want to answer that now, or if you want to talk about that as we move forward. But I do think that's something that we would like to understand a little bit better as the committee leadership on this matter. Thank you.
So I will make a comment, and thank you for your comments, Senator Cohen. And perhaps my initial concern relative to a 1% as it relates to Highline luxury, or as you mentioned, higher MSRP transactions, you could literally be in any surrounding contiguous state within 30 minutes, regardless of where you are in the state. And when you get into the resources of the demographic of a high-end purchaser, if a dealership was utilizing the statute at 1%, it could make them non-competitive to a out-of-state competitor. And you understand, if the vehicle is purchased out of state, that there could be the resources used to register that car in that state through a business or through a second residence. And then the state loses not only on the tax that is attached to the conveyance fee, but obviously the 7.75% tax, which would be applicable to a vehicle transacted over $50,000. And then all the other personal property tax and taxes that would be realized on parts and service, because typically people repair their vehicle where they purchase it. So that's just a concern.
I appreciate that concern, but wouldn't that be the case now? I mean, I see New York has a $175 cap, which is significantly lower. Rhode Island also has a cap. So wouldn't we're charging more, certainly,
Yeah.
than both Rhode Island and New York. Are you seeing that because of that?
That's a great point. And I think that for someone who is perhaps looking to purchase a vehicle at my store and comparing it to the pricing of New York, the delta in the conveyance is not significant enough for them not to make that purchase, but if it was at 1%, it would be. So if it was a $50,000 vehicle at my current conveyance fee, probably not an issue, but if it was a $200,000 vehicle, it would be a big issue.
Okay, well, again, I mean, the 1%, so that would be up to you to determine what you
Correct.
want to choose up to, charge up to that 1%. So you wouldn't have to necessarily
No,
charge, 1% of
not.
200K. Yeah,
That's
okay.
correct.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. A lot of buttons up here. Senator Wong, followed by Representative Carney and Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Arisi and Ms. Whalen. I think it's important to know I appreciate our local business dealers. You are an integral part of local communities, from Little League and softball and baseball to nonprofits. You really are the epitome of local businesses, and you employ 12,000 people in our state with great jobs. And I think it's important to note that. So I wanted to compliment you and our dealers in the state. And indeed, could there possibly be bad apples? Yeah. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do here is to work with you to see how we can make the best determination to weed out the bad actors. But as I say that, I've always believed that government should not be an ultimate determinant of how businesses should operate, but market forces. So when we talk about some of these bad actors, there is no restriction to say to the consumer, if one dealer is behaving badly and perhaps unfairly or gouging in regards to conveyance fees, there's really nothing to prevent that consumer to go to someplace else and to have a comparison shop. I think that the idea of capping is a unfair market restriction when the real market forces will keep dealers honest and a fair market. What do you say to that from a standpoint of how you operate as a business, for both of you, Jeff and Catherine, that if your pricing and your conveyance are not in regards to fair or transparent, is there anything that you're saying to prevent somebody else to go to another Subaru dealership or another Mercedes dealership? Explain to us the challenges that you confront as a marketplace, even without government intervention.
I totally agree with everything that you said, in that the average consumer does usually shop more than just one store. And that dealership should already be giving a written purchase order with everything clearly disclosed. Does everybody do that? I don't know. I can only speak for what happens at Reynolds Subaru. And I do think right now that the consumer has the choice and also the ability to negotiate. They negotiate the price of the vehicle more often than not, and they can also now negotiate the conveyance fee. I think doing a 1% or any percent also leads the risk of having a lot more human error. If somebody is writing a purchase order and doing it quick, obviously the math should be triple checked, but humans make mistakes. We all make mistakes sometimes. So what I like today about the law is that it's very transparent. I know that it's being disclosed at the time that a consumer is coming into my store, and I'm proud of my store. I often get complimented by consumers about how transparent and honest and upfront we are. So I don't know that I would change it.
And if you were, and as the good chair mentioned earlier, that I'm sure he's absolutely correct in some of the horror stories and the bad actors. And I would offer that those consumers have a right to shop around, and if they can go to other dealers, either visit surrounding areas. There's over 250 car dealers in the state. and they all have to abide by consumer protection laws, and at the same time, they have an opportunity to shop. And even if those forms or pre-printed forms are at a certain price, there is nothing to prevent a consumer to go and negotiate and knock off those various items that they don't want. Can you reiterate again your practice, and Jeff, that you may have a pre-printed form, but any consumer that goes in there can say, I don't want this, I don't want that, and I'd rather go to DMV and register my car. You do afford that option, correct?
Yes, and there's a separate form actually that discloses that conveyance fee, and they have to sign it, and it says right on there it's negotiable. And so I don't know how to make it more transparent.
Well, I want to compliment that indeed, as I remember my good colleague, Senator Martin, in addressing this issue many years before, had put into policies. I think what we're talking about here is a lack of implementation and a lack of enforcement of existing policies. And what would your suggestion from both of you to say to those bad actors, how can we do better to enforce existing statute that says transparency, disclosure, and flexibility is already in the statute to the consumer? What do you say to those that are bad actors that may be misrepresenting, the inflexibility as they sell it as? What would you say as a solution rather than us creating caps and creating that kind of additional regulation?
I mean, I'm even surprised they're getting away with it, because I work hard every day, every month. I'm absolutely aware of what my surrounding retailers and dealers are doing, and, service pricing, because if you're not competitive, you're not going to continue to do business. So you have to be competitive within your market. I don't know anyone personally that's charging an egregious fee. I get frustrated by people that don't follow the rules and regulations. I think they do. I think people should go out and, maybe the Department of Motor Vehicle will have more time if we're handling more of their registrations to be able to go and enforce and hold people accountable, so more people follow the rules as they are dictated today.
I would like to make a comment, and thank you.
Jeff, do you have any thoughts in regards to solutions and what the current regulations, and if that is enforced, how that would address these concerns that are being validly raised by consumers? What do you say to that from a solution standpoint?
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to comment. I wanted to make one comment relative to what you said, Senator Wong, and that is Senator Martin, some almost 9 years ago, I think, raised this concern about the lack of transparency, and of course it became part of the statute, which is great. And what I think we're missing is, and Catherine said that there's more than one dealership being shopped when a car is purchased. Statistically, almost 90% of the fact finding that a consumer does is on the internet. We don't know what we don't know, meaning that perhaps they're looking at the conveyance fee as a decision as to where they're purchasing the car, and perhaps end up in Catherine's dealership because of it, or my dealership because of it. So intra-brand competition is a tremendous asset. It's a consumer-friendly asset, and it allows an informed consumer to make a decision on where they want to do business. Again, bringing me back to, if there's someone in the marketplace that's got, as Catherine said, an egregious conveyance fee, then that should be dealt with individually. We shouldn't manage to the lowest common denominator. We should let everybody charge what they need to neutralize their expense. And if there are people that are abusing it, deal with them separately. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, I get this feeling that even if this bill was to pass and we create a capping, and it really is well intentioned, and I applaud the proponent of it for the idea and the concept in regards to consumer protection and advocacy. Do you not get a sense from both of you, and Jeff, for your many years of experience in the industry, not only on a state level but on a federal level, just as we have laws in place that are not being implemented, or bad actors not following the law, do you not see the possibility that even should this be passed as a cap, that the bad actors are going to continue to find loopholes of egregious and unconsumer fair practices? They'll just put it in another way, in another area to be able to get the ill-begotten gains. Would you see that happening from your experience? Because bad actors are going to be bad actors, and the only people that you punish are the people that have followed the law and are trying to do a fair transaction of business.
So perhaps this isn't the best analogy, but I often say when we have a stop sign and people are not stopping at the stop sign, should we enforce them stopping at the stop sign, or should we put up a stop sign after the stop sign? We already have a stop sign. So I think that you bring up a good point. If there's a bad actor and they're going to bend the rules, if there's a cap and it's not getting to neutralizing their expense or beyond in a bad actor's case, then perhaps they're going to find other ways to do it which are not transparent and not consumer friendly.
Thank you. And obviously, I hope that yourself and other of your members and CARA will continue to be engaged as the chairs extended the invitation to participate in trying to find solutions, but more importantly, find real implementation of potentially existing law that are present that are not being applied. The last thing I'll leave on this, Jeff and Catherine, is that you are all governed, and you're here at this conversation because you are a dealer franchise, and you have to comply with consumer protections and all the laws and regulations to protect the consumer. And dare I say, when was the last time that we've updated franchise laws related to dealers in the state of Connecticut?
Close to a decade. I believe it was 2015. So 9 years.
And that marketplace has significantly evolved and changed. But one constant theme for me when I look at my dealers and a consumer protection standpoint is, as a dealer, a franchise, that you have to comply with the laws and provide service and accountability, whereas certain other models may not. Would you say that would be a fair application to the challenges you have for fairness to the consumers, that your franchise dealer relationship in the state is important?
Yes, no, without question. We are held to a different standard as a franchise dealer, not only through our OEM, but many other areas, federal and state. And as you said, the world is changing. It's much more progressive, and that's a good thing. It's very digital, and we conform to that, not only in our investments, but the way that we conduct business, think click or brick. And omni-channel is clearly the path forward in the future, in my opinion. So yes, I think that it would behoove us to revisit the statute and perhaps put some protections in that would be in favor of the consumer as well as the dealer.
And one of the constant themes I'll leave on this, and thank you for the indulgence of the time to the chairs, is the fact that that you have to comply with the laws. And as a dealer with presence and consumer and service, that you are accountable all the way through from your sales to continual service to recall. By statute and by regulation, you have accountability to the law abiding as well as to the consumer and what you have as a dealer franchise relationship. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, on that note, thank you to you and all of your members. And again, thank you for being a local business that are integral to our communities and nonprofits and employing nearly 12,000 Connecticut residents. So thank you for your time. And I look forward to continued discussions with you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. You referenced that most Connecticut consumers now use internet to do comparison shopping and price shopping. I just want to highlight while we're having that questioning, I went on to the websites of 8 major dealerships in the state of Connecticut. Only 3 of them listed the conveyance fee on their price on the website. And the ones that did, 2 of them suggested it was $6.99. They did not mention it was negotiable. One of the 8 listed their conveyance fee and said it was negotiable. So in that, the primary tool by which people comparison shop on price, you said it was the internet. I just went to major dealerships across the state of Connecticut. 7 out of 8 of them do not disclose what the conveyance fee is, and they do not disclose that it's negotiable. So I think there is a space here when we're all being honest with each other about what is happening in today's marketplace. We should have some protections. Like to your analogy to a stop sign, we don't say this is a negotiable stop sign. We say stop. And how other states have regulated this is to say stop. Like this is the number with which you stop at, not stop it. It's negotiable. We'll talk about it after I pull you over, right? Like there's got to be some hard and fast rules, particularly since we know now people are using comparison shopping on the internet, and an easy analysis of the major dealerships in the state of Connecticut recognizes that they're not disclosing that as a price point on their primary means for which people are comparison shopping. So I think there's a good conversation here. We can get to a bottom line issue. Representative Carney, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you
If
very
I may, Mr. Chair, just a quick comment that I agree with you that indeed CARA should make a outreach to their members and reiterate the importance that if they're doing transactions on the internet, that they should be complying with those requirements. So I would agree with you on that, and maybe it's just a execution and outreach, just we do in so many other things, that maybe through this exercise we can communicate that to them, and maybe within the next conversation we have, we can check those very same sites to see if they've done that. So maybe that's an opportunity rather than a legislative mandate. Just a thought, sir. Thank you.
Representative Carney, followed by Representative O'Day, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hi, Jeff. It's nice to see you in person, Catherine. Nice to see you on Zoom. So I appreciate you both coming here. Obviously, we've seen this legislation before. So I do have a few questions. My first is, do you have to offer this service?
No, we do not.
Has there ever been any discussion about not offering it? And if there hasn't been, why not? What would be the reason that you would or wouldn't offer it, I guess?
Well, I think it's a consumer-friendly program, if you will. We do have to subscribe to the online system, but that's a registration system. That's, as Representative Lamar pointed out, not encompassing the full breadth of the conveyance fee. So I think it's a consumer-friendly model, to answer your question, and to support DMV, because clearly the good work of DMV has been to keep the consumers from having to come into the branches, and obviously at 70+%, that's very effective.
Okay, so do you know, I guess, what would you think would happen if you didn't offer? Like, say at your dealership, what would those customers do?
They would offer to pay me more to do it. And I don't say that because my conveyance fee is truly eclipsing my expense. It's because there's a stigma attached to DMV that people don't want to wait in line, so to speak. And I think that they would offer to pay more if it was a money issue. That's the honest, real world answer.
Okay. So, can the cost vary? So can you sell one car at your dealership at, say, I don't know, $499 and another at $599?
So the answer is it's potentially possible, yes. It comes back to this negotiation. And I would suggest that dealers that have a more reasonable conveyance fee, it doesn't become a thing because the consumers see the value in not having to do that process themselves. I can't speak to someone who has a much higher conveyance fee, but perhaps there would be more negotiation in that scenario.
Okay. I guess, going into, there have been discussions about, some dealers, charging exorbitant amounts, and then others, who, one of the folks who testified in support of the bill, said the law has not been enforced, and many dealerships do not list their prices. Many of those who do advertise the prices do so in fine print and do not comply with the required typeface requirements. So if that were to happen, how would you complain and how would it be enforced?
Well, DMV would be the agency that would handle that complaint, and that would be the conduit of that would be the consumer, if that answers your question.
Do you see, do you see many complaints on this?
I don't see any, no.
Okay, you haven't had any at your dealership?
None.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm just curious your thoughts, because this is another, one of the advocates for the bill said, why don't you just add it to the total price? And looking at Reddit, so did Hugh1 PDL 2018. I don't know if you know him, Roland. He said, all that matters is your out the door price and loan terms. So taking those two folks, what would be the advantage or disadvantage of just taking that fee and putting it in the total price?
Well, I think you would forfeit the transparency that brings me back to the comment I made about how the franchise system is favorable for the consumer to have intra-brand competition and to shop.
So I guess, the bottom line would it be the same if you did put that fee in there? And because, people do know that they can negotiate the price of a car. So, I'm just wondering where the difference would be if you were to just put it in the total cost of the car versus having it as a separate fee.
I think in a situation where the expenses being neutralized, as I said earlier, that it wouldn't make a difference. Matter of fact, I think some consumers perhaps buying entry-level mainstream cars would find it favorable because they are more monthly payment driven. It's just a matter of getting to that budget number.
Okay. No, because I think, certainly what it boils down to for a lot of consumers is that out the door price. A lot of consumers, as you said, do not want to be bothered going to the DMV. They want to get in their car, take it off the lot that day. It is one of those things that, just kind of, piques my curiosity, I guess, how that difference would be. And I guess one of the things that I'm trying to figure out, which is difficult, is really comparing the total cost of, conveyance fee, taxes, registration fees, all of this together, comparing it to neighboring states. Because I think picking out one fee, yes, Connecticut does tend to be, their conveyance fee does tend to be more are higher than a lot of other states. But do you know how the overall cost of buying a vehicle in the state of Connecticut compares to either our neighboring states or other states within the region?
I would suggest that we're very competitive. I don't hear statistics or see statistics that show that there's more outsell in bordering representations. And I honestly don't know, I've never looked at other states' other fees. We're talking just conveyance fees, so perhaps there are other fees that the other states have that we don't have that make us more competitive, but I don't know that.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I mean, because one of the things, I guess this discussion kind of gets me thinking about is, okay, we're going to take a look at that fee. So while we're at it, let's take a look at some other things. So I guess, this isn't within this legislation, but it does affect the car buying, the car buying experience is the sales tax. So I guess, how would you feel about a flat sales tax versus the current situation we have now, wherein it'd be 6.35% across the board versus 7.75%?
Well, that's an interesting question. Pre-pandemic, don't quote me on this, but the average transaction price of a new vehicle was in the high 30s, 38 maybe, 37,000. Post-pandemic, it's, if you read Cox Automotive statistics, 49,000 and change, maybe 49,700. Other statistics put it at 47,000, but clearly pushing up against the 50,000, which, in my opinion, a $50,000 and $1 vehicle is not a luxury vehicle. I often look at purchases of light trucks, specifically pickup trucks that maybe have a plow and there's a little side hustle to make some extra money for the household. And that truck can easily be pushing up to $75,000. Not a luxury, in my opinion, though.
No, I appreciate that, because that is something that I have proposed, is to actually increase the threshold. But I mean, going along that, I mean, to me, it seems like, okay, if this is going to be capped at 1%, we're saying that a $10,000 car, they pay less than, someone who can afford a $100,000 car. So, and my thought is, well, we should probably do that with some of these other fees too, if we're going to do that. Because I think the overall goal is to reduce the cost of purchasing a vehicle. And to me, I don't think it really necessarily matters how we get there. But if we're going to get there, what can we do to make it, in the best interest of the consumer, while it's also fair to the car dealer? Because, I mean, you all do a very important service to our communities. And you give a lot back, and I do appreciate that. So, I mean, I think going forward, I'm certainly going to try to figure that out, and do, hopefully we can come to some sort of a consensus about what will work, at best, for all the parties involved. So, but I do appreciate your testimony, and Catherine, if she's still on, I'm sure I'll see her.
Hey, Devin, my only point with what you were asking is that I feel like everything we've done in the last years has been to separate each fee so that it is very transparent and clear to the consumer. And the average consumer, I think, feels that they already know the sales tax is what the sales tax is. It's a percentage. The registration fees vary depending on how long the registration renews for, whether or not you have a trade fee in there. So I think the way that it is right now is pretty clear. I don't disagree that the price and everything has grown with inflation, just keeps increasing, and most people need transportation to be able to get to work and do things. So there is definitely room to improve, but I think everything we've done and I support is being very transparent to the consumer.
Okay. No, I really appreciate that because you did bring up a point that, you know, that didn't, that kind of slipped my mind while I was talking about this. Is yes, if it were to be added to the total price, you're absolutely right. That transparency would be removed. I would imagine across the board. So I think that is something very important that you pointed out. And that is something that should absolutely be taken into consideration. And I think, you know, what it sounds like for the most part, many of you are really trying to follow as best you can. So to me, you know, one of the questions, you know, by one of the supporters of the bill was about enforcement. And, you know, like we have, you know, we set laws up here all the time, and when they're not being enforced, is the idea to set another law, or is it to actually sit down and enforce what's currently on the book? So I think that's something that needs to be discussed as well. But I don't have any further questions for you, and I appreciate your time today. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carney. I don't think I know Hugh on the rate of change. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if I know any of the hundreds of people who are complaining about the lack of transparency in our current structure on the Reddit site. But Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for joining us. You know, I used to represent dealerships. I know the landmines that you go through with filling out the paperwork, and there are law firms that specialize in suing dealerships over the paperwork. So believe me, I understand that the trials and tribulations of running a dealership. The one thing I had heard back from some of my dealers is that the 1% cap, and I hate hearing my good chair beg, so I'm going to try and help you as best I can this session to fix this, because I agree with you, it's an issue. And I'm wondering if we're not talking about the good dealerships. The two of you are good dealers. That's not the problem. What the good chair is talking about is the people that are taking advantage of somebody, whether it's last minute or hiding this negotiable fee. And I do like the idea of having it blank and have to be filled in so they know that it's negotiable, whether it's bold or whatever. But the 1% thing, I've been pushed back that it shouldn't change based on the cost of the vehicle. Your conveyance fees are the same irrespective of cost. Isn't that fair to say?
It is correct.
So wouldn't a cap make more sense, whether it's, so that I know a number of dealerships are between the cost of like 3.25% and 5.25%, generally is what I see as fair conveyance fees. Is that, are you aware of, I'm not going to ask you what your specific fee is. I got an idea for that later, but do you, what is the range that you've seen in conveyance fees?
So I honestly don't know how to answer that without getting into some kind of antitrust web that I don't want to get weaved into.
I will tell you, I've seen as low as 300 and as high as 550, I think I've seen. But what was suggested to me by a dealership was, this is a dealership, I'm not going to tell you who, but for consumer-friendly ideas, you have a registry, and every year the dealership has to put in what their fee is so consumers can go compare. The problem we have is you don't know. You have to go to each dealership to figure out what their fee is or do research. Like, that's not easy to do. Whereas if you had a one stop and the dealership has to register what their fee is, conveyance fee is on the consumer protection or wherever, that would be very consumer friendly. And I've actually had a dealership suggest that their fee is $389. And they said, look, I mean, it's a flat fee. I don't think a percentage is the right call fee, but you know, let's figure out a range. And maybe we start off requiring everybody, every dealership, what's your fee? So that consumers can go research it. That wasn't my idea. That was another dealership's idea. What are your thoughts on that? Is there something that you'd be okay with, or?
We, as Catherine said and testified, we are 100% in favor of any transparency, and we technically have that now. Not very good though, to Representative Lamar's research, where it's supposed to be in any advertising, any marketing, so that the consumer vis-a-vis the internet can see what the conveyance fee is.
So I think that's something we can talk about. You know, I don't want to make it harder on dealerships, believe me. But I also want to make it easier on consumers and get not to get to the good ones, but to get to the ones that the good chair was talking about. And I think registering your conveyance fee on a website, I'm not sure which one, but the other point I wanted to ask or bring up that's been brought to my attention, you were talking about earlier about how your customers would pay you extra to not have to go to DMV. As much as I did tell a good commissioner DMV's improved, I do want to pay extra not to go to DMV. And so on line 50 of Raise Bill 183, it says that the application fee should not be in excess of $25 for handling the registration. I think I've been told that's just simply not enough. It's a lose leader for them to do that. And if they want to do that, they would maybe build it into the conveyance fee, which I know they're not supposed to do. But I'm suggesting maybe we can increase that up to, say, $75 was suggested to make it worth the dealership's time, particularly in Fairfield County. We've got higher hourly costs for employees, cost of living, everything else. So maybe we can increase that to up to like $75. Would you agree with something like that?
Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up, Representative O'Day. I can't speak for Catherine, but I assume that she was also a hand raiser like I was to do we call casual sales during the pandemic. And in some cases, there isn't enough money to offset what you have to do. And I don't mean to profile, but we are not an extension of DMV branches, and we're not prepared to take on the public as they were coming at us, sometimes with minivans full of kids and fast food and taking over our showrooms and our internet and our restrooms. And that's all fine. We signed up for that and we were happy to do it. But at $25 a transaction, it really did create a lot of dealers to say, this is not, this doesn't pencil. This just, as much as we want to help the state, there's just too much impact on our infrastructure and on our culture. So again, we're not set up to do that. I do think that $75 would help, though, to answer your question. It would certainly be a step in the right direction.
And the last thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, just the appointment, DMV changed to an appointment model, and dealerships are limited to, why don't you explain how you can only bring in, was it 2 or 3 plates at a time or registrations at a time?
Maybe Catherine can speak to that better than I can.
Well, so usually somebody comes in for a casual registration without an appointment and they just show up. And if you, depending on how many business offices you have with the computers to be able to do the registration, someone may or may not be available. And then if you do get somebody, a lot of times these people come in with forms not filled out, or missing things. And whereas DMV probably, might have said, hey, here's the form, go. We try to help guests and figure it out. And it's definitely taken us some getting used to doing it. And sometimes it's our customers already that have already purchased vehicles from us that are doing an outside, say, trailer registration or something. But it's definitely been a learning curve. And it is definitely an expense because we have to process all those registrations. We have to send them via trackable mail to get to DMV, and it has to be timely. And we're responsible for collecting the sales tax and submitting that to the Department of Motor Vehicle at the same time. So there is like a onus or responsibility on us to make sure that we're compliant and doing it properly for the guest.
Yeah, a lot of times, and I think I understand your question. Now, in my store, we could only transact one at a time. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is we create ill will with the consumer because they don't know what they don't know. They come in and they think that we're DMV and we have all the forms and we can act like DMV and we're not. And we have to send them out to go back to get the missing documents and then come back in again. So it is a heavy lift for us. And I think, again, we're not doing it for the money, certainly not for $25 a transaction. So but we do want to be a good partner with DMV to keep the ball moving in the right direction.
I meant to ask this to the commissioner, and hopefully he's listening now, and not throwing darts at my face. But I'm not going to ask you about the drive-only licenses. Don't worry.
Thank you.
But it was suggested that because dealerships are working hand in hand with DMV, and they can take a large burden off of DMV, the suggestion that was made was maybe have a separate appointment system set up for dealerships, because you get the paperwork all set up properly, and maybe have a cap of 8 or 10. But would that kind of a system where you could have your dealerships could have their own appointment system, would that be helpful, you think, or?
It would be hugely helpful. I can tell you during the pandemic, we literally had a separate line going to our title clerk that, of course, more expense to us to change the infrastructure, because I'm exaggerating, the phone was ringing off the hook and it was a lot of DMV inquiries.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you both for your testimony here today.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. And I like some of your ideas. I don't know what my greatest talent is as a legislator, but I can often find many things reasonable, oftentimes in the same bill. So Senator Martin, to be followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff and Catherine, thank you for coming to testify. As you all know, and I think, Jeff, you mentioned that I was involved with this conveyance fee some 8-10 years ago. And I felt that we had come to a pretty good resolution, allowing all the car dealers to provide their own conveyance fee, and they would make that call, determine what that was worth at their end, with the understanding that when a consumer presented and was offered and they negotiated a deal, that along with that, the conveyance fee would be part of the discussion. In other words, it was going to be expressed, as well as the other, and expressed, and what I mean by that is that it was a negotiable item. In addition, that there would be a sign that would be in clear view of the consumer in the showroom, and before they even went into the finance office. And the reason why we were there at that time, and those items were negotiated, were the bill that was in front of us was $100 conveyance fee, which it seemed like, okay, that didn't seem like a reasonable amount of money for a consumer to be paying, because Jeff, and Catherine, you do have an expense. There's no two questions about that regarding that, handling that documentation and transferring the registration, whether it's new or a transfer, right? There is some time that you need to make sure that that is covered, and that you're paid for that adequately. So what we're here again, and it seems to be a reoccurring, in that it's not being done. We brought that to your attention 2 years ago, or last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and it's simply not being done. So you guys managing that yourselves, and I heard it from dealers, or I heard it from lobbyists, those that represent you, that if it's not being done, we're going to get the word out, and it simply has not gotten done. So let me have, and let me just give you a couple of examples. When this bill was introduced last week or 2 weeks ago, last week in the lobby here, I had a couple of people who had been in the building for years and knew about this statute, and all three of them shared with me that they experienced exactly why we're here today, is that it is not being done. They weren't told that the conveyance fee was negotiable. They did not see anything posted. And I heard it from 3 different people and it wasn't expressed. So we're here again, and now we've added another aspect of it where the etching and even pre-printed forms are don't allow room for negotiations because there is that element of, gee, it's in writing here, so apparently it's not negotiable. When some consumers go to the dealers and may know about this, they're told, gee, it says here it's negotiable, but they're told by the salesman it is not negotiable. So we're here to make this fair for you as a dealer, but also to the consumer, so that there are no surprises, because that's what happens, right? We think that we've negotiated a deal for the vehicle, and then we go to the finance office, and that's where we see the pre-printed forms that have the etching and the conveyance. And we're also told that these prices are non-negotiable, but maybe some are. And I've been to dealers where they do say, oh, yes, it's negotiable. However, here is the form that you'll need to sign. And we are going to, out of a $600 conveyance fee, we're only going to credit you $50 for handling, taking care of your own registration. And then they have all these other itemized line items that they keep. So I would consider that aspect part of the overhead. And why we're putting it into a conveyance fee baffles me. I built homes, and when I hired a plumber or an electrician, or when I conveyed over a piece of property to an owner, my fees weren't itemized. I gave them a lump sum price. They negotiated with me, how much is this home going to cost? And we negotiated. There was no surprises unless there was a change order. So I included whatever I had to do, including my permitting, within the cost of my house. I don't see this any different. Buying a house is for most consumers is the number one most expensive product that they will ever buy. The vehicles are usually the second. And if I can do it as a most expensive and covering my overhead within the cost of what I negotiated with them, I don't see how or why the dealerships cannot do that as well. So let me just ask you this. Either one of you can answer this. What is the breakdown of that conveyance fee? You've heard maybe a $50 amount is not the right number, or a $25 amount for your time to be paid. I would agree. Is it 50? Is it 75? Let's say it's 75. The remaining amount, what are those line items that cannot be added into your overall price of the vehicle, your overhead number?
Well, I guess my question would be, registering a vehicle for $25 or $75 is a different task than conveying a vehicle. So they're two separate things, and obviously conveying a vehicle encompasses a lot more expense than just registering a vehicle.
Can you explain?
Sure. In Catherine's testimony, and Catherine, jump in at any time, there's payoffs on vehicles, there's transferring of documents, titling. The fees are supportive of the personnel that we employ to do all this work. Not to mention the fact that there are times where we physically have to go to DMV to do something. which obviously, as we said earlier, the consumer is adverse to doing. There's subscription fees for the technology. There's training of the technology, maintaining the technology. We have lists of things that incorporate or support the expense that goes into a conveyance fee, unlike a registration fee, which is strictly just a transaction of the registration. And
Jeff, I would say that that is part of doing business, and that is my overhead. When I go borrow a piece of money for a piece of equipment, I don't line item the registration of that piece of equipment or the financing, the interest on the financing of that, or the points that I paid for getting a line of credit. I don't line item any of that. So why do you feel that this needs to be itemized and passed along to the consumer and not included in your overhead?
May I just jump in? So the way that the law reads right now, we are under a lot of scrutiny to make sure that every guest before us gets presented with the same opportunity every time. So there are things that are line items like additional, say somebody wants a vehicle service contract, or they are looking at financing, that we're under federal guidelines to make sure that we're complying with all of that. So to say that you don't take consideration to what the interest and everything is, the consumer does pay attention to the individual transaction. And for me, like having each thing separated out, it is very transparent. Somebody can see exactly what we paid Department of Motor Vehicle for the registration. They can see what the sales tax is. I understand your point. My husband used to be a self-employed builder, so I understand like the cost of a building. But even when you're presenting something like that, if the consumer said to you, I'd like to know how much the windows are going to cost because I'm trying to decide between Marvin or Anderson windows, you're going to know that particular line item. So ultimately it may be this price that you present, but you're itemizing the additional. And I think for the consumer, it's better to itemize and show each line item as transparent as you possibly can, because it also protects us from showing any type of inequitable opportunity for the guest that's presented before us.
I understand the itemizing, and when I dealt with a consumer or buyer for a home that asked for that breakdown, I was happy to give it. Here's how much for my windows. Here's how much for my permitting. Here's so much for that at their request. But that's not what's happening here. It's you guys are line item in this, right? You guys are putting this line item, and when asked for a breakdown, what is the breakdown? How much does it actually cost you? And give yourself overhead and profit on that hourly basis. Right? I don't, 50, is it someone who's doing it for $15 an hour? Probably not. Is it $50 an hour that you're paying somebody to do that? Probably not. But you can make a profit, a fair one to cover your overhead and your profit to register that vehicle and to handle all those incidentals of the backside of that. But when we say that we're going to take or go do our own registration, and we're only given $50 out of the 600, explain to me those line items of the $550.
That wouldn't happen in my store, so I can't explain why somebody would do that. So,
but it does happen. It does happen.
I can't speak for somebody else.
Okay. I guess I am going to be advocating for. Listen, give me a negotiated price when this is all said and done. Here's $180 for registration. Here's a line item to cover that registration. And then everything else covered underneath, covered under overhead and profit. And here's my negotiated price. Then I will know without a doubt when I walk into that back room that I've negotiated the best that I can. Right now, you guys have the advantage, and it is not consumer friendly. Because there are surprises every time they go on the back. So you had 10 years, you had 8 years to fix this, and you have not. And I've been an advocate for you guys. I have been an ally through this and through Tesla. But you guys have not governed yourself here. I don't know if that's the right word, but you have not managed yourselves because the word is not out there at all. Maybe you, Catherine, and you, Jeff, you guys are doing your share, but and you guys are here advocating for the bad players. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening all along to some of the back and forth on this. I'm just going to offer up my impression of the automobile purchase process and experience, and I'll offer you an opportunity to respond to my impression. I think Senator Martin said it well. After the purchase of a house, there is no more consequential purchase decision for most households beyond buying a car. And his focus was on the amount of money involved, but I would focus differently. This could not be more different than buying a loaf of bread, something you do every week. You're pretty clear on what the price is. You know what your choices are. You know which stores to shop from. When one buys a car, it's a big personal life decision, and it's something that may not happen for most people very frequently. So by definition, people are not familiar, comfortable, up to speed with the purchasing process, other than whatever their recollection may have been from their previous purchase. So I would submit, by definition, this is a somewhat unequal purchasing experience, whereas the dealerships have all the experience in going through the process, in what the law is, what the financials are, whereas the average consumer is playing catch up, trying to remember what the rules are, maybe doing a little bit more online shopping. I want to thank the dealerships for a more transparent process, for making some things easier. And I want to thank them for the websites, which makes it easier for us to shop. But for the most part, we're coming into the experience insecure, trying to figure out how best to get a good value for ourselves and to ask the right questions. And that's why transparency is so critically important. After one makes the decision to buy a car, you do the shopping. Maybe you're shopping first on brand, then you're shopping on model, then you're shopping on features. It's an exhaustive process to go through all these things. And then you get the trade-off with the features. You want to buy this package. What's that going to cost you? You know, the price value thing. My experience is it's quite exhausting. And at the very end, when you've probably negotiated all these things, then you get hit with all the other things that appear on the bill, including the conveyance fee. And the conveyance fee, in my mind, now I come out of this, I'm chair of the Energy Committee. We talked a lot last year about what kind of costs can be recovered versus make profit. Conveyance fee is, to my mind, a pass-through of costs that are legitimately used to convey the purchase of the car, not other overhead, not other experiences. It's explicitly, because we call it a conveyance fee, to convey the car to the purchaser. That should be a pretty straightforward transaction. Even if you have a full-time employee who's working on this, that person's job can be easily quantified, and you can figure out what that means on a per purchase basis. Very straightforward, which is why I don't understand how there could be such huge variability in what is a very straightforward process. Never mind what you have to go through with DMV, never mind what you have to go through in your office. This is as straightforward as it gets. So why are we looking at such a huge range of choices? And again, this is at the very end of the process. You've gone through running the gamut of all the different things one has to consider before one makes a purchase. And at the end, I have to admit, I was kind of tired. And it was like, okay, I'll go along at this point. I'm certainly not at this juncture, having negotiated the price of the car, the features of the car, going to go to another dealership just over the conveyance fee. So in my mind, the dealership kind of has the purchaser a little bit over the barrel. They have a more advantaged position than the person at that point in the game. So I don't view this as an equal relationship, despite the efforts of transparency. And then we hear what, Chair Lamar said about you're not really posting it on the websites. You're hard printing it on the form. You may not be even telling the truth. And again, we're not talking about the good players, but government exists to regulate the bad players. And any excuse about we're not enforcing it is not an excuse for government doing the right thing with regard to that. So what I don't understand is how come we can't come up with virtually a standard amount, let alone a percentage or a cap, that reflects the cost of the conveyance, whether the car costs $200,000 or $20,000. I don't understand it. And I do feel as if the purchaser is at a significant disadvantage versus the dealership that does this dozens of times a day if they're successful, versus a purchaser who makes this purchase decision once every several years at best, and maybe in many cases, as many as 8-10 years at best. I can't remember my password for things I've got to update once a year, let alone worry about things I haven't done for 5 or 6 years. So, I confess, full disclosure, I was a person who brought forward this legislation last year. After all the testimony we've heard today, I still have no clue why we can't have a standard conveyance fee that reflects the actual cost of conveying. And now I'll turn it over to you to respond.
So thank you for your feedback and your comments, Representative Steinberg. I do agree with you. It's wrong for someone to go through the process, and you're right. An automobile purchase is the second largest purchase that you make in a lifetime, and it's not something you do annually. The relationship with the automobile has become more protracted through to an affordability issue, which is a whole nother issue. But it's wrong for someone to, at the end of the process, learn of a fee that either is reasonable or egregious. It should be something that the consumer knows up front. And again, we talked about the transparency and how important that is. So I do fully support that transparency and an informed consumer making a decision that they could perhaps shop and again, through interbrand competition, maybe save some money. It's a very complex issue. It's a very difficult, I think, path forward in terms of a percentage or a fixed dollar amount, because I think that the bad actors are going to find opportunity on one side or the other. But I do have empathy for your constituents, your passion for it, and I appreciate the hard, good work that this committee does.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Jeff. I think you see there's an earnest desire on a bipartisan basis in both chambers to try and get to this issue in a reasonable, meaningful way. This isn't an attack on dealers. I would hate for the narrative to be when we leave this room that you and I are in opposition on this issue, because we may disagree on the way to get there. Right. But I think we're actually on the same page, and providing transparency and certainty to our consumers is the primary goal. We're going to have to talk quite a bit to get us there, because I think you see that there's an earnest desire to do something now on this. The feeling was we were there last year, and we just needed a little bit more time to work it out. I think we have that time right now to work this one out. I know there are other concerns that you guys have, and I want to hear those too, and that can be part of that broader conversation, no doubt about it. But there's certainly a desire this year to get something done that meaningfully protects consumers across the board. And I think it's a net benefit for you as much as it is for me. So I hope we spend the next few weeks and months getting to that point. We'll be in touch with your representatives here in the Capitol to make sure we get there. And I look forward to having those conversations with you, Jeff, and with you, Catherine. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to change up the order just a little bit, because we have a student from Branford High School who is with us, and his mother, who is actually in the room with us, the Branford High School student. If you want to come up, Laura, that'd be great. You can testify at the same time. And Nate, I believe, is online. So looking forward to hearing from you, Nate, and thanks for being so patient. I know you are actually in high school right now, in your high school, probably waiting to go back to classes. So thanks so much for being with us today. We love hearing from students, and take it away.
All right, thank you. I'd just like to thank the Transportation Committee for the opportunity to testify regarding the importance of seatbelts on school buses. My name's Nate Durante. I'm a student at Brantford High School, as well as a brother to a sibling that was injured in the school bus accident. In September of 2022, my sister's school bus was hit by another vehicle. She was sent to a hospital and had a concussion from the accident. I was very worried and nervous for my little sister. She shared with me how scary it was the moment her bus was hit. Some kids were silent, filled with horror and shock. Some kids were crying from being hurt or from fear. Even her seasoned school bus driver was crying. My sister bravely tried to comfort others while she was hurting and petrified herself. She had headaches often and was not herself for months to follow. It was difficult to see her like this at home for so long and not be able to do anything about it. Today in Connecticut, buses do not require seatbelts, yet each year there are fatalities and injured children due to school bus accidents. The NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety and Administration, stated that an average of 111 fatalities per year occur in school transportation-related crashes. The NHI, National Institute of Health, documented that a total of 31% of parents worry about their child's safety going to and from school. It's extraordinary that about 1 of every 3 parents feel that way. I know my parents feel that way as well. Cars are required to have seatbelts, so what makes them any different than school buses? On average, buses carry over 50 children. That's about 45 more children vulnerable to accidents than in cars. What I'm trying to say is that school buses should have seatbelts prioritized as safety precautions as well. So what makes us hesitant to put seatbelts on buses? Well, for starters, money is always a primary concern. Is it really worth it? Is the question often asked to conclude decisions similar to this. Funding for safety of children on school buses is vitally important. This would be an investment to protect some of our most vulnerable citizens, and it is also the morally right thing to do. We know that every child who is nervous riding the bus, uncomfortable leaving their parents, and fears an accident will feel safer and trust their school system, town, and you as government officials for making their childhood safer by requiring seatbelts on buses. In conclusion, seatbelts would have made a difference for my sister. I ask our leaders to take action to protect kids and prevent future impacts on children like my sister. I appreciate your time today in considering this matter, and I'm grateful to Senator Cohen for the chance to share my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nate, for being with us today and for that thoughtful testimony. I'm sure committee members probably have questions for you, but first, I just want to give you an opportunity, Laura, to share any thoughts you have as well.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the importance of seatbelts on school buses. My name is Laura Baldino Durante. I am the mother of 3 children, all of whom ride school buses when needed to and from Brantford Public Schools. In September of 2022, our daughter was 9 years old at the time, was just starting 4th grade at Mary Artisco School in Brantford. Her school is only 1.6 miles from our home. We were reading a book that morning while waiting for the bus. She was sitting on my lap, and suddenly she jumped up when the bus turned down the street to our home. She gave me a hug and boarded the bus. I waved goodbye, as I always do, and shut the door. Very shortly after, I received a phone call from the school. It changed our lives. It was a phone call every parent would dread. They shared that her school bus had been hit by another vehicle. She had been seated toward the back of the bus when it was hit, and she suffered an injury due to the impact. I immediately rushed to get her. That morning, she and other children from that bus were sent to the Yale New Haven Hospital emergency room. It was a very scary morning for all of us, especially all the young children on that school bus. She had sustained a concussion, and for several months it was very difficult for her and our family. It was the very first year we didn't go apple picking or pumpkin picking as a family as we do every year. She had constant headaches, several doctor's appointments, an interruption in her learning, attendance at school. She had to stop playing soccer for the entire season and disrupted our holidays. This was a very challenging time for us. As school districts move forward, exploring conversion to hybrid and all-electric school buses, The opportunity is now to ensure these types of incidents are both minimized and mitigated. We ask for your support to ensure that all these vehicles have seatbelts for each child. This is an issue of safety and prevention for our children. As far as my daughter is concerned, it took time, but we are very grateful that she is better. Not every child is as fortunate. Our family firmly believes that seatbelts would have made a difference on the day of the accident, and we ask for members to take action to protect our children. Thank you, Senator Cohen, for the opportunity to share our family story and for her leadership on this issue.
Well, again, I just want to thank you both, and I'm sorry for what you've had to endure because of that accident. And I'm thankful that it wasn't even more serious, as you mentioned. Nate, I just want to thank you for being with us today. It sounds like you've done your research, and certainly you've been impacted by this. I would just ask, from a student standpoint, I think you're a little bit of an outlier in that you've had a direct impact, you have direct experience with the problems with not having safety belts on school buses. Do you think that students are generally nervous about this, or they don't really recognize that there's a potential danger there? And do you think if there were safety belts installed on some buses and not others, if there'd be sort of an outpouring, or if there were more research around this that was made available to students of your age and certainly younger, if in fact there would be sort of more of an outcry from students to ensure that there were safety belts on school buses?
Well, again, I can only speak for myself, but for me, when I go on the bus, I'm like, I can't put on there's no seatbelt, right? It just feels weird. And I'm sure other kids don't really think about it, but it's when it happens, there's no going back. You just better be safe than sorry, I guess. I think kids in my grade, I feel like they would appreciate the seatbelts just because it make them feel a little bit safer. And I think that students may not like recognize the importance of the seatbelts. Like around my age, they're starting to drive. I think it'd be a constant reminder to wear a seatbelt as well. And yeah, I think it'd just be helpful for them to ensure their safety and just remind them that they could trust their school system.
That's a really good point. I think what the proposal that we have before us today, in large part because of the advocacy of your family, is to reinstate a fund that we previously had. It's since expired, even though there are funds within the fund itself to provide grants to districts or school bus companies to either retrofit or install in the purchase of new school buses safety belts. It does seem, as you mentioned, a little bit counterintuitive, right? We're so programmed to be putting on our safety belts in cars and passenger vehicles that it seems a little bit odd that we're not requiring them on school buses. And I do know that for a long time, the jury was out on this. It wasn't really clear whether safety belts would be safer. In fact, there was some evidence saying that perhaps they weren't safe to have on school buses. But since that time, the evidence has been compelling, so much so that NHTSA, who you reference, as well as the NTSB, particularly the NTSB, makes this one of their primary recommendations. And when I go through our NHTSA report for the state of Connecticut, this is something that is highlighted in their report as Connecticut not being a state requiring it. There are several other states that do require it. And I'm hopeful today, because of your advocacy, maybe the committee will see fit to pass this funding again out of the committee, so that as you mentioned, Laura, as we start to bring more electric buses and hybrid buses online, there's a real opportunity here to make sure that new school buses are installed, have installed safety belts. With that, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you both, Laura and Nate, for your testimony here today. And I was going to highlight the same issue. This used to be a conversation that folks had, well, it's costly, so maybe we don't want to do it for those reasons. And there was disagreement over whether or not the safety efficacy was established. There are folks who would argue that it was less safe for folks to wear seatbelts because of what happens in an emergency, and it would be hard for some younger students to get out of their seatbelts. Almost all that has been settled now. NHTSA, other safety advocates are now almost in full agreement that kids should be wearing seatbelts. And it's coming down to the money now. And I think this helps to get us there, helps alleviate some of the concerns that districts may have in doing the right thing. Like if we can help fund districts doing the right thing, getting kids in seatbelts, I think you guys are exactly right. Like this is something we should have done years ago. We need to do it more aggressively now. But Nate, I got a question for you. I'm pretty sure if I tell my 6-year-old she's got to wear a seatbelt every time she gets on the bus, she's going to listen to me. She'll get on the bus every morning. She'll put that seatbelt on. But if I tell my 14-year-old, hey, buddy, you got to put on the seatbelt when you get on the bus, I'm not so sure he's going to listen to me. What do you think the chances are of high school students really putting on the seatbelt? And if they don't, how do we get them to, like, what are some creative ways that we can try to get folks in your peer group to wear their seatbelts? Because I love my 14-year-old dearly. He's not going to listen to me when I tell him to put on a seatbelt, and he might not listen to a bus driver either. So how do I get compliance?
I think it's all repetition, and they have to understand like the risk that they have, and when they step onto a bus or any vehicle, it's like, why would you tell like your kids to wear seatbelts in a car? Maybe they do or don't listen. I'm sure you'd still tell them after they choose to or not to. But for school buses, I think it should be stressed even more, just because it has more people, and it's a bigger vehicle, which could like maybe like flip over or cause more like injuries. Or so I think we just have to help them understand the consequences. And like I know like I can't only speak for myself, like most other, like some kids like risk takers, that's the theme for being a teenager, right? It's just, I think as they grow older, they're gonna understand that they have to be cautious, and that there's so many things out there that could go wrong, and they have to like identify the risks and choices that they take each day to arrive to school safely. Being one of them.
Excellent. Thank you, Nate. I really appreciate that. I think, we've got to get to the point that, yeah, there are going to be challenges. It's going to be hard maybe to enforce, and there are challenges with everything that we do. But we've got to do the right thing here. And I think it's helping districts make sure that their children are protected to and from the way to school. So I thank you for your testimony, for waiting all day. Hopefully you didn't miss too many classes. I'm sure Senator Cohen will write a note for you if you did. Thanks again, Nate. Thank you, Laura.
No problem. Thank you.
Actually, I think we already took care of that. So hopefully, Nate, you'll have to thank your teachers for allowing you out of class, and thank you for taking time to be with us. Representative Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Nate, I just have a brief comment. Is this your first time testifying before the General Assembly? You did a remarkable job. Thank you for your advocacy for all students. And I wish you the well, and I hope continued well wishes for your sister. But thank you for coming today and spending the day with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, that's it for today. Again, thank you both for being here, for your advocacy, and we will certainly be in touch through this legislative process. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brandon Dufour.
They asked me to forego my original spot for the kid to get back to high school, and I, of course, said yes and was happy to do it, not realizing that he was the best-spoken 16-year-old in the state of Connecticut. Now I have to follow him, and I would have much rather followed the car dealership. So if you get back in that conveyance, fee mindset. Good morning or good afternoon now, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Brandon Dufour. I am the founder and CEO of the Next Street. We are the largest driving school in the state of Connecticut with operations that serve our entire state. I'm here to speak regarding Senate Bill 183. Specifically, there are two components of this bill that directly impact the driving school industry. One component calls for a change to the bonding requirement to $50,000 per licensed location, and the other requires an instructor to visually display their instructor license information while teaching. I'm here actually in support of both, and it feels good to be supporting the DMV and not have to be on the other side of this. Regarding bonding, we absolutely believe that there needs to be a requirement. In our business, we accept payments from customers today for services we are going to provide over the next few months. If the business is not managed correctly, it is possible for a driving school to close and the students are left having paid for a service that they did not receive. The bond gives the state the opportunity to hold schools accountable, and in the event they are unable to satisfy their obligations to customers, the customers have recourse to get their money back. I would say that attaching this bond to the number of licensed locations does not appropriately account for the outstanding balance of a school. Not all locations are created equally, and a driving school in a population center like Hartford or New Haven could end up serving far more students than a driving school in a town like Canaan or Franklin. Similarly, schools in Fairfield County charge far more for services than a school in less affluent parts of the state. I would recommend that this bonding requirement amount be tied to the number of students served or amount of revenue received instead of per license location. This would assure that families are protected and will appropriately hold all driving schools accountable for their business practices. On the subject of displaying of an instructor license, we have no problem with this, and in fact, we already do it. However, we do not believe that this solves the core problem that it seeks to solve. There have been many problems with driving schools utilizing non-licensed instructors to fulfill lessons and classes. The licensing process for a driving instructor is hard, long, and expensive, and it is certainly easier and cheaper to use someone that does not have that license. It's also wrong. The licensing process assures that instructors are all trained on all of the important elements of driver training and road safety and requires a test to prove competency. Asking an instructor to display their license will not assure that licensed instructors are being utilized. Imagine a new teen driver getting into a car with their adult driving instructor. Now imagine that teen, maybe not the kid we just saw, but a regular teen. Now imagine that teen turning to the adult and saying, "Before we get started, can I see your instructor credentials?" The best way to hold driving schools accountable is to allocate enough resources for the DMV to be able to ride along on those lessons, do surprise audits, and have it be known that the agency could show up at any time to check in. The agency's resources have been limited, and we haven't had a surprise spot check on a lesson or class in many years. Should instructors wear a badge with their information on it? Absolutely. We're happy to support that. We already do it. But if you want to have actual impact on the safety and well-being of driving school students, we must give DMV the resources they need to accomplish their oversight obligations. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Representative O'Day has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick on the bond of $50,000, you suggested it be based on the number of students or income?
Something like, yeah. So $50,000 as an example, we have 45 licensed locations across the state. Some of those locations take on revenue of over $500,000 a year. Other of those locations have revenue of only $50,000 per year. So attaching it simply to the location doesn't account for the wide swings in what those locations might do.
So you'd like to see a kind of maybe $10,000 bond for the smaller and a $50,000 or $60,000 bond for the larger? Is that what you're?
Yeah, some kind of, and I don't have the details on what it could possibly look like, but I think the most important thing is assuring that the amount of total money of that bond, I think our bond is currently capped at $100,000. So, even though my school is much larger than many of the others, I only have a $100,000 bond on file, which would never come close to covering the amount of income that we're out at any given time.
How is the program going that allows those that are over 22 to take the test with the school? Is that a temporary thing, or is it going to go forward?
Yeah, so thanks to the work of this committee and the DMV, we put together a beta program that is allowing, so formerly students over the age of 22 had to go to the DMV to do their license tests. Students under the age of 22 could test at a driving school. The DMV is running a beta program now. It starts Friday, March 1st, that will allow those students over 22 to test. In the first month of March, we have 70 students over 22 that have signed up. We have had 5 that I know of that were sobbing with joy on the phone when they found out that we could do this. So it's too early to call it a success, but in the very early stages, and I reached out to some of our peer driving schools, we've had nothing but positive feedback from customers, and it seems that the DMV is also fully on board. So we're really excited to see that come fully to life, and hope that it stops being a beta program and becomes the full program.
All right, but thank you very much for your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Brandon, for your testimony today. Like I may have clipped the moments where you came in testifying in support of DMV. And then I've also highlighted in your testimony where you're asking for additional resources for DMV. I'm sending this to Tony. I can't believe it. So I'm glad to have us all on the same page. I'm glad to hear that the pilot program is working out that we worked on. Like, to me, I thought that would be what we spent a lot of time talking about this year, is how to like revamp that program. So I'm glad to hear we're able to handle that off session and get a program up and running that's working for you guys. That's great to hear. And I think you make some really smart points in how we look at these 2 provisions that are in the DMV bill. So I do thank you so much for highlighting this for us. That's
Awesome.
great.
Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon Dufour. Good to see you. Can anybody hear me? Thank you for your testimony today. I'm going to go a little off script and ask you to comment, if you will, and I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot, but I really would like to hear your perspective and comments on seatbelts on buses.
Seatbelts on buses? You are putting me on the spot. For those that don't know, I grew up in the school bus business. My father owned a school bus company for many years. I started decaling buses when I was 5 years old, and grew up in the front seat of a school bus. I think that seatbelts have come a long way. I don't feel, I'm speaking firmly as mostly as a father of an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old that ride school buses. I think they've come a long way, and I think there could be a lot of upside to it. I think the chairman was right in saying now you have to figure out the funding. Especially now with labor costs, it has become so hard to be price effective with school buses and stay fully staffed. And if we add another expense to that, I worry that we start to price school systems out of the marketplace, where they might not even, we get to a point where you can't afford the school bus, which is much safer than a car bringing a kid to and fro. So if we could figure the money out, let's do it.
Thank you, Mr. Dufour. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Brandon, do you perform background checks for your drive instructors?
The state performs them, but we have to perform them in order for an instructor to become licensed.
That's a requirement for all driving schools.
That's right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a state fingerprint check that goes through the state police, public safety.
Okay, and how long does that, when you hire somebody and then there's a background check, how long do they have to sort of?
Hours. It went from, if you asked me this 3 years ago, I would have told you that this was a nightmare and it was 3 to 6 months sometimes to get results, but they've fixed the system. It's all online now. We get result within a day.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next we have Jay Staines. Let me say Strange. I'm sorry, Jay. Where are you? It's a quick when I look at it. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. I used to be a teacher, and people read names and words, not letters. So yeah, it's Jay Staines, just like Strange without the R. And good morning, Chair Lamar and Cohen, ranking members Wong and Kennedy, and thank you, Transportation Committee members, for this opportunity. I'm Jay Staines. I'm a resident of West Hartford, and I'm the coordinator for Transport Hartford, which is a program of the Center for Latino Progress right here in Hartford on Park Street. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The transportation sector, as you all know, continues to produce about 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. It's the #1 source in our state. So I'm grateful to you and to your assembly colleagues in the Environment and Planning and Community Development Committees for taking up measures to reduce this impact. And I think to that end, I'm speaking in favor of Committee Bill, House Bill 5204 today, which I think is going to help. As a father of two young kids who will soon make their own way in a world full of climate change impacts, I do everything I can to reduce our transportation footprint. For me, that means leading a middle school bike bus where parents and kids ride to school together. It means that my family and I often walk or ride bikes to destinations in our town instead of driving one of our 2 internal combustion engine cars. And I use CT Transit and my bike to get to work in Hartford. But individual transportation decisions like mine are, while they're helpful, they're too little to change the pace of climate impacts from big institutional policy. So we've got to live closer to places where we travel, and our state should make it easier to choose transit, electric mobility, and active transportation. More than a third of all the vehicle miles traveled in Connecticut are for trips less than 10 miles. And there are a lot of options for those trips, including e-bikes and low-speed vehicles, which are likely to encourage town center, transit-oriented, and infill development in our state. In concert with supporting TOD, we need to replace fossil-fueled cars and SUVs with non-car options. And that could be, as I said, transit or battery electric micromobility. In reality, it's often a combination of several of those things. So battery electric micromobility in Connecticut ranges from single passenger e-scooters that could be like 33 pounds up to 6-passenger deluxe low-speed vehicles that might be 1,100 pounds. Large multi-passenger EV carts are ideal for family transport in a city or town center where parking's tight and speeds are low. I see them all the time in Massachusetts in the summertime when I visit my wife's family. Massachusetts is one of 47 states that have already passed laws allowing low-speed vehicles to operate on streets. And we need in Connecticut a future that has fewer electrified F-150s and more e-bikes, e-mopeds, and electric low-speed vehicles. City and towns can help accelerate that shift. So please support House Bill 5204. And I would ask for clarifications to ensure that Class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes are exempt from Connecticut's definition of low-speed vehicles. I understand that federal statute says that low-speed vehicles don't include, and requirements for insurance registration don't include Class 1, 2, and 3 e-bikes, but I hope that we can explicitly state that here in Connecticut because insurance registration and operator licensure are a pretty high barrier for low-income and youth residents of Connecticut that might be using e-bikes. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate your time very much. And thanks for this bill.
Thanks so much, Mr. Stange. I will never get it wrong again. I'm sorry again, because I remember the same thing happening last year. So I wonder if you could just speak to, first of all, thank you for all of your advocacy around e-bikes and multimodal transport. You've really been a huge advocate here at the Capitol. I wonder if you could just speak to some of the concerns we heard of the DMV commissioner regarding safety.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Cohen, I think one of the challenges for electric micromobility is finding the right place for people to safely use that new technology. So we've had a lot of conversations here in the city of Hartford, for example, about whether it's appropriate for scooters to be on city roadways or whether they should be on sidewalks. We've had conversations about Class 3 e-bikes, which are permitted to go up to 28 miles an hour, and whether it's safe for them to be on multi-use trails like the East Coast Greenway or the Farmington Canal Heritage Trail, for example. And those are really good concerns. And I would say that in response to the commissioner's concerns, I think people generally right now, given the choices they have for where to travel, they make the right choices that are the safest for them. So for example, I think if you had a battery electric vehicle that had a family of 4 and they're heading to town center, I don't think you'd see them on a state multi-lane arterial where it's signed at 35 miles an hour, but people in reality are traveling more like 45, 50 miles an hour. And I think people will make that choice safely for themselves about where to be. But I think that overall, as a policy consideration, it's really important for us with this emerging technology and with things changing so much in the automobile world, that especially with prices going up, which I've heard a lot of people speak about today, that we start thinking about where and how is the safest place for all these new options. And so I think it's an emerging consideration for this committee to think about. And I think thanks for that question. I hope that makes sense.
It absolutely does. And so as we talk about, and because there are so many more e-bikes, I think, on the road today, a lot of e-mopeds are coming online. I actually have a manufacturer in my district, as well as just electric sort of scooters, that sort of thing, two-wheel
Yeah.
transport, if you will. Typically, if you're on a roadway with one of these electric bikes, you move over and allow cars to pass. Do you know, like with these low-speed vehicles, if that's necessary, or if these are vehicles that go 35 miles per hour, and so they would just be keeping up with the flow of traffic?
Yeah, so it's a good question. E-mopeds, for example, there's one that's been designed, I think, as you mentioned, right here in Connecticut that can go up to 40 miles an hour. And a lot of people feel safer riding on larger roadways on a vehicle like that, because it's closer to the speed of traffic. You know, when I lived in New York City, I used to ride my bike everywhere and I never felt unsafe. But the first time that my wife Jessie came out riding with me on the streets, and instead of going 15 or 20 miles an hour, I went 8 miles an hour with my wife, who wasn't as experienced a rider at that time. It was terrifying for me, absolutely terrifying. And so it really changed my awareness. And so I think that, you know, that individual decision that people make about what the equipment they have and where to use it is really important. But I think that as policy makers here in Connecticut, we're going to have to think more and more about it as the options change going into the future.
Appreciate that answer, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Jay. I really appreciate your testimony today. And I think you're hitting right at the trade-offs we're trying to consider as part of this bill. Like, I want, like you, to get people out of their F-150s and into the most carbon efficient mode of transportation they can possibly imagine for themselves, right? We know for a lot of people that's not going to be a bike. Sadly, I want to get everyone onto bikes if they possibly can. But for those who are not going to make that choice or cannot make that choice, there are things that other states are considering, like moving towards low speed vehicles. It's a smart policy choice that we can make. And I think you're right that this is about the where and how.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that we want to get through. We want to authorize these things for use, but the where and how is the key to the success of this, because safety has got to be at the back of our mind as well. And you've seen states take an approach that didn't highlight safety and how they've regulated these issues. So I want to assuage your concerns that this is about e-bikes. It's not. Like, e-bikes are not, this is not, we're not forcing e-bikes to get registrations and licenses and stuff like that. But this is about embracing newer technologies and newer modes of transportation that may be more fuel efficient and perfectly road appropriate. So we had opposition today, written testimony from both the Department of Transportation and Department of Motor Vehicles. But I do appreciate that the Commissioner of Transportation recommended, like, he's like, yeah, I'm worried about this. I'm concerned about this. Here are my thoughts. And he said, maybe we need to limit low speed vehicles to streets and highways with a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour or less. And he also suggested that the Office of State Traffic Administration has to approve the use of LSVs on any state highway. At the outset, those seem like perfectly reasonable concerns. So I'm going to investigate those concerns with him. I would love to talk to you about, like, what are the impacts I might not be foreseeing if we make those conditions. I also thought maybe we want the local community to have to pass a pedestrian safety zone in order to authorize, like there's a series of things. When if the answer is yes, how, we're in the right ballpark. And I think that's where we are. I think we're at yes, how. And I think that's a good place to be on a policy, particularly on its first real consideration in a number of years. So I appreciate you issuing supportive testimony and helping us think through this as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks for the time. You know, it's not very often, Rep. Lamar, that I find myself on the same side of an issue as retirees in Florida. But you know, I think that the world is changing quickly for how people are getting around, and I think we should be open to all the options, considering the issues that we have to deal with here in our communities with air quality. So thank you for the opportunity.
Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you and good afternoon. It's great to have you with us. Just kind of along the same lines as Rep. Lamar, Chairman Lamar was saying, safety has been the common theme today. And one of my concerns is if, you know, I'm not looking to have the small vehicles registered, but I'm hoping that some kind of a class is offered when someone buys for the first time an electric e-bike, or scooter or motorbike, because you may seemingly think you know how to operate it, and then all of a sudden you're, so you could be erratic on a roadway. So some of what I'd like to talk more about you offline. We don't have to do it right now. It's been a long day. But certainly those would be some of my concerns, the safety concerns for not only the operator, but for someone that's passing that operator, not knowing how to go by them. So I look forward to more dialogue on this with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I utilized my first electric bike, was it last year in Utah? It was phenomenal. It was a combination, the more you pedal, the longer the bike will last, and it was fantastic. I just took my CERT training in New Canaan, the Citizens Emergency Response Team, and during the presentation by one of the firemen on how to put a fire out, telling us how they don't know how to put out these electric fires caused by the lithium batteries. They literally, they have no idea. And I pressed him a little bit on it. How can that be possible? And he was saying how, and I just confirmed it, that there was 18 deaths in 2023 in New York City, most of them from illegal or modified batteries that started fires, with 150 injuries. And then just as of today, in the 5 boroughs in New York, there have been 21 lithium-ion battery fire investigations with 8 injuries and a death. On Friday was one of the death. I guess, and I didn't realize that I guess the salt from the roadways and whatnot can cause, particularly with the altered batteries. Is there, what are you hearing in the industry about how they would handle it? What the fire department member told us is I wouldn't store my car, if it was all electric, or my bike in the same building as my house. I would store it in a shed or something. What are you hearing on that issue, if anything?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Rep. O'Day. It's a great question. And I want to say that here in this legislation that we're considering right now with House Bill 5204, what we're doing is we're catching up with 47 other states with their policy. And fortunately, what I can share with you is that the state of Connecticut is actually leading the way in EV battery safety. So our commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, in outlining the policy for our cheaper rebates for e-bicycles, really set the standard for the industry here in Connecticut by saying that the state of Connecticut will not support rebates for electric vehicles, for batteries for e-bikes unless they meet the highest possible UL standards for safety. So a lot of times what you're experiencing in New York City is a place where there is an unregulated facility where maybe as many as 50 or 75 batteries are being charged, often for the food delivery business. And they're overloading circuits. And yes, EV batteries fires are harder to put out, but thankfully here in Connecticut, because of our deep forward-thinking policy, I think the standard has been set for most bike shops and places that sell electric bicycles that we have the safest possible batteries now being sold in Connecticut.
Great, that's good to hear, and thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Jay, for highlighting that. I didn't have to do it. It was great. I appreciate you knew just as much as I would know on this issue. And I just another point of talking about that. It wasn't that long ago, less than 100 years ago, where fire chiefs in Connecticut came to this General Assembly and were terrified about the idea that people might have gas stoves in their house. They were terrified. They were terrified about how awful that would be. And of course, technology caught up. We all understood how to vent appropriately. Certainly we all existed with gas stoves in our homes for a long time. And the new technology is going to similarly have standards and requirements that will make sure that we're all safe. And it's certainly safer than sitting on the side of the road in the city of New Haven, the city of Hartford, the city of Bridgeport, city of Waterbury, which all have some of the highest asthma rates in the country and have a number of children who are missing days of school because of air particulate matter triggered illnesses, and we need to move out of that as well. So I think we're on the same page that trying to figure out the right way to do this stuff is paramount right now, but we're at least having the right conversations. And I appreciate for your organization leading on those efforts and helping inform Cheaper and other programs to make sure we're being really smart about how we do it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Rep. Lamar.
Next up, we have Jason Macabre. I'm not seeing Jason. Jason, you're online. Jason may not know I'm calling him. His video is off. I will reach out to. We'll call back if you could remind me, Mr. Clerk, as we proceed to ask Jason again. We have Robert Sweeney, who's in person.
Hello.
Wait. Oh, sorry. There we go. Jason, yes, the floor is yours.
Hi, sorry, I apologize. Managing multiple Zoom meetings here at the same time. Give me just one.
It's quite all right. If you want to put on your camera, you can. There's no obligation to do so. But the floor is yours.
Excellent. Just give me one moment and certainly I will put on my camera as well. Okay. Good afternoon. Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jason Mokiber. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present some testimony here today. Specifically, understanding that Proposal 183 is on the docket and is proposing modified language related to the definition and registration of composite vehicles. I'm providing this testimony here today, requesting an additional modification to clarify that composite vehicles 20 years or older are permitted to be registered as antique, rare, or special interest motor vehicles, including antique, rare, or special interest motor vehicles that have been modified and therefore eligible for classic plate registration. A little bit of background and substantiation. In the state of Connecticut, composite vehicles are basically treated like any other motor vehicle. They are inspected, titled, registered, taxed, and insured. Therefore, at 20 years of age or older, meeting the criteria of antique, rare, special interest motor vehicle, including ones that are modified, and therefore should be eligible for classic plate eligibility, eligible for eligibility. I will note that in the 2023 session, there was Bill 5971 that was raised for a similar topic. However, that bill did lack the specific 20 years or older language. And my understanding is that generated a little bit of question and concern during the session last year. Therefore, the clarification this year of 20 years or older puts the composite vehicles in the same class and same grouping as any other vehicle that reaches 20 years or older. Additionally, there were some concerns raised last year about title and emissions, and I believe those were addressed and closed by testimony from a representative from the Connecticut Council of Car Clubs. I'll close by saying by supporting this clarification and modification to the statutes, you support the interest of automobile collectors, enthusiasts, replica, kit, and composite builders and owners. The volume of replica automobiles in Connecticut is relatively low compared to production cars. Classic plate eligibility would be a significant benefit to the owners and a minor or negligible impact to the state. By supporting this bill, you also support small and local manufacturing businesses. We have several replica businesses in Connecticut and the surrounding states. And finally, this is certainly of personal interest to me. I built a Factory 5 Roadster replica back in the early 2000s, which that kit will have a 20-year birthday, or having a 20-year birthday this year. My family and I have shared many memories with this car and generated long-lasting friendships with fellow owners. I respectfully request your support in this additional modification in the proposed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it. Like you and a couple others have really certainly informed me about kit cars, composite cars over the last number of years. And I appreciate the education because frankly, up until about 3 years ago, I don't think I had any familiarity with the topic. So I really appreciate the steadfastness with which you've reached out to some representatives and they've in turn help educate me and our commissioner, frankly, even on the growing industry. So thank you again, Jason. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if you had heard of any opposition, and the good ranking member informed me that there was one person who submitted some testimony in opposition. I haven't had a chance to read it. I don't know if you're aware of it, but are you hearing about opposition, and what are you hearing, if anything?
You're asking me?
Yes, sorry, if you're hearing any
Yeah.
opposition.
I haven't heard any opposition. The only thing I had heard was the questions that were raised during the session last year. And I think, again, primarily that was around the lack of wording of 20 years or older. And I can certainly understand that a new kit should be treated more like a new car versus a kit that's been on the road for 20 years. For example, mine is registered as a 2004 and therefore would be 20 years old. So I think I haven't heard any opposition, but certainly questions and concern on, when the classic plate eligibility would be coming into effect.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And thank you, Jason. I really appreciate it. I'm going to let Representative Chafee know that his efforts to educate me over the last couple of years has helped quite a bit, because I'm now in a position where I understand this more fully, and we're having a more robust conversation with our DMV commissioner about the appropriate way to regulate this. And I couldn't thank you enough for your diligence in pushing this issue.
Great. I appreciate your support, and certainly Representative Chafee's support as well. If you have questions for me, certainly reach out. I appreciate the time. I've actually, I've been on most of the day today and I've learned a lot. So thank you for the time.
Of course, we touched on immigration policy, voter policy, seatbelt tax policy. We've been all over the place today, Jason. Thanks again.
All right. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ann Minuski, who I'm not seeing in the Zoom chat. She registered as remote. I don't think she's accepted the link. So we'll move on to Bruce Donald, who I'm similarly not seeing in the Zoom room. Next is Gregory Scott, who I do see there. Gregory, the floor is yours.
President accounted for, Mr. Chairman. Good morning or good afternoon now, Senator Cohen and Representative Lamar and members of the Joint Committee on Transportation. I'm Greg Scott, appearing on behalf of the American Car Rental Association. ACRA is opposed to Senate Bill 184. I thank you for the opportunity to present ACRA's views today. ACRA is the national association of over 98% of our nation's car rental industry. Our membership is composed of about 300 car rental companies, large companies, small companies, systems, franchisees, mid-size, regional, and independent mom and pop operators as well. Chances are, if a car is rented in Connecticut, it is being rented from an ACRA member. ACRA is opposed to SB 184 for several reasons, but primarily because the proposal is contrary to longstanding and fundamentally sound industry standards and applicable case law. If enacted, the bill would put Connecticut out of step with most other states, if not every other state in the nation, on the issues covered by the bill. Such a unique position might be warranted if the promoters of the bill had brought forth compelling policy arguments, for example, of abuses with respect to the issues covered by the bill, but to my knowledge, they have not. An additional driver in a car rental contract must be in a position to stand in the place, both physically and financially, for the primary renter in the event the renter's method of payment is rejected or fails, or the additional driver is actually the one driving the vehicle when an accident or incident occurs. As a result, a requirement that identification, meaning a driver's license, and financial responsibility proof, a debit or credit card of the additional driver, is a reasonable provision in the rental contract, and it is standard throughout most of the nation. The bill also would potentially open the floodgates to car thieves who could present themselves as the primary renter at the counter, and then cancel the credit card used to secure the rental shortly after leaving the car rental lot with the rental car. The additional driver, who this bill would permit to rent the car without providing any evidence of creditworthiness, could then steal the rental car, leaving the rental car company with limited or no avenue to pursue the additional driver to recover that rental vehicle. With respect to the second major issue covered by this bill, which is loss of use, the industry standard has been and continues to be, if a renter is involved in an accident during a rental, he or she is responsible for the actual time it takes to have the car repaired and returned to the rental fleet. That damaged car is out of service and can't be rented due to the accident. The car rental company loses income while it's being repaired, and that's what the loss of use compensation is all about. The bill's provisions with respect to limiting loss of use are, in our opinion, arbitrary, supported by no facts or statistics, and may or may not reflect the reality of the time needed to return a damaged car to the rental fleet. The bill does not account for situations beyond the control of the car rental companies. The bill also, interestingly, would exempt so-called peer-to-peer car rental companies from its loss of use restrictions without any explanation or justification. Apart from the complete lack of a factual or legal foundation for this exemption, the provision of the bill likely violates on its face the equal protection clause of the
Mr.
14th
Scott,
Amendment.
just a heads up, get the 3-minute marker.
Okay, I will wrap up by simply saying I've had the opportunity to review the testimony of the opponent, or the supporters of this bill. I would simply say that I believe they are factually incorrect, that several states have outlawed loss of use. I've looked up the statutes this morning, and they're still in place in California and New York, or have limited in other states. And in addition, there was a question from one of the members of the committee earlier today about whether or not car rental companies pay personal property tax in the state. And the short answer is absolutely we do. We are engaged in a program called the International Registration Plan, where
Mr.
we
Scott, just
register
once again, you're past your time.
we register, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'll just say we register a equal number of cars in Connecticut, for example, as is our revenue in that state. So year by year it changes, and we register the cars, we pay the registration fees, we pay personal property taxes. And so the idea that even if there are cars with different plates on in our lots, we're paying our
Thank you,
fair
Mr.
share.
Scott. Well, we have a couple questions for you, Mr. Scott.
Connecticut.
So we'll
Sure,
probably be able to
sure.
get to some of this. Just to sake of fairness, we want to try to keep people as close to 3 minutes
Yep,
as
sorry. Thank you for your time.
That's all right. You submitted your testimony, and I know we have some questions amongst our committee members. So you're gonna have some more time to answer some questions.
Sounds good.
So again, thank you for your testimony today. It's really informative, and I'm glad that you've submitted testimony this year. This is an issue we've been working on for a number of years, and we've actually done a little bit of research into best practices by a number of car rental companies. We think we're conforming quite closely with what a number of internal practices are with car rental companies across the country. And we had a lot of research done over the last year about the loss of use provisions in all 50 states. And it seemed as if we were modeling quite closely best practices in those states as well. So I'm surprised to hear that you have concerns about the approach that we're taking here. So I will certainly investigate with greater detail your concerns. I also wouldn't mind sharing with you some of the research that we've conducted here so you understand where we're coming from and the provisions that we've suggested. Because I don't think, as you suggested in your opening comments, that this was without merit or inappropriate. So I do think there's a place for us to have a good conversation about the provisions that we've included in this bill, why we think they're necessary, and why we are at a pretty good point now, I think, with a negotiated bill. But if there are things that I've missed, I'm more than willing to work with you to address those concerns.
We're at your service, Mr. Chairman, whenever you have time.
I appreciate that. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony here today. Just real quick, I've actually rented a lot of vehicles across the country, and I've never been charged a loss of use fee. Frankly, and I wasn't a little bit of a fender bender, and I didn't get charged. I signed up for the complete coverage. I generally want to, I want to hand the key over. I don't want any pay. If the car's damaged, you guys take care of it. I'll pay the extra $30 a day. But is a loss of use, would a renter get charged that if you take all the comprehensive coverage for PD and everything?
I don't want to speak specifically, Representative, to your situation, but my belief is if you're taking all of the coverage, you're not going to be exposed to any type of loss of use charges if you have a fender bender. I'd have to see the contract you sign, that sort of thing. But in general, it sounds like by paying those additional fees, you have basically escaped any type of loss of use potential charges.
So if I don't have that comprehensive and I want to use my credit card, for example, like American Express has coverage, I could be charged loss of use. What is how do I determine what that is? Like what different car companies, are they all standard? Is it 2 days, 3 days? Can it be more than that? Can it be 10 days? Can it be a month?
It kind of depends. I recently had my personal car in a car accident, and it took them 7 days to repair the car. And I had a loaner vehicle from my insurance company for those 7 days. So I don't have a precise answer to your question. It depends on how long it takes to tow the vehicle to a body shop, how long it takes to order the parts in to repair the vehicle, and then to get it back out into the rental fleet. It is in essence a loss of revenue. That car is out of service. We can't use it. It wasn't our fault. It was the renter's fault. And states allow us to use to charge a loss of use fee for that. It has to be reasonable. We can't stretch out the repair. And the interesting thing about the bill, at least as far as I read it, is the peer-to-peer companies that I think are promoting this bill have exempted themselves from the bill. So they're saying they can stretch out their loss of use claims against their renters as long as they want. That's kind of one of those, what's sauce for the goose ought to be sauce for the gander, I think.
I totally agree with you. And if hopefully we'll get a chance to ask them that question, because I agree with you. My father had gotten a deer jumped out in front of him, and the rental car couldn't get the parts. He was never charged. I don't know why, but are you saying that if somebody rents a car and a deer jumps out in front and they can't find the replacement parts for a month or 2 months, that it's fair for consumer to have to pay for that, even though it wasn't their fault?
It would have to be a state by state analysis, sir, but loss of use is in essence, as long as we've got a contract with your father in this example, the damage was caused during the use of the vehicle by your father, and we can't generate revenue off that vehicle while it's being repaired. I would say that several months would be a very unusual circumstance, and each state may have some sort of a cap, but it's not the type of cap that this bill approaches it with.
What's the cap in Connecticut?
I'm not aware that there is a cap in Connecticut, but I also am not aware that there have been substantial complaints of abuses or months-long loss of use charges.
I can tell you right now, I'm a yes vote on some cap, but I don't know what that is. What's the typical cap on loss of use around the country? Do you know?
There's a reasonableness standard, Representative, to be very straightforward with you. There is not a number of days. It's kind of like saying, and I had this in my written testimony, that if I get into an accident with my personal vehicle, is the Connecticut legislature going to cap the number of days that an insurance company will give me a replacement vehicle, a rent-a-car, while that's being fixed? I don't think you've entered that policy space yet, and I would question if this is a good policy space for you to enter at this point for rent-a-cars.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to spread the risk around, I can't see how a consumer should be obligated to pay if you can't get the parts for whatever reason. How is that my fault? Whether it's incompetence on your end, or I know you use the reasonable standard. I can just tell you, I am very interested in this legislation, and I'm curious to find out what other states cap the loss of use to, because based on what I'm hearing, it doesn't make sense to me. Thank you very much.
We'd be pleased to talk with the offline representative and get you that data. I do not have it with me, but I'm happy to follow up if you're interested.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Scott. I think Representative Day hits the crux of the issue as reasonableness and rationality are the approach that I think this committee tries to take on a number of issues. This is one that came to me, and frankly, I had the same reaction Representative Day just had when we first started considering this a few years ago, which is, yes, it makes sense that there are costs borne by the consumer with regard to their operation of your vehicle that is then out of service. And we understand that there's risks that the rental car company takes as well when they enter into a contract, and like how you share the risks and the burdens of those is what we're trying to get to. A lot of other states across the country have opposed caps. This legislation seeks to do that for Connecticut residents as well, so they are similarly protected from these extreme examples. And you are correct. We're not seeing hundreds to thousands of people showing up complaining about getting hit with loss of use fees, but our job is to ensure that they are protected in case that they might, and to understand that we may not receive those complaints and they may be getting charged the same. We've worked with Connecticut car companies to try to get an understanding of what their best practices are in this regard, and we've tried to tailor legislation that gets to it. And I am, like I said, I am going to reach out to you in the next couple of weeks to kind of get a better understanding of your concerns and if there are possible amendments that we need to make to legislation as submitted. But we thought we were in a pretty good spot towards the end of last year, and I'm hoping to get there again this year as well. So I thank you, Mr. Scott, for your testimony, and thankfully.
I welcome that dialogue, Mr. Chairman.
Sounds great. Thank you. And with that, we've got Susan Zabahansky. I'm not seeing Susan online. We have Rafi Podolsky, who was in person. Up here is now online.
Back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer with legal aid programs. I work for Connecticut Legal Services. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill number 5203, which is the dealer conveyance fee bill. Those of you on the committee, well, you'll remember this bill was here last year. It came out of committee. The 1% proposal was a compromise. I think the original bill would have eliminated the fee entirely. I've listened to a lot of the testimony today, and I guess I want to vary from my written testimony to try and address a couple things. The first thing is, it's really important for you to understand that conveyance fees, dealer conveyance fees, are not actually fees. They are allocations of overhead. The reason one of the earlier witnesses was unable to tell you what a reasonable fee might be was because of, well, you'd have to know what the wage structure is. You'd have to know all sorts of things about the business of the company, which is hard to evaluate. And that's because this is not a pass-through fee. It's not like a state charged conveyance tax in which you would just expect it to be itemized. This is a way in which the dealer is able to take part of his overhead, segregate it into the name of a fee called a conveyance fee, and then be able to find ways to do advertising of the price so that it will look like the cost of the car is less than it is. Because if the dealer is using a conveyance fee, they're going to tag it on. It's going to come on at the end. And we know from consumer experience that consumers, and I think this was pointed out by Representative Carney, you're looking at the total price. But it's being disclosed in a way that the total price is not what's really getting disclosed. So that makes it very hard from a consumer perspective to compare different dealerships with different prices if they all have different conveyance fees, because the conveyance fee is not measuring the cost of the conveyance process at all. Ironically, it is also an unfair to dealerships. And I'm sort of surprised that the dealers don't come in and say this themselves, because a dealer that is really doing this right will incorporate what would otherwise be a conveyance fee into the price of the car. It's an overhead expense of running the business. But a dealer who plays around with a low conveyance fee, a medium conveyance fee, a higher conveyance fee, they're using it as a way in practice to reduce what they have to sort of disclose as the sticker price of the car. And we know from consumer behaviors that they're all looking at one particular kind of price. There are, in my testimony, I said there are at least 15 states that cap the fees. An earlier witness said they're 19, so I don't even know what the other 4 states are. I know that California is at $85, and that's the lowest of the fees. They range, I think the states range very different amounts. I thought last year 1% was a very reasonable compromise, in part because it recognizes in the actual industry practices that less expensive cars are going to have less expensive conveyance fees, even though in reality the cost may be substantially the same. Again, because you're not measuring a real specific cost. You're really measuring mostly overhead. So that a used car, for example, in the industry, the conveyance fees for used cars are generally a fair amount lower than conveyance fees for new cars. The 2024 report that I quote.
Excuse me, Mr. Podolsky, just a heads up, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, in my testimony, it quotes $599 as the average current fee in Connecticut, which is, I believe, the sixth highest state in the country, and that's what comes from CarEdge. I put a link to that report in my written testimony. So I hope you do the bill. It's a compromise bill from last year. I hope people can get on board for it. I think it's reasonable, and I would urge support for the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions I can for you.
Thank you, Mr. Podolsky, for your testimony and for your attention on this issue. It is amazing how some of my radical ideas over time become so reasonable after further investigation. It's great. But I do appreciate the testimony and time that you've put into this. I know Representative O'Day has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sir, for your testimony. I've represented over the last 30 years a lot of dealerships throughout the state of Connecticut, so I think I have a pretty good understanding of the dealership business. The conveyance fee, as I've always known it, is basically to cover overhead, and it shouldn't change that dramatically, if at all, certainly between the cost of the vehicle, like a higher cost vehicle or lower cost vehicle. The conveyance fee should be about the same. Isn't that true?
Yeah, it is.
And so the 1% makes no sense to me, in the sense that you're teeing the cap to the cost of the vehicle, and the cost of the vehicle has no impact, or should have very little impact, on the conveyance fee, as we just discussed. So wouldn't it, and thank you for I apologize for not reading your testimony before now. I was a little preoccupied with the license issue, but the conveyance fee for used vehicles is less than the conveyance fee of new vehicles. Why is that?
Well, one of the studies, and this was actually something that was in my testimony last year, I think it was. Well, okay, I don't want to say that, but at least one of the studies was that was one of the survey studies, broke it out into new cars versus used cars, and the used cars was a much lower number than like I don't know. These aren't real numbers, but it would be like new cars were $550 and used cars were $210 for the average, or something like that, and that's presumably because used cars are selling, by and large, for less than new cars. I actually think the 1% makes a lot of sense. In fact, more sense than a flat cap, unless the flat cap is really, really low, like California. Then it sort of doesn't matter. But and the reason for that is precisely because this is an allocation of overhead costs, and inherently, I mean, I don't know exactly how businesses allocate their overhead costs, but I don't have any doubt that when the cars are expensive, more of that price is sort of for general overhead. That it just, again, I don't even know if there's any specificity to allocating them. But it's just that because a more expensive car brings in more revenue for the business, so more of your overhead is sort of directed to bringing in the big ticket customers. So it makes sense to me, similar to a sales tax. I mean, analogous to a sales tax. You buy something really expensive, you pay a high sales tax. You buy something very cheap, you pay a very low sales tax. It's the same percentage. Why? Well, because it doesn't seem reasonable when you're buying something that costs very little to charge a very high sales tax based on some average of what the sales tax is. You do it as a percentage of what you're paying. You do an add-on, you add 6% or whatever it is for sales tax. So to me, I mean, if it turns out that the average in Connecticut is what was reported, I think is $599, that if that's the average and you're buying a car for $7,000, an old used car, paying almost $600 for what arguably is the average seems totally out of proportion. So where if you were paying 1%, maybe that would turn out to be $150 or so. I don't know, whatever the numbers work out to. So I think you go with the percentage. I mean, if you want my recommendation, I would prohibit conveyance fees and tell the dealers just build it into the cost of your overhead, which will then affect the total price of the car. And you'll be able to easily disclose in your advertising what the total price is. People can compare you with a different dealer. You would solve all the problems with this but if you have a separate fee, like if it's a conveyance tax fee that is paid to the state of Connecticut, that one you can itemize out. because that's just a pass through. So that'd be my preference. But the committee last year didn't want to do that. The committee was looking for a compromise and came up with the 1%. And I think 1% kind of works. It gets the cost down into a ballpark region. I mean, I think the cost is still unjustified as a separate cost rather than as part of overhead. So when people say, well, we're not going to get the money, that's not true. Just built into the cost, it becomes an operating cost of the business. The company can do its pricing of the vehicle. We're not regulating the price of the vehicle. So I know, to me, that's reasonable. I understand what you're saying, but I think that I just think there's going to be a fairness issue with doing a flat fee, unless it's a really low flat fee, because you don't want to make people buying really old cars.
All right,
paying a big
you
fee.
represent Connecticut Legal Services, so you're not representing dealerships or the industry. You're representing the
Right.
consumer.
Oh, no, I'm representing consumers. Yeah, no, I'm representing low-income consumers. So I don't want to pretend to be representing anybody else.
Okay, so now I understand. Why? It's because the dealerships have actually suggested that we have a registry, almost, I should say the dealerships, a dealership, and I think there's a couple others that wouldn't disagree with it, have a registry of what the conveyance tax would be, so that the consumers know, and you have to fill that up annually. And so you're not here testifying as an expert in running and operating a dealership. I misunderstood. I apologize. But
Okay, no, and I'm sorry if you thought that, but I would ask you the question: how many consumers are going to go to a state registry when they're shopping for a car online? And it's not that I'd be against a registry. It'd be, as a regulatory tool, certainly if the state wants to require dealers to file whatever it is they're using as a conveyance fee, that, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. But using that instead of doing something different, I think would be a mistake.
well, look, you and I are going to disagree philosophically on the 1% versus a flat fee, but I appreciate your testimony. Knowing that the average is about $600 at $599 is very helpful. So I thank you for that research, and I look forward to working with the chairs and ranking members on coming to a compromise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. I appreciate your testimony today, hanging out with us in person for a few hours and then finding your way home and then testifying at home. Next up, we have Morgan Judge.
Thank you.
Hello, Morgan. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Sorry, the lights go on and off in my office. It's really embarrassing. Thank you to the entire Transportation Committee, especially the chairs, for having me. I'm really grateful to be able to speak to you guys today, and I'm going to try to go quick. I know you've had a long day. My name is Morgan Judge, and I'm the Director of Compliance, Regulation, and Policy for Everdriven Technologies, LLC. We're an alternative student transportation management company. I'm here to testify regarding the potential to adjust Bill 183, Section 9, to potentially include language that would better enable companies like mine, alternative transportation providers, to operate in the state of Connecticut. Alternative transportation, as used throughout the industry, is home to school transportation provided by a company that contracts with a school district to transport students in a small capacity or passenger vehicle. That is simply a vehicle that doesn't hold more than 7 passengers, including the driver. My company itself, Everdriven, has provided this type of transportation management service for the past 20 years. We contract with districts in 30 United States. Everdriven exists not to replace the yellow bus, but to help districts supplement their transportation programs and typically transport populations that would either benefit from small capacity, individualized transport, or students who might not be able to make a traditional yellow bus route. These populations can include students experiencing homelessness, students in the foster system, students with an IEP that dictate they ride alone, and other situations that dictate more unique transportation requirements. We're one of several nationally operating alternative transportation companies today, and nearly all of those companies utilize drivers that transport students in the driver's personal vehicle. So with that in mind, we would just like to mention a suggestion that the Connecticut law could be adjusted to be more friendly to that type of transportation. Specifically, right now in law, there's the requirement that school transportation vehicles get distinctive registration plates, like license plates. The daily vehicle inspection record that is required today has to be physically done and physically kept in the vehicle. We think it would be beneficial to make it digital because most of these companies like ours operate within an application function. And also there's requirements around signage on the vehicle, language requiring more permanent decals for contact information, fleet numbers, which don't necessarily pertain to us, and names and owners and operators. So hopefully I did all of that in my 3 minutes. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Well done in getting it in under time, Morgan. Appreciate your testimony. Just to clarify, so there's nothing in the legislation before us today that specifically allows you to operate in Connecticut. And you did sort of touch on what you'd like to see changed in Connecticut to allow Everdriven to operate. I just wonder, is it that you absolutely can't, that statute prevents you from operating here? Or is it that you use individual drivers that don't want to modify their vehicles?
In reality, it's probably just the second option, that we utilize individual drivers that don't want to modify their vehicles. But in terms of the way alternative transportation as an industry has kind of grown, most of us, my company, for example, subcontracts out to local transportation companies. Other companies contract out to local drivers. And so it would be pretty difficult to have a driver pool that modify their vehicle in such substantive ways, especially since it is a personal vehicle that hypothetically in the other 7 hours of a workday utilize their vehicle for other purposes.
Okay, and I know we have Costa here today testifying on something else, but maybe this is a question better suited for them, but how are we transporting students with these needs in Connecticut now? And why do you think there's the need for this additional unit of alternative transportation options?
Specifically, I can't speak to the first part of that question very well. But in all the other places that we've operated in the country, our type of service, again, we don't try to replace or remove traditional yellow bus routes, but it does give districts, especially the transportation departments, a lot of flexibility to say, oh, this student who needs to be transported for school of origin now lives 2 districts over. They can't make a bus route. They could use our company or a company like ours to transport that student and not have to figure out a way to put that student on a bus. So
okay.
Another example would be a student experiencing or that has an individualized education plan that says they have some behavioral issues and they typically either have an issue keeping their hands to themselves to the point that it is detrimental to the other students riding in the vehicle with them. And so they would need to travel alone. And our company or a company like ours with a driver and monitor provided would help ensure that transportation is safely completed without requiring an entire bus to be provided for that service.
Okay, thanks for that, Morgan. And do you, I'm assuming you work collaboratively with the bus companies in the state. Did you say 30 other states?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm assuming you work collaboratively with the bus companies. Do you actually work under their umbrella or are you totally separate? And if you're totally separate, then you go through the same stringent background requirements and vetting process that other school bus companies adhere to?
So some companies within the industry they are under an umbrella of a bus company. We are not. We're completely different. We have had bus partnerships in the past to supplement certain transportation requirements or contracts that certain bus companies have fulfilled. We do require all of our local transportation companies and their drivers to go through the same vetting process that is either required for school transportation vehicle drivers in the state of Connecticut, for example, or whatever other alternative specific requirements exist. If they don't, each company has their own base vetting requirements, but in the state of Connecticut, for example, you already have existing requirements for STV drivers. So we would follow those exact requirements.
Okay, thanks so much, Morgan. I believe Representative Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Morgan, for being with us today. I know it's been a long day. You had indicated you were referring to Section 9 of SB 183. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm not tied to that. I just suggested that because
Okay.
that was the only section I found in the bill that had school transportation vehicles listed.
No problem. And are your drivers, so you're currently not in Connecticut, I understood that. Some of the changes that you're looking for is to alter the signage on the vehicles.
Mhm.
Is that correct? Did I understand that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are the vehicles inspected by motor vehicles, or how does the inspection process go?
Currently, the requirement is that they have a pre-service inspection that is repeated annually by the DMV.
Okay,
So they
great.
would be inspected by the state of Connecticut annually.
And just final question, obviously, so your drivers, do they go through some kind of a certification process? Did you say that? Did you speak to
I'm
that?
sorry, can you repeat that question?
Do your drivers go through some kind of a certification process?
So the school transportation vehicle requirements in Connecticut right now include a valid operator's license with a passenger and school endorsement, which includes pre-service safety training and a regular MVR check annually. 3 years of driver experience, pre-service drug test, annual in-service training.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And just to reiterate one more time, you are not currently working in Connecticut with any of our school districts?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much, Morgan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. All right, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for your time, Morgan.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good day.
And speaking of Costa, next we have Jean Cronin.
Thank you, Senator Cohen, Representative Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jean Cronin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut School Transportation Association, more commonly known as COSTA. And I'm here today to offer comments on Senate Bill 185, which is the bill about the school bus seatbelt fund. So that fund was created back in 2010. There was a very tragic school bus accident that year, and a student was killed. That is the first fatal bus accident that Connecticut has had that anyone can remember. And legislators responded with an effort to encourage towns to install seatbelts on their school buses. So obviously, it's more expensive to have a school bus with seatbelts. So in an effort to help defray that cost, the legislature set up this fund. It was to be administered by the Department of Motor Vehicles. Regional and local school districts would apply for this fund, and they could receive money to pay back to their transportation provider to pay up to 50% of the sales tax of that school bus with the seatbelts. It had to be the three-point lap shoulder belts, not just the lap belt. So that fund was created. They increased the driver operator licensing fee. When your license gets suspended and you get it reinstated, there's a fee. So they increased that fee by $50, and they took that $50, and every time somebody got their license reinstated, that $50 was put into this seatbelt fund. It accumulated millions of dollars between 2010 and 2017 when the program was in effect. But during that time frame, we are not aware of any school district that applied for that money. So the money sat in that fund. During one of the budget cycles that we had where we were running a deficit, the legislature swept that fund. So all that money was put into the general fund. I think that line item still exists. I'm not sure. You may want to have OFA check on that. And I think the funding source is still there. So the reason nobody accessed that fund is because basically not a lot of towns were requiring school buses or seatbelts on their school buses. In 2010, when that legislation passed, there were only 3 towns, Cromwell, Danbury, and Reading, that required seatbelts on school buses. In the succeeding years after that fund was passed, 2 more towns added seatbelts. That was Stamford and Wilton. But as we sit here today in 2024, there is only 1 town that we are aware of that still requires seatbelts on school buses, and that's the town of Cromwell. Apparently, the municipalities of New Britain and and Simsbury have a few buses in their fleet that have seatbelts, but they do not require seatbelts on all their school buses. So obviously, there's the ongoing costs of maintaining, repairing, and replacing the seatbelts. If the seatbelts are broken or several are broken, is that bus now considered out of service? I don't know. But as far as the financing and the funding, a typical diesel-powered Type 1, the big yellow school buses you see on the road, the 77 passengers, is $120,000 today. That's actually increased from $85,000 just 2 years ago due to supply chain issues. So we have a $120,000 bus. It's costs between $13,000 and $15,000 to put the 3-point harness lap belts on each bus. So that's bringing your cost to $135,000 with the 6.35% sales tax. That would be $8,000.
Ms. Cronin, just a heads up.
Yikes. Okay, I'll be quick. Anyway, it comes out to about $4,300 a bus. We would be fine with reinstating this program, leaving it as an option for the towns. We would not want to see a school bus seatbelt mandate. There's a lot of issues with that, including, how are you going to make the kids wear them? Who's liable if they don't? What do you do to evacuate in a bad circumstance? And we would suggest, the towns are having a lot of difficulties right now with their budgets, with teachers' salaries, the electric school bus mandate. We would suggest that you check with your boards of education and your superintendents to see if they think this fund would be helpful and if they would be looking to do some kind of seatbelt mandate in the future. So.
I appreciate that testimony, Jean. Do you think, so what do you think the reason is that it wasn't accessed? You just think that it wasn't enough to help motivate towns to have these either retrofitted or put on new buses?
Well, retrofit is hard because retrofit, the lap belts are not that efficient. So if you're going to put seat belts, you want to put the harness ones, the 3-point. You really can't retrofit a school bus with those types of belts because there's a lot of change you need to do. You need to take out all the seats. You need to reinforce the floor. It violates your warranty. There's a host of other issues. So you really don't want to retrofit a school bus. You would rather have them come in as a new bus. So, I think you'd have to ask the towns. I don't know if it's a question of cost or they just didn't find it to be practical. I mean, there have been issues in the past with evacuation issues when there have been accidents. Most of the accidents that occur with school buses are not the school bus's fault. It's cars or some other vehicle hitting the school bus. And I do recall, I think when Danbury had their seatbelts, there was an incident a number of years ago. The bus was coming out of the high school. It was hit by, I think it was a truck, tipped over sideways, and the kids were actually suspended. They were hanging from their seatbelts. With the pressure on the belt, they couldn't get out of them and had to be cut out of those belts. So, there are some issues. I've heard a lot of testimony today about it. And there's talk on both sides. You wonder, why don't you put your seatbelt on a bus? You do it in your car. But buses are designed differently. They're very, very safe. They're compartmentalized. It's kind of like an egg carton holding the kids into place with the padded seats, the high seat backs. Issues with the size of the kids, right? If you have a high schooler and they're up here with the belt, you got a little elementary school kid, it's going to go right across their face. So who's adjusting them? Who's making them wear them? But I would talk to your towns, talk to your boards of ed, talk to your superintendents, see if they think this would be helpful. Obviously, Senator, it sounds like you've done some research, and I think that fund is still there, and it's probably accumulated quite a bit of money since the last time they swept it. So.
It is still there, and there are millions of dollars in the fund. Not as much as there would have been had it not been swept, certainly. But really trying to get at this. I mean, I might argue too, in that case of the Danbury accident, would it be better for the children to be thrown around the bus? Probably not. They were safely suspended with seatbelts, I suspect. So this is something we have to really discuss and figure out. There are a number of states that mandate this. We're not looking to do that here, though I think, at this point, the studies and what we're hearing from NTSB and the National Highway Transportation Safety Board is that they are thinking that school bus safety belts are the way to go now. And I think for a long time, the efficacy of safety belts was disputed because of the high seats, because of the 3-point harness being different sizes. So I think the more that time goes on, the more accidents, unfortunately, that occur. I think there's new data showing us that this is the way to go and to keep our children safe. But I do appreciate your testimony, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Hi, Jean. It's nice to see you. So I guess, have there been a lot of accidents, let's say the last 10 years in Connecticut with school buses?
Well, I think there've been accidents. I mean, we had the fatal one sadly back in 2010, but they're mostly, and we've had several happen in just the last few months, cars hitting buses, going through lights, hitting buses. So are there accidents? Yes, but I think they're mostly that bus is like a tank. So when it's on a road and a vehicle is hitting it, it's generally that vehicle that's going to be damaged as opposed to the bus.
So how is it finding drivers? First, how is it right now finding school bus drivers?
Not good. We've had a driver shortage since prior to the pandemic. I mean, the pandemic just exacerbated it, but we've had difficulty recruiting drivers for many years.
So do you think if there was a mandate for seat belts, do you think that would make it easier to be a bus driver or harder?
Well, that's one of the issues. You can't mandate that the driver be the one to do that enforcement, right? The driver is responsible for driving the bus and making sure that that bus is driven safely. And, you've seen the incidents of the Bridgeport situation where they had 100,000 vehicles passing this bus over a 6-month period. The driver needs to be watching the road and taking care of the bus. The driver cannot be making sure kids are wearing their seatbelts. So I don't know what you would do as far as there would have to be some kind of exemption from the driver having to be the one to enforce that the students are wearing their seatbelts. And I heard the exchange with Representative Lamar and the student from Brantford, who was very eloquent, by the way, talking about would kids wear these? I mean, high school kids, are they going to wear them? Probably not. How are you going to make them? Certainly not going to be that driver. So it would just add to the issues of the drivers today if you were to place that burden on them.
Okay, no, and that's one of the things I was thinking about too is, while, I mean, yes, when you think about seat belts on school buses as a, in a vacuum, yeah, it sounds great. But when you add all of, reality to it, it's going to be more difficult than that. And I do have a concern about bus drivers. I see it. I have M&J bus in my district, and they constantly are trying to find people to drive these buses. And if there's no bus drivers, how are these kids going to get to school? So I think we need to be very mindful about the additional, I guess, mandates we put on. I know this isn't mandating anything, but the additional mandates that we put on the schools and the school buses. So I'm going to certainly continue to listen to the debate on this, but I appreciate your comments.
I just do want to clarify, this is not for a school bus safety belt mandate. I know we're having that conversation, but that's the legislation before us is to reinstate this grant program and have the funds available for use for districts that choose to use them. But speaking of driver shortage, I wonder, Jean, if you want the opportunity to comment at all on the testimony right before you, because it is relevant.
I would. I mean,
to,
that's a,
So yeah, I'll
yes,
just ask the question, what
right.
are your thoughts
Um,
on
we
Evergreen
have
driven?
companies that provide that type of service. There are livery companies you've probably seen, they drive on the highway, they have the signs, they have the phone number of the bus company. In fact, those were mandates this legislature has passed over the years because you want to be able to identify those buses that are carrying school children. Perfect case in point was the Channel 30 expose about speeding bus drivers and dangerous bus drivers. You want to know who's driving your kids, what kind of vehicles they're in, and how to get a hold of them. So, there are requirements for drivers. There's something called a V endorsement, and that's for the drivers of these smaller vehicles, these STV type vehicles. There's background checks, there's safety trainings. You have to have, as I said, the sign on the roof of the car. You have to have certain insurance requirements. There are companies out there, commercial companies providing that now. We have not had any situations of people using their private vehicles, and I would be very concerned about that and the liability and what's happening with school districts. I don't believe, I think they said they are not operating in Connecticut, but there's requirements here for companies that are already performing those types of services.
I would certainly suspect that if we did do anything to modify, though, again, it's not before us today, is not written into the legislative proposal, specifically that she mentioned, which is an act implementing the recommendations of the DMV. But I would suspect we would need to set up sort of that similar regulatory framework, right? Where we're making sure that any drivers are properly vetted that are carrying school children, and they would have to fall under that umbrella. It is interesting that they operate in 30 other states, and it sounds like they operate in a cooperative manner. So I'd be interested in hearing more from you if you gather more information around that, because it's obviously a brand new concept. I didn't anticipate hearing from them today, and just interested in how this would work if it were implemented in Connecticut and how they could work collaboratively. Does it solve for some of the school bus driver shortages? Does that help or hinder the situation?
Well, you still need drivers, right? So if it's a driver of a car versus a driver of a larger bus, you still need to recruit drivers, and they have to go through a background check, fingerprints, criminal background check. They have to go through the training and get the licensure, et cetera. So there is a process. It's not just like you or me taking our driver's license and going out and picking up someone's kid.
Yeah.
It's a little more involved than that.
And then to Representative Carney's point and your point about drivers needing to back on the school bus safety belts now, to checking on whether or not children are wearing their safety belts. Do the drivers, do they not have to walk up and down the school bus at the end once they've?
At the end of the day.
Okay, at
yes.
the end of the day,
Yeah,
they
and
do
that's
that.
mainly
And-
to check to make sure the bus is empty and you don't have any sleeping children in the back, which does happen.
Right. And are there any other rules that bus drivers sort of need to enforce? Like you need to stay seated when the bus is moving, you please don't eat on the school bus, these sorts of things that the driver. is
There are
required-
protocols. Yes, they have to be seated when the bus is moving and there's, school districts have other protocols and whatnot that they have.
So I guess it's not, in my mind, it's not outlandish to, for a driver to have to say, okay, everybody put their lap belts on.
You could say that, but a driver can't leave their seat to go walk back at every stop and make sure somebody put
That
their
it's
belt on.
still on.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jean, for being here. Appreciate it. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I just was curious. You had mentioned the town of Cromwell requires seatbelts. Is it a mandate? or
That
just
is the only
requires it?
town we're aware of right now
And
that mandates
do you know if that
seatbelts.
coincided with the accident that occurred in Rocky
No,
Hill?
they
No, it was
actually
before
had
that?
seatbelts already in 2010 when that accident
Oh,
occurred.
okay.
They were one
And
of the
then-
3 towns that had them at the time.
And then you mentioned the towns of Simsbury and New Britain were the 2 that I wrote down. Did they inquire about the program or was it around the same
I don't-
time? Do you
I-
know if they were even aware
I
of
don't
it?
know. I was just told by my member companies that Simsbury now when it purchases new buses is putting seatbelts on, and New Britain has them on about 40 of their buses. So it's not the whole fleet in those towns, but they have put them on some of the buses.
It's an interesting conversation that maybe they weren't aware of it, but we can talk about that later. All right. Thank you so much for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
One second, I just a follow up, and then I'll go to you, Representative O'Day. It's good to be chair. Just kidding. I just along those lines, it's making me think. So there used to be a mandate in 5 towns, right? Did you list 5 towns?
Correct. Yeah. There were,
So, and now there's not, now only in Cromwell. So are there still buses circulating with belts in those other towns like Danbury, Reading? There must be, right?
I can't say for certain, but usually most towns swap their buses out about every 5 years.
5
When you get a
years.
new contract, they ask you to replace the buses. So there may be,
Okay.
but my guess is, here we are 14 years later.
Okay.
They might not.
Okay. Appreciate that. Representative O'Day.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair does have privileges. Elections have consequences. So I didn't mean that as a bad way. No, you're chair and rightly so. I'm former ranking. But my quick comment, I've represented a number of busing companies, as you know, Gene, and we could require that ultimately seatbelts, but again, like you said, you'd have to have maybe a monitor, which would add significant costs. Then the monitor would be responsible for going up and down the bus to look to make sure everybody's wearing their seatbelt and appropriately. So I think this is a fair compromise, what I'm seeing, and a good idea that towns that want to adopt it can take advantage of the money and see how it works and see how much it costs. So you're not testifying against it. You're just
No,
testifying.
you're just saying that it's.
Careful, right?
Yeah. Just, we don't want to see a mandate as a result of the fund, but I don't think the fund was well publicized when it was created. I don't know how many towns knew about it, and I don't know if that would make a difference. But again, we've got the electric school bus mandate coming, and those buses cost $350,000 each. And that's for the cities are coming, that's 2030, and then everybody else. And
when they catch fire, you really can't put them out. So in any event, I'm sorry, it's true. All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. I do think this legislation appears to be a fair compromise. And we can go on about electric vehicles another time. Thank you very much, Gene.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Thank you, Jean. Next, we have John Heath. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and Chair Lamar, ranking members Wong and Kennedy, and members of the Transportation Committee. I am John Heath, Senior Manager for Government Relations and External Affairs for Turo. I will also add I am a native of Hartford, and thank you for allowing me to come home again and testify. I represent Turo, the world's peer-to-peer car sharing leader. Turo is the largest car sharing marketplace, which allows individuals, your constituents and loved ones, to share their own cars with travelers, similar to the way that Airbnb allows individuals to share their homes. We stand in strong support of the committee's proposal, Senate Bill 184, an act concerning renting or leasing of passenger vehicles. We support the committee's efforts to pick up where they left off last year, which includes addressing loss of use and also removing the requirement for secondary drivers to provide credit cards upon renting a vehicle. Requiring a credit card for secondary drivers' use of a rental car is potentially discriminatory, certainly in some cases to communities of color and other communities that are of the lower socioeconomic rung in the state. And as consumers who do not have a credit card are prohibited from renting a vehicle, that causes a problem for many families. And we feel that that's an incredible burden. Currently, rental car companies place a loss of use clause in their rental agreements that places the responsibility on the customers to financially cover the loss of estimated rental revenue in the event the car becomes inoperable, hence loss of use. Loss of use fees currently are charged directly to the customer and not the insurance company, creating sometimes exorbitant fees for the user. Rental car companies operate on a good faith estimate to calculate the rental revenue. However, these fees are not limited, meaning that a rental car company can charge the user for an unknown amount of time, so there is no limit. For example, if a constituent is involved in an accident with the rental vehicle, creating damage that perhaps would be normally fixed in 2 days, there is nothing to require that rental car company to stay within that time frame. They have no obligation. So this allows rental car companies to charge the customer for an unregulated amount of time, creating potentially exorbitant fees directly to the customer. And there have been cases documented where individuals have been charged thousands of dollars, even in some cases up to $15,000 for loss of use. And that's in addition to the cost of repair. The addition of paragraph D under section 2 would simply place a cap on the amount that can be charged to the customer. Loss of use, again, disproportionately affects lower and middle class communities who continue to try to overcome the wealth and income gaps that persist, even some families that are still dealing with recovering from the pandemic. I might add that California, New York, and Wisconsin have outlawed the use from loss of use from being collected, and 9 states have passed bills creating limitations.
Excuse me, Mr. Heath, just a heads up.
Thank you. Well, I will close with that, but I would like to say that Turo, one of the folks that testified, I believe the gentleman from Accra, talked about we have carved ourselves out. That is not the case. If a Turo host, their car becomes inoperable after sharing, they cannot charge loss of use on our platform.
Well, thank you for that, because that was going to be my first question. And what about how do you operate in terms of showing identification for peer-to-peer? How does that work?
Sure. So we have a screening process, proprietary screening process. Then drivers get approved to be on our platform as guests or as hosts. And then the secondary driver, we don't require a credit card. It's simply they put their license in, their license is verified, and then they're able to drive on that booking trip.
Okay, appreciate that. Representative Lamar, then Representative O'Day.
Thank you, John, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I really do appreciate you coming back up here to join us. Something
My
in that
ninth
voice is in
state in
Hartford,
11
though.
days.
Yeah. It's been a long time since you lived in Hartford, though, right?
It has.
Yeah. Now the voice is giving you away a little bit, like mine's giving me away right now. So I really do appreciate your thoughtfulness on this issue for a number of years now, being able to work with Turo to understand what their viewpoint is on this. We've also been able to do a lot of research about what other loss of use provisions are across the country. We think we're in a pretty good spot with the legislation that we proposed. We actually worked with local Connecticut rental car companies and worked on some of the issues that they had with it originally. So we think we're in a pretty good spot. And so I think we took approach of reasonableness, like where can we have this conversation go that protects Connecticut consumers without unnecessarily or unfairly placing too much burden on the rental car companies themselves. And so we end up with this best practice model that we think we want to emulate. We think, may need additional revisions, as I'm seeing testimony from Enterprise and a couple other Connecticut-based companies that maybe we need to consider some slight changes. So I would just ask that one, like as we look at potentially making some changes, you keep us apprised of your company's continued viewpoint on it to make sure we're getting that balance correct. But also too, I'm going to ask you on a somewhat unrelated issue.
Sure.
If you can help us figure out a better policy solution. And that is at Connecticut Airport Authority. Right now we have a ground transportation center that is rented and used by a lot of our rental car companies.
Sure.
They pay a percentage fee of each transaction that occurs there, and help paying off, frankly, the investment that the state made in that ground transportation center by their continued renting out of locations.
Sure.
Now, I think they're right to suggest that it's a little bit unfair that they're forced to compete with you, who isn't paying for the ground transportation center, not paying a percentage of the transaction fees, don't have an operating agreement on site.
Sure.
So I'm hoping you'll continue to work with me and trying to define a better policy solution for what is happening at Connecticut Airport Authority, because I do think there's a sense of fairness in that conversation too that we'll need to investigate. And you've been nothing but reasonable and fair and open. So I know that's going to continue, but I just wanted to make a sort of public ask that you continue to work with us as we come up with a good solution for how people who are in a similar industry share the similar costs and basis moving forward.
Well, as many of you know, I'm also a pastor, so ask and you shall receive.
I appreciate it.
We have already started those conversations, restarted those conversations. Matter of fact, I have a colleague coming up to sit down with airport staff. Representative Lamar, what I would hope you would consider is the dynamic is different. We don't own vehicles. It is your constituents that do. I have been a part of airport expansions around the country, so I understand Comrex centers very well, and the necessity to get those off the books and paid for. But there is no airport in America, and we have done a robust effort in increasing our airport permits. We don't operate at any of the rental car centers. And what the airports have found is that it's been very beneficial for them financially. So however the money gets there, it gets there, but that isn't always the most optimal. And I think other airports have come to that conclusion, and we will continue with your urging, but also with our desire. This is personal for me. The first flight I ever took was guess from where? Bradley Airport. So it's a personal thing for me. And so we're going to be working diligently. We've also given other airports, we had found that the airport had not had an opportunity to speak with many of their peers. And so we've given them some peers that are comparable. My colleague who will be coming up here used to be a staff member at Charlotte. And full disclosure, we started out on opposite ends. I was negotiating with him. So he gives a unique perspective that I could not give when I was trying to negotiate airport permits. And I think that's why we've racked up, I think we're about maybe 130 airports now across the country. So we've made progress. And we'll
Excellent.
continue to do that here. I promise you that.
That sounds great. And that's exactly what I wanted to hear. You've always been great to work with. Your Connecticut team has been great to work with on this issue.
They're fabulous.
Yeah, we've disagreed quite a bit over the years on
Yeah.
this issue, frankly. But they've always been good to work with. And you guys have been good to work with. And hopefully we get to a solution that works for CAA, our rental car companies, yourselves as well.
And Mr. Chair, I would also add that there is also your constituents are obviously going to pay those taxes upfront, sales, property taxes. That's not necessarily the case for folks in the rental car industry. While they will say that they do, that's not the case. And I can share, I think we've shared information about the tax loophole and how much Connecticut misses from that. And so there are other ways I think that we could find other revenue to reduce some of these capital project costs.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you again, Ms. Reed.
Representative O'Day.
Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Just, one of the things in looking at this, we want to make sure it's fair to both sides, right?
Sure.
We don't want a comparative advantage to one based on our legislation that benefits to the detriment of another. So in looking at the tax issue aside, I certainly have questions on that. I'm looking forward to reviewing that information that you have. Assuming we can iron out, I'm getting different information from different people on the property tax issue. So we'll be able to flush that out when the rubber meets the road, so to speak. Pun intended. But I guess my question to you is on the loss of use. It was answered. You don't charge, and that's
no, sir.
part of the contract. So no matter what happens to the vehicle, there's no loss of use charge in
No, sir.
Turo.
Not at all.
And then curious, I'm looking on your site, and I'm embarrassed to say I had never heard of you until recently, company. And I can rent a Ford F-150 Lightning for $89 a day. And I'm trying to see if there's a fee if I return it less than fully charged. What is the policy or your company on recharging the vehicle? Do you have one, or is it based on an individual case-by-case basis on whoever's running the car?
We've revamped some policies, so forgive me for not being up to snuff with that as it relates to EV. What I can do, Representative O'Day, is as soon as I get back to my hotel room, I can have that information and get that to you. Generally, everything that we kind of require is spelled out in the agreement, in the trip information. And so we have really worked, I've heard, so much about transparency and things of that nature. Our CEO is really diligent about that. And so it should be explicit there. But if it's not, then I will inquire as to why it's not.
And the airport fees, as the good chair was talking about, the rental car companies have to pay that.
Yes, sir.
And I got to believe, and you've now promised us that you're going to work with them. It's got to be some fairly easy fix that any trip to an airport or from an airport can have a fee assessed to the credit card. I got to believe that somehow can be fixed in a programming.
Sure. Well, we work with the airports to look at what that looks like. Every airport is different, size, volume, things of that nature. And so what we'll do is make sure that we're sitting down. We generally do not go like a per fee type deal. We look at maybe percentages of bookings and things of that nature. And so that's generally how we work with that with our airports team, which is now fully staffed.
How big is Turo, and do you have any employees in Connecticut?
No. So we don't have any employees physically domiciled in Connecticut. We have headquarters in San Francisco, a large presence in Phoenix, and then we also have offices in Canada, the UK, Australia, and France now.
And how long have you been in existence?
We've been in existence, I guess about 14 years now.
Yeah, I got to get out more. Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
And welcome back to Hartford.
Thank you. I remember when this building was being built and my mother was working at the Elections Enforcement Commission. So some deep memories here in this building today for me.
I think that's it, Mr. Heath. I appreciate your time today, and I appreciate the work that you've done with this committee for a number of years. And I look forward to speaking with you soon.
Thank you so much. And Representative Kennedy, no benches for us to hang out at today. Take care.
Next up is Daniel Blinn. Mr. Blinn, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello and thank you, Chair Lamar, Chair Cohen. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee in support of House Bill 5203 concerning conveyance fees. I've submitted written testimony. I've been listening to the other witnesses on this bill, and I'd like to use my time to address some of those comments. First, there were a couple of remarks made by the witnesses for the industry that there's already a requirement that the fees be reasonable. And I very respectfully disagree with that. And I know this from personal experience because I was involved in a case that I reference in my written testimony. It's Small versus Going Forward. And the Connecticut Supreme Court held in that case in 2007 that there is no substantive limitation on the amount that can be charged for fees, although the statute has language that defines the fee as a reasonable amount to reimburse the dealership for the cost of conveying the vehicle and processing the paperwork. The Supreme Court held that that was just definitional language and that it did not impose any substantive limitation. Now, at that time, in 2007, The conveyance fee that was being challenged was $299. And my concern back then was that by lifting this off, by removing any requirement that the fee be reasonable, that they were going to explode. And that's exactly what happened. There's one dealership, and it's not a small used car dealership. It's a major dealership that sells brands by multiple manufacturers that's charging $1,299 for a conveyance fee. Now, I visited their website this morning, and what I found was that the least expensive car that they have there is $13,320. So this dealership is charging 9.7% of the cost of that car as a conveyance fee. This has no connection whatsoever to the cost of doing the dealership. And that case that I referenced before, there was testimony in a deposition where the question was asked, what does the consumer get for this fee? And the answer given by the general manager of the dealership was absolutely nothing. Follow-up question, what is it? And the answer, 100% pure profit. And Attorney Podolsky was right when he said that really you take a look at the conveyance fee and the sale price, and the two of them together constitute the true cost of the consumer for the vehicle. And by permitting dealerships to break out a conveyance fee separate and distinct from the cost of the car enables a deception that's very problematic, because dealerships can advertise cars that look to be cheaper than others. And as was observed by a few of the legislators and witnesses, many dealerships are not including the conveyance fee in the advertisement as required by statute. Even more problematic is that there are dozens of websites unaffiliated with dealerships that pull cars from dealership websites and post that in order to draw attention to their website, to draw advertising. And a lot of consumers find cars advertised there. And when they do that, and through no fault of the dealerships, all of the information, the fine print in which they disclose these fees isn't carried over. So consumers go to a dealership and they don't know. Yeah, my apologies. I'll conclude it there then, if I've used up my time.
Thank you, Mr. Blinn, for your testimony and for your written testimony and the background and history on a lot of this. This has been an informative read for me. I think you submitted testimony as well last year that provided context, and I appreciated that as well. And I think you're right. Like fundamentally, the best approach would be to just ban conveyance fees and force businesses to put that cost into the cost of the vehicle. It's literally how almost every other product for sale in America is handled. Cars have a separate fee, and I've attempted a couple different approaches towards regulating it in a manner similar to what other states have done. We settled this year on the 1% cap. I'm hearing like there may be greater appetite for going back to a standard fee or a traditional fee. Or look, I'm going to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle on this one. I'm going to try to get to a point where we feel comfortable bringing this practice into place with what I see across the state, because I think whether you're on Democrat or Republican in this committee or in the Senate or in the House, you're going to hear from consumers who feel unfairly treated by a dealership who flouts the law in many circumstances by not advertising the prices, by not listing them on the websites. During testimony earlier today, was able to go on to the 8 largest dealerships in the state of Connecticut and recognize that 5 of them did not disclose their conveyance fee anywhere on the website. And
I heard that testimony, and I've looked at a lot of dealerships. I see what they're doing. And I find that a lot of them do it, but they don't do it in the way that the statute requires. There's a minimum typeface requirement that's ignored. There's mandatory language that is not followed, that they do something else.
Of the 3 that I saw that did actually list, only one of them let you know that it was a negotiable fee, and it provided that additional documentation and language. So I think that this is a statute that's clearly in need of cleaning up, and the fee itself needs to be regulated in some meaningful way. I'm going to look at your testimony, probably reach out to you, because I think there's interest in this committee to getting towards a reasonable solution on this and a number of other issues. So I do appreciate your testimony over the years and helping to educate me and members of the committee.
Most certainly, and I'll be happy to speak with you.
Perfect. Representative Carney has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony, Attorney Blinn. So I Googled after you mentioned a $1,299 conveyance fee, and I think I found the dealership you were probably talking about. So I guess my question, if you know the answer, so I'm looking at this particular car dealer's website, and it says an MSRP final price, and it lists the price. And then you scroll down more and it says pricing note, all pricing is subject to an additional dealer conveyance fee of $1,299. So I'm just a little, I guess, a little bit confused. So does that mean that the final price is actually the $38,840 plus the conveyance fee?
It does.
All right.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of times when you go to a dealership website, one of the things that you'll see is you'll see maybe 12 cars that are listed with the price. And a lot of times, in order to see that disclosure of the conveyance fee, you have to click through to another page. That it's not going to be on the front page, but you have to click through a little further, which is contrary to 14-62A, which requires that this conveyance fee be disclosed anywhere that a price is conveyed. And that just isn't happening.
No, I appreciate that, because this definitely, frustrates me that this particular dealer is engaging in this. Because I mean, it doesn't sound like everybody is, but as was discussed, some are. So thank you very much.
Most certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Blinn, for your testimony today. Next up, we have Randy Wetmore, who I am not, there he is.
Representative Turco has his hand up.
Oh, I apologize. I think we may have lost Attorney Blinn, and I missed your hand, Representative Turco. I do apologize. I will be sure to take any questions you have for Attorney Blinn and forward them to him, because he immediately logged off. I apologize, Representative Turco, for missing your hand.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should have ran downstairs quickly. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Wetmore, your turn, and I will make sure to check again for additional hands on Zoom. I apologize for missing that one. Mr. Wetmore, the floor is yours.
I would like to thank you all for basically hearing all this. I'm here to talk about the LSV's registration. I've been disabled for about 15 years now, and it's hard for me to get to the store and get groceries and get my service dog to the vet. A regular vehicle wouldn't be good for me because it's just too much maintenance. An LSV vehicle would actually be good for me. It would help me get out more, get my dog to the vet and everything. I just see a LSV as a good choice for the future, and registering it and insurance would be make me feel safe around the vehicle, around driving around town. As far as safety, I would feel better in an LSV vehicle than on a motorcycle. There's more protection and stuff like that than on motorcycles and scooters. That's pretty much all I have for this.
Thank you, Mr. Wetmore, for your testimony today and for helping us understand the application of LSVs more broadly than I think many of us were thinking of them. This is a great opportunity for folks who are either not desirous of or unable to operate bikes or heavy-duty vehicles. I mean, this is a great opportunity for so many of our citizens to fully engage with the state in a way that may not be otherwise able to. And I think you highlighted that perfectly for us. So I appreciate your testimony. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't have any questions, Mr. Wetmore, but I just wanted to say thank you for being here and for bringing our attention to this. As my co-chair mentioned, this isn't just about folks in wealthy communities driving around fancy golf carts. It's much more than that, and I appreciate you bringing our attention to that. And so thank you for your advocacy around this.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no other hands. Thank you again, Mr. Whitmore.
All right.
Next, we have Bo Whiteman.
There we go. Hello.
Good afternoon, Bo. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon. Great to see you as well. Good afternoon, Senator Cohen, Representative Lamar, Senator Wong, and Representative Kennedy, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Bo Whiteman, and I lead Rivian's state policy team. I'm joining you today to support, to express Rivian's support of SB 189. Rivian is an independent and publicly traded American automaker and technology company that specializes in the development of zero-emission light and medium-duty vehicles. Rivian operates a direct-to-consumer sales and service model and will be opening its first brick-and-mortar location in Connecticut in Shelton later this spring. The location will provide warranty and customer pay service. Connecticut has a unique method of registering pickup trucks among the states where every pickup truck is deemed commercial unless it meets two criteria. The first being that the registrant states that it is for personal use and that the vehicle has a gross weight rating below 8,500 pounds. Rivian supports this bill because it modestly increases this weight limit, and in so doing allows for Connecticut residents to register their electric pickup trucks for personal use. Electric pickup trucks and electric vehicles generally are modestly heavier than their gas-powered peers, due largely to the weight of the batteries. Under the current model, many of our pickup truck customers in the state have had to obtain commercial insurance policies because they cannot claim their vehicle for personal use due to the weight limit. Frustratingly, this weight issue affects pickup truck drivers only. Rivian also sells an SUV that shares an identical weight, but can be registered for personal use. Finally, and perhaps most frustratingly to our customers in the state, the requirement is not implemented uniformly. Some owners have been able to claim their vehicle as personal, while others have not. So we appreciate the committee's attention to this issue and welcome any questions.
Hi, Bo. Thanks so much for being here, and thank you for your testimony to the committee. I also saw that you submitted written testimony, and I appreciate that. And certainly as we explore this, we're discovering that this is, potentially going to impact many vehicles as we transition towards a clean vehicle future. You mentioned that the R1T and the R1S have the same gross vehicle weight. What is that gross vehicle weight?
The gross vehicle weight rating of both the R1S and the R1T is 8,536 pounds.
So 36 pounds over what currently we register pickup trucks as if they were purely used for residential use as passenger vehicles. Is that correct? So 36 pounds over that limit?
That's correct. And the important thing to point out here when we talk about gross weight rating is, we're talking about a vehicle that's fully laden, which, let's be honest, is pretty infrequent. The other thing that at least our pickup truck kind of has working against it is that it's incredibly capable. And so where similar pickup trucks of its size can only carry a half a ton, ours can haul 3/4 of a ton. So that also kind of lifts up our gross weight rating because of its capabilities.
Right. So your hauling capacity is higher. Is there another reason why? Do you mind me asking, do you know what the gross vehicle weight is of like the Lightning, the F-150 electric truck?
I can check it for sure. They are under 8,500. It is a modestly lighter vehicle because it has a smaller battery than ours does by about 30 kilowatt hours, which probably equates to several hundred pounds.
And when it has a smaller battery, does that equate to less mileage that you get out of a charge? Or does that?
The long answer is it depends. But in this case, yes. Our Rivian offers its vehicles in a number of trims at this point, and you can achieve a range anywhere between about 285 and somewhere just north of 400, which is, industry leading compared to its peers.
Are there other vehicles that could be considered passenger vehicles that have this issue where they're over 8,500 pounds or just over gross vehicle weight?
Yeah, I mean, sure. You do, and we called this out in our testimony. It's easier to get specific in conversation, but the way that Connecticut's registration rules work is that this is only for pickup trucks, right? And so, of course, as we get kind of heavier and heavier and you cross the 250 into 350 and above, all of those vehicles are going to automatically default into commercial, require a combination plate at minimum. But it's only for trucks. And so your cars, vans, and SUVs all get to sit in this other pool, and kind of weight has no impact. We are living in a day of increasingly large vehicles, particularly among SUVs. And so I can't give you specifics off the top of my head, but I'm glad to follow up. I'm sure there are vehicles that are dancing with this line, especially as you get into that 7 and even 8 passenger range that, you know, reasonably a family could own and wouldn't be owned by, you know, a commercial group.
And just generally speaking, electric vehicles tend to be heavier because of the battery weight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the EPA, I mean, we heard a little bit in testimony today, or actually, I shouldn't say we heard it. I believe it's online testimony about the EPA classifications on weight. And I'm just wondering if this is problematic, because it was stated in testimony that it would be problematic if we allow vehicles to be classified as passenger vehicles that are in excess of 8,500 pounds, because that would be not in keeping with the EPA classifications on class and weight. If that's the case, how does it work in other states?
So, I mean, to be sure, when we're talking about weights and classes, yes, these are defined by the EPA and they are what they are. Technically, our pickup truck is an EPA Class 2A vehicle. It is technically commercial because of, or excuse me, commercial is the wrong word. It is technically medium duty because of its weight. That said, one of these things have nothing to do with each other. Connecticut's method of registering pickup trucks is standalone, and as best I can tell, the only state in the country that kind of every pickup truck defaults to commercial unless the registrant claims otherwise. In every other state, a vehicle is only commercial if the registrant claims it is commercial. And so if you tweak the weight here, this has nothing to do with the EPA weight classifications, and there's no impact. This is a kind of separate silo that will not have cascading consequences.
Okay, so there's nothing, I mean, other states register as their rules and regulations suggest. There's nothing that says that we must register vehicles according to EPA classification.
That is correct. And just, you know, as an easy example, because, you know, New York's right next door. In New York, if you want to buy a Rivian R1T and register it, it's registered as passenger, provided you are registering it for that purpose. If you want to register it to your business, then it'll default to commercial, but the weight has nothing to do with it.
Great. Thank you so much, Bo, for your testimony. I don't see any other hands up online or in the room, so I appreciate you taking the time today and being so patient with us as we work through testimony.
It is our pleasure. Glad to work with this committee, and if we can provide any follow-up material, we're only too happy to oblige. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bob Sweeney, followed by Representative Eckert.
Good afternoon, Senator Lamar, Representative Lamar, Senator Cohen, and the Transportation Committee. My name is Robert Sweeney, and I represent Catrala. Catrala is the Car and Truck Rental Leasing Association of Connecticut, and we respectfully offer this testimony as the majority of our members are in opposition to Senate Bill 184, prohibiting car rental companies from asking an additional driver to present credit or debit cards and limiting the recovery of loss of use to 1 day rental charge for every 4 hours of labor incurred. Catrala is the state of Connecticut's representative for most of the car rental industry in Connecticut. Catrala memberships comprise of several car rental companies. Most you would recognize: Alamo, Avis, Budget, Dollar, Enterprise, Zip, Hertz, Payless, National, Sixth, Thrifty, Budget Truck Rental, and several smaller mom and pop operations. Catrala members also include licensees and independent companies and leasing companies. Catrala members have thousands of vehicles registered in the state. We do pay taxes, and we employ hundreds of people in every town throughout this state. This bill is contrary to long-established industry standards. First, additional drivers stand in the place of an actual renter. In the event the renter has no way to pay the bill, or their bill paying method fails or is rejected, the bill would open a floodgate for car thieves who would cancel their credit cards and allow additional drivers to take the car, thereby increasing thefts in the numbers throughout Connecticut and causing additional burdens on law enforcement agencies, and having the potential of creating rising costs for law-abiding customers. By having an additional driver present a valid form of payment, credit or debit, at the time of rental, these unintended consequences are averted. As it states to limitations on loss of use, the industry standards is a renter is responsible for the actual time it takes to have the car repaired and returned to the fleet. But for the renter's accident, this asset would be unavailable for revenue generation purposes. To limit this recovery as contemplated in this bill does not account for situations beyond the car rental company's control. If a car is towed, there is time for the tow company and the storage yard to contact us. There are delays in shipment and receipt of parts. Also, outside repair facilities can only accommodate a certain number of repairs at a single time, just to name a few issues. Delays in repairs are common, and this limitation is inherent, and it is a punishment to small businesses who need that loss of use when their assets are laid up for a period of time. The bill strangely exempts peer-to-peer companies for the same restrictions. This is strange simply because peer-to-peer transactions is nothing more than a rental facilitated through an app. The peer-to-peer host has no justifiable basis to be exempt. However, when you look at a peer-to-peer rental, it's a personal rental rented for business purposes. So in reality, if their insurance company covers the accident, they do get loss of use, because where their car is being fixed in the shop, if they have loss of use in their insurance policy, the insurance policy is covering their car for the week or 2 weeks. They're getting a car rental to replace their broken car while it's being fixed. So the language is a little fuzzy on loss of use when it relates to peer-to-peer. For these reasons set forth, Catrala urges that you vote no on this bill. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sweeney. I appreciate your testimony and your patience with us today. It's been a long day. I wonder, is there any standardized policy in the industry as it pertains to loss of use, or is it pretty much that every rental car company handles it a little bit differently?
They handle it differently, but it's very similar. Most of loss of use is covered by insurance. Our members say that 80% or more of their loss of use is covered by the insurance industry, because most of the accidents that are occurred are covered by some sort of corporate or personal business policy. So to say that we don't work with insurance companies is not true, because more than 80% of all of our accidents that are covered through insurance, they regulate the loss of use. So they're watching this because they're the ones paying the bill most of the time. And the loss of use is a big thing if that's your asset and that's how you're paying your employees and that's how you make your business. When someone rents a personal car, that's not necessarily their business. That's just a side gig to get a little extra money. But if they have insurance to cover their car, they're actually getting covered for loss of use, because while their car is in the body shop, their insurance company is covering them with a free rental through their policy for 2 weeks. So it's semantics about loss of use. If a car is, say, 5 days in a body shop, but it's wintertime and all the body shops are backed up because there was a bad winter and there's a lot of accidents, it might be 2 weeks to get that car fixed. Insurance companies generally cover that. There are isolated cases where it might take longer. Generally speaking, the loss of use is the time it takes us to get the car back into the fleet. And that's what we look at.
Thank you for that. And it sounds like most of these cases are handled by insurance, in which case the customer is not paying directly for the loss of use fees. As we have laid out in the bill, we're not preventing loss of use. I think what we've come up with, and we did coordinate with a rental company who was willing to come to the table at the time. Not saying they were largely in favor of it, but we coordinated with them to come up with an agreement, an understanding. I'd love to sort of engage the rental industry on the whole to understand how we can get at something that would be fair and amenable to everybody. I thought what we had laid out in the bill was that, we sort of worked through last session to craft something that seemed fair to the industry, allowed the recapture of loss of use in certain types of vehicles, without sort of a cap per se, because we heard that some of the losses could be more significant in certain categories, but really came up with sort of a formula based on what is widely being used by some of the players in the market right now to capture their loss of use. Again, thinking that this was fair and reasonable. Are you saying that there should be no holds barred, and we should just allow rental companies to determine their own policy? And if loss of use, like you mentioned, supply chain issues. Well, I actually was just waiting for a part on a car, and I waited for 7 months for that part to come in. So are you suggesting that the customer should pay a daily loss of use fee for that 7 months if the rental car company is out of a car for that long?
Absolutely not. And that doesn't happen today. The industries, most companies impose their own cap. Generally speaking, insurance companies have a 30-day cap, and that's all they'll pay us for in a lot of these cases. So we're not against some sort of cap. The way the bill's written, we think it's too restrictive, and the majority of our members believe that it's too restrictive. The loss of use is necessary to offset losses on accidents we incur. A lot of our rentals aren't insured, so we're self-insured, and a lot of those become uncollectible. People rent cars not just for business reasons. A lot of times they'll rent it because maybe they can't afford a car, and if they get in a bad accident, they may buy the insurance with us, and then they're fully covered. But if they opt not to take the insurance, it's an open-ended loss if we can't collect. So the loss of use is a good thing. We're not saying it shouldn't be capped, but the way the bill is written, we think it's too restrictive. The additional driver restriction is a bigger problem, because when you're giving a $50,000 asset to someone and they can just hand it to someone else who has no credit card, no debit, anything, they could total the car and the renter backs away and decides not to cover it. And a lot of the times the renter's insurance may refuse to pay because they say, we're only covering the renter, not an additional driver. That's a common occurrence. So allowing the additional driver to have some sort of coverage, a minimum debit or driver's license inspection and credit card is necessary. We would have much more theft if we opened those floodgates of no debit or credit whatsoever. And you'll see that most rental companies have free additional drivers for spouses, for coworkers. That's automatically covered if you work for the same company. We're talking about people who are not working for the same company, who aren't a spouse or a partner, who may be an additional driver, but if they have no debit or credit card, that's a high-risk rental. And that's where the loss of use could be handy too. You could offset some of the losses. Right now, with no restrictions on additional drivers, the way the bill's written, we're going to see an increase in theft.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'd be number one interested in hearing how you think the loss of use is overly restricted as written in the bill. You don't have to answer me right now, but if you could provide more information on that and what you'd like to see, that would be helpful. Rather than just a no, I'd like to know where we could land for the industry that would be helpful to you. Also, in terms of requiring an additional credit card for additional drivers, is that industry practice? Because my understanding was that some rental car companies don't require an additional credit card.
Most credit card companies do.
Most rental companies.
Yeah, most rental companies nationwide require either a debit or a credit card for the additional driver. They'll make an exception for a spouse or a coworker. But if it's an unrelated person and it's not a business rental, this is a common practice in every state in the country. This is done.
Okay, appreciate that. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate coming in. This is a conversation we've been having for a while now, well over a year, in which we've looked at regulations in other states, industry standards in other states, insurance standards in other states, and crafted a solution we thought related quite closely to what we see in communities across the country. What I don't understand is how representing national chains and large-scale rental companies across the country, our loss of use provisions wouldn't be out of line with what you see in many other states across the country. In fact, there are states that ban the practice of loss of use. What I'm failing to understand is why this is such a difficult policy standard for us to adopt when it's something quite similar to what your companies face in states across the country. So any help understanding what makes Connecticut unique in like your inability to do business in Connecticut if we have these standards while you're also doing business in a number of other states that have even more restrictive protections in place?
If you look at the country as a whole, there are very few states that have the loss of use banned. They may have restrictions, and we're not saying we're opposed to restrictions, but we just think the way this bill was written, it was too restrictive. It didn't take into consideration other situations, storage, towing. The shop may be too busy to get to the car today. You know, there's a lot of money on the table when you're talking about millions of car rentals and millions of cars being wrecked. This is a large volume business, and some of the smaller players, this is a deal breaker for them, for the smaller companies, the independent franchisees and the licensees. This could really hurt them. So the loss of use is not something that we want to say you could never do. And we don't want to say that the sky's the limit, but we just don't like the way the law is written right now. This bill is very restrictive. That's our opinion.
Thank you. And again, yes, ours is not a ban like other states have done, right? But like, and you do business in those states, even where the loss of use is banned, you still, your member businesses still work in those states, even though there is a ban on the loss of use in those states. And again, the restrictions we kind of took to be sort of industry standard. We looked at a series of companies. We talked to representatives from those businesses, trying to get a sense for what they did, what was sort of an industry standard. We I think, produced something that was in line with what most other states are considering. So in that you think this is too restrictive, I would appreciate if you could just forward to the committee specifically what you find too restrictive. Like we've been in contact with another Connecticut-based rental car company who's identified specifically 2 lines and saying like, hey, look at these 2 lines. We think there's a problem here. And because they've been working with us for a long time, we're able to look at those things and determine like, all right, let's take a look at this a little bit more detail. Let's understand more fully what the issues are. Let's try to create a compromise. And so I'm hoping that you can do that with us as well, because I think there is interest to providing protections here. One of my colleagues indicated, like, if my dad hits a deer on the side of the road and doesn't have loss of use protections or coverage insurance coverage, could he be in line? And the witness from the Car Rental Association said, yeah, like he could have to pay $15,000, right? And like that's something we're trying to protect against. There are circumstances here where we think appropriate regulatory language is reasonable. And so I wouldn't mind you kind of focusing in on what specifically is problematic about this legislation that you could like really help us narrow in on. Similarly with the prohibition of forcing a secondary driver to provide additional credit card coverage. Are you seeing dramatic increases in car thefts? So you alluded to like that being one of the primary concerns is like increase of car thefts. There'll be so many more car thefts if we don't do this. Are you seeing that in the other states that ban?
We're seeing that in other states that have banned the additional driver restrictions, and we're also seeing it in non-business rentals where there's an exception to the credit card for the additional driver. Generally speaking, business rentals, you don't run into this, but when you don't require, and it's not a spouse or a partner, you don't see these cars returning. They're overdue, they end up in accidents, we never collect, or they get stolen. And when you at least have a debit card, something, that risk drops very, very low. Without that added protection of a debit or a credit card for the additional driver, the risk skyrockets.
That'd be helpful to see sort of this evidence across the country, because again, we raised this bill last year. We had public hearings on it. We had a number of submitted testimonies. This concern was never raised at any point in time during that process. So if you've got evidence that we can help to kind of zero in on this issue and try to understand more broadly what's impacting those underlying realities, we'd be happy to consider that as part of this as we move forward. Thank you.
Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, sir, for your testimony. To go along the lines of the past comments and questions, I will reiterate, you've been here at the end of the day. I'll be quick. We're trying to make it even, right? You heard the person testifying from Turo about how they're going to work with the good chairs and ranking members on making sure there's some fee or payment for airport pickups. I don't know how we're going to work that out, but I think we do need to work that out. The loss of use issue, the two issues that concern you most, besides I think the overall level playing field, are the loss of use, which you've heard, I think, loud and clear. I get it. You think this is too restrictive, but I'll tell you, the current practice is not going to work in my mind. If I have anything to say about it, unlimited. I know it's a one-off, but if that one-off is my family member, I'm going to be really upset. So, and obviously we're somewhat laughing here, but honestly, one-off, we can prevent that. We can have a cap. I don't know what that is, but we want to work with you on figuring that out. If the good chairs agree with me, I think a cap makes sense of some kind. Working with you in coming to some formula, I think we can work on something. And I think we have to make Turo comply with that. They've told us they don't charge for loss of use, and we're going to make sure that's the case. As far as the driver's license, can't you, as someone who works with contracts all the time, my lawyer hat on, can't you require that if you rent a car and you have an additional driver and they get in an accident, do something, you're responsible for that additional driver? I mean, I'm pretty sure that's a remedy that's available in pursuant to contract law. Isn't that true?
You can require it, but your chances of collecting anything are much less if there was no debit or credit card on the additional driver. What happens a lot of the times is the renter's insurance backs out and refuses to pay, say, we're only authorizing the renter to rent the car, not an additional driver, or the renter and their spouse. This person wasn't authorized, so they refuse to pay the whole claim. That is a daily common occurrence with the additional drivers. And that's what I'm talking about. When you don't have a credit or a debit card and additional driver, those claims have lower collection rates because there's no credibility, no debit or credit card attached to the additional driver. And a lot of the times the insurance from the primary renter refuses to pay because they total the car. They're like, well, you weren't supposed to have that driver on there anyway, so we're not covering it. And it's a total loss. This is a real problem.
It just, I mean, I'll work with you. I've got your card. I got to believe you can say that to the driver, if you don't buy this insurance, full comprehensive, so that the car's completely covered no matter what happens, just drop the keys in a basket, we'll take care of it. Or if your additional driver takes off, breaks it or whatever, you're on the hook for up to $20,000. I mean, contractually, can't you do that?
No, because the state of Connecticut has banned that practice. It is illegal to force someone to buy insurance as a condition of renting a car.
Not insurance, no, but your credit card may be charged up to $10,000, $20,000 if you're additional insured and you're not covered. You didn't buy the extra insurance, but they caused damage. We're going to charge your credit card no matter what. That's legal, no?
It is if you could get it, that kind of money on their credit card. That never happens. Those credit cards max out usually at
Gotcha.
$2,000 and you never collect.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have that same problem if the credit card only goes up to $500 or $1,000 for the additional insured. You got the same problem, no?
But it's an extra amount that you can collect.
All right, we'll talk offline on this. I think that's something we can figure out. I appreciate your time and your testimony here today, and thank you, chairs. I'm sorry I added quite a bit of time to the hearing today.
Appreciate your questions, Representative. And again, we appreciate your time and patience with us today and look forward to hearing more from you about how we can make this bill better.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And last but certainly not least, Representative Acker, thank you for joining us.
I hate to say that, but I'm glad you went a little long so I could leave the other job and get here in time. So thank you for your diligence today. Senator Cohen, Senator Lopes, Senator Wong, Representative Lamar, Representative Berger, Gavallo, sorry, Representative Kennedy, and other members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tim Acker, and I represent the 8th District, which includes Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and Tolland. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to speak in strong support of the following bill at the public hearing agenda. Raise Bill 5204, an act concerning the registration and use of low-speed vehicles. Allowing low-speed vehicles on the roads in Connecticut will provide many benefits to our residents. As you know, our neighboring states allow low-speed vehicles on their roads. Many are getting revenue from registration, sales tax, and their local towns are receiving revenue from property taxes. Another added value is they are typically low emission and low cost for the consumer as compared to a second full-size vehicle. The sales of these low-speed vehicles would also bring in more revenue for the businesses that sell and repair them. The state of Rhode Island passed this legislation last year, and I now believe we are only one of 2 states that don't allow low-speed vehicles. The following is a quote from a legislator in the Rhode Island General Assembly. Low-speed vehicles are a great development with so many uses, will be very helpful to our business community, our tourism industry, our schools, and so much more. Electric low-speed vehicles are an especially appealing transportation option to welcome to our state because they will reduce the number of miles being driven in the carbon-emitting gas vehicles, helping our state reach our obligations under the Act of Climate to cut carbon. They are safe, which we've seen in the rest of the country where they are already being used. Low-speed vehicles provide another clean alternative transportation mode, and we should encourage their use in Rhode Island, said Representative Cortfriend. I appreciate your consideration of the comments and testimony. You know, this year recently we had an event in Hartford at one of our expo centers with all electric modes of transportation. We had an electric plane, electric trucks, obviously, like the Rivian, many different uses. We had an electric boat, which I thought was pretty interesting. And there was a companies there with these low-speed vehicles. And I sat there and I said, wow, I don't really ever see these. And they go, yeah, because you don't allow them in Connecticut. And I go, well, I'm glad you're at least here promoting them. Yeah, we'd love to sell them here too. A lot of people, and especially in the shoreline areas, areas that are in communities. I know in my town, I have one road in Coventry, other than Route 6, one road that is over 30 miles an hour for speed limit. One. So I'm just thinking about the fact of that. And I think that if they were slow moving, they would slow the rest of us down and maybe we would have a little bit better drive during the day than speeding around. So it is something that obviously I think is in a move. I did read the testimony from the commissioner. I think that anytime you add a mode, a new mode or new registration type, there is going to be an investment, but also you're going to reap the benefit of that investment, especially if we're thinking about getting higher emission vehicles off the road, to have that low speed one that you can, move around and use, easier in some communities, I think it'd be a benefit. So hopefully you take a consideration of that this year. And let's see some of these nice little vehicles running around Connecticut. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your testimony today. Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. The last proposal I remember from you for transportation was to create a New York Yankees license plate, and I was dead set against that one.
What was the, what?
So I am glad to say I'm all in with you on this one, Tim. I think you're absolutely right. I think we should figure out a way to make this work this year. Maybe we need a year or so before to get the implementation, to get the processes in place, to make sure that we're dotting the i's and crossing the t's. But I would love to do this year. I think it's the right approach to take. The Commissioner of Transportation indicated 2 additional concerns he might have, like, hey, maybe we don't do it on all 30-mile-per roads. Maybe we go down to 25 miles per hour. Maybe we say that OSTA, which is our state Office of Traffic Administration, look at these and approve them to make sure that there's no external factors there that concern them. I think it's worth talking to DOT to try to figure out what is motivating those specific concerns and seeing if those are appropriate regulations to put in place.
Yeah.
Maybe we want pedestrian safety zones or whatever it is. I want to get this going. I think this is a smart idea. I can't believe we're one of only 2 or 3 states that don't do this already. And I thank you for bringing it and pushing it this year.
And a shout out to the staff, by the way, that put this legislation together, and they're not even. Oh, that's so.
Or online.
They
so.
well-written piece of legislation here, so don't need to redline this one at all, just move it along. So, but thank you again and have a good evening.
Terrific. Thanks so much. Seeing no other questions or comments from the committee, we are adjourned.